Yo, what's going on, everyone? How are you? Welcome. How's your evening going on? How's everyone doing today? So yesterday was a lot of fun. We had a DDoSer, but today what we're gonna do, well, maybe not today, but like in a couple days, I will add some more security measures to the application. I was doing some research yesterday after I got off stream. Well, I actually got some sleep yesterday, and I was doing some research, and I was looking up how to set up Google CAPTCHA, and it doesn't really seem that hard, honestly, so I'll have to look into that. And then once we do that, I think that'll be a lot of fun to set up a CAPTCHA for our website. And then after that, I'll enable CSRF tokens, and I'll probably throw it behind the Cloudflare, and then I think we should be good to go. So we got lots of cool stuff that we got to do for our application to increase the security measures. To answer the question of end-to-end encryption for messaging and stuff, I don't really know when we'll get to that part yet, but we will at some point. Star, how's it going, man? Sorry for not being here for a few days. Been busy with the project. Oh, you're fine, man. All that matters is that you're here right now. Why is YouTube live stream so bad? The chat experience is horrible. Yeah, it's because of the way that the YouTube API is. Yo, what's going on, Justin? How are you? Mohammed, Kaif, welcome. Good morning to you. Kai Norling, welcome to the stream. Jasil, how are you, man? Welcome back. We just got started right now. I just started off with the stream. It was hard. You know what? I'm gonna see if the DDoSer is still here. I'll turn on my server and we'll know if the DDoSer is still there or not. Probably is. Who knows? If someone wanted really to bypass it, they could. Well, I mean, yeah, because the entire project is open source. You know, like the entire project is open source. So even if I were to write, like, you know, like one of the most secure algorithms, or like create the most secure backend ever, they just look in the code and find ways to bypass it, you know? And that's just the thing with open source projects. That's why companies literally make it illegal. Like if you leak their data, if you leak their projects, they'll literally fire you. And if it's really bad, they'll literally go after you. Like they'll literally sue you. So that's why there's reasons why companies don't live stream themselves developing, you know, their own product. The keyboard is back. Yeah, we got a keyboard cam today again. Would you like to check out the project I've been working on? I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look at it later. Just send it to me via DMs, and I will definitely take a look at that when I get a chance. But yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to throw it behind a Cloudflare instance. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I don't really know too much about how Cloudflare works, but all I do know is that it isn't that difficult to set up. And there's ways that you can like set up firewalls, DDoS protection, rate limiting. I have worked with DigitalOcean firewalls before, and so I don't really think Cloudflare would really be that difficult to implement, really. I'm pretty sure they have like a panel that allows you to, you know, configure, you know, how often you want requests to come here. By default, out of the box, they have VPN protection, things like that. So it should be pretty easy to set up, to be honest with you. Have I tried to work with Angular? I used to work with Angular, yes. Not anymore, though. But I probably will get back to Angular at some point in the unforeseeable future. But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. How are you all doing today on this fine, lovely evening? I hope you all are doing well. We're going to get started in just a second. I'm just setting up a couple stuff, and I'll give you guys a quick little demo of what we've gotten done over the past couple days. Yesterday, we got a lot of stuff done yesterday too, which is pretty good. Let me see. Hey Rafiux, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hey Musa, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? You know what's funny? I had someone comment on my live stream after I got off, and they said that I didn't code the application live. And I was just so confused because I was like, I literally have all the live streams available on my channel from day one. And they were like, yeah, I don't think you coded the entire project live. I'm like, okay, like that's kind of weird that you would make such an accusation like that. But you can see every single live stream is on my channel. So I'm not really too sure why they would say such a thing, which is really weird to me. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. All right, let me take a look at the logs. All right. Seems like is someone already on the server already? No way. Someone's already on the server. Someone just went on the website. All right. I guess we got to be quick, guys. I guess we got to be quick. We got to be quick, guys. We got to be quick. All right, everyone, go to. I'll send you the link right now. Everyone, go to the link. You guys got to be quick. Guys, got to be quick before we get the DDoSers here. Guys, got to be quick. So just go on the website right now. You can test out the new features. Yeah, just create an account. Like I said, do not use your real information. Gotta be quick. And I'll send you the email in the chat right now so you guys can test out sending the friend requests. All right, seems like we're not getting overloaded with requests right now, so that's pretty good. But yeah, you guys gotta be quick. All right, so send me a friend request at this email right now. And yeah, try sending me a friend request right now on this friends page over here. Hey Derek, how are you, man? Hey Kai, when are you planning to finish this project? There's no specific deadline. No specific deadline. Could you please make a video about deploying NestJS app in DigitalOcean? Sure, I could do that. I actually have a new series that I'm making out. I'm actually going to make a new JavaScript course very, very soon. I started recording it today, and I'll be working on it for the next, probably this whole week, I'll be working on it. But I'll probably have it uploaded by next week. So if those of you who are interested, that'll be out by next week or so. But yeah, you can see that the friend request feature is working pretty well. I do have a rate limit though, so I can only accept I think 3 friend requests per X amount of minutes. I think I'm not really too sure, but I should be able to set the friend request in a little bit. There you go, and you can see that I can see all the users that are online right now, as you can see. And also, if you right-click a user and if you click message, it'll redirect you to the conversation. Now, right now by default, it will go ahead and send like a random message, but that's only temporary though. We have to fix it for later on. But I can right-click any user. If the conversation exists, it'll just redirect you to that conversation page. If it doesn't, then it'll just create a new conversation in the backend. So if I say hi, and if I can also click on the toast notification to accept the friend request. I can right-click a user. I can say hi. You know, things like that. That's pretty much how it works. You shout a corner banner or top banner. It's real obvious playing that this is testing mode. Yeah, I know. We'll do that later, though. I'm not really too concerned about that right now. But yeah, like, you know, that's just pretty much what we were working on over the weekend, the friends and the request feature. There is this route that is not protected yet, but it's an onboarding route. And don't try to like send data because nothing's going to happen. Actually, I don't even think we have to change deployed. But I'll show you what I've been working on yesterday. But yeah, group chat also works well. So for those who are not familiar with the group chat feature, so I'll add you guys to a group chat right now. And I can go ahead and transfer owners as well as kick users. So that's pretty much the new thing with group chat for those who are just stopping by. You know, this is pretty much a group chat. And I can also add whoever I want. I don't really know what emails we have, but you can literally add individual users to the group if you want to. How did you do that message start from the bottom? You mean like when you scroll up and stuff? I just use a flexbox and use reverse column. Maybe you can make animation play when you add someone. Hold on, let me check my Twitch stream as well. Probably no one's you know, on the Twitch stream right now. But yeah, let me see. How did you do that message start from the bottom? Yeah, like I said, that's just a flexbox with reverse column reverse. But yeah, what do you guys think so far? Like, there's obviously a lot of more improvements that we have to make, but this is what we have gotten done over the weekend. So it was a pretty productive weekend, I would say. We had a lot of good stuff planned on our Asana app, but overall, I'm pretty happy with the features that we implement. A couple things that I probably want to do today is I want to finish implementing the onboarding page so that way users can actually upload images and as well as upload their profile picture. So I'll open up my Figma design in just a second and show you guys what we have so far. Because I discovered when you set my friend request and the pop-up comes up, it only plays when I'm on it. When I'm on the other monitor, it stops and doesn't go on. Making some great progress. Yeah, exactly. And to check my messages in the chat app, let me see. You should make it so that it adds a notification icon for unread messages. Yeah, guys, we got a lot of things that we got to take care of. So don't worry. Everything that you see on the chat app right now is obviously in work in progress. We're never done. For those who are wondering, we're never going to be done. We're always going to have things to do. We're always going to have things to take care of. Bro, I missed the first couple of days of this application. Now you're 16 days deep, and there's no way I can catch up to do this application myself. I mean, you can definitely rewatch the VODs if you want. They are pretty lengthy, but you know, like they're all there. They're always going to be there. The code is always going to be there for public use. It's open source, so I'm never going to delete the code at all. It will always be there. So, you know, yeah. Could you add ticks like in WhatsApp? Oh, yeah, sure. Status indicators, yeah. But yeah, for the most part, that's just pretty much what we have. And let me open up my Figma real quick. Let me open my Figma real quick. By the way, if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button. Let's get the ball rolling tonight. We're going to go for another good long 12-hour stream to get a lot of work done. So make sure you drop that like button if you haven't already. Definitely help with the channel a lot and help us with the algorithm. So yeah, make sure you do that. But this is what we have so far for the Figma UI. It's a work in progress. Obviously, nothing is permanent. But basically, the proof of concept or the concept behind this is just making it so that way the user can sign up with a username. They can set up their about yourself and then a profile picture. To be honest with you, though, I'm not really too much of a fan of this because I just feel like it just doesn't really make any sense to have the user sign up and then create like a separate profile. It just doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest with you. So I'm honestly thinking about instead of just using email, I'm just thinking about just using a username system instead, and then just allowing the user to verify the email if they want to, because I just feel like it's just going backwards, you know. So I might honestly just like scratch this onboarding page. I just don't think it really makes any sense, and I'll just add like I think what I'll do is I'll just scratch this and I'll just make it so that the user can just upload their profile picture in the user settings. I think that would be a lot better. And it would just make a lot more sense because like it just doesn't make sense to like sign up and then complete an onboarding step. Like this is like it doesn't really make any sense, you know. That's just my opinion though. But yeah, I mean I don't know. Like I just like for example, because like if I were to do this, I would have to obviously add a bunch of extra stuff on the back end, and like it just overall doesn't really make any sense, you know, from a design perspective and from like, you know, a whole like, you know what I mean, like it just doesn't make any sense. Like but what good news is though, let me just quickly demo to you guys what currently works right now in local. So if I go over to the onboarding page, and I will need to set up a DigitalOcean Space instance right now. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and open up my DigitalOcean, and for those who are interested, because some of you may have not been here yesterday, so I'll kind of like give you guys a rundown of what we'll be doing for saving images into our cloud. Is we'll be using something called DigitalOcean Spaces. So right over here, you can see that I have a space, and if you are familiar with AWS, if you're familiar with the S3 buckets, basically spaces are just a way to store files. So you can store images, you can store videos, you can store literally anything that you want. Higgle Jiggle, how are you? DFluxT from Twitch, how are you guys doing? Sorry I didn't see your message earlier. But welcome from Twitch. I hope you guys are having a good day. But yeah, so what I'll do is right now I'll create a brand new space if it'll let me. So let's create a space. And if you've used Amazon before, if you've used AWS S3 buckets, it is very, very, very similar. What's the cost of spaces? It's $5 a month. It's very affordable. And I think the amount of data it can store is about 250 gigs, and then it charges you more afterwards. But right now, you can see that I can create a space and I can choose where I want my data to live. So for example, yesterday I chose Amsterdam, but you can choose Singapore, you can choose New York, you can choose Frankfurt. I'll just probably go with Amsterdam because, you know, there's a lot of people on the other side of the world, and we want to make sure that they are not forgotten. So we'll choose Amsterdam, so that way it's a lot faster for those who are living, you know, in Europe or in Asia or even in Australia, right? But you can also make it more even. You can also, like, let's say for example, if your application grows, the nice thing about DigitalOcean is that you can also horizontally scale. You can add more spaces, so that way if you run out of data for one of your data regions, right? Or if you just want to serve content even more faster for other people in other regions, you can add more spaces later on, and they can all connect to each other. Gabor, welcome back to the stream, man. How are you? Plam, how are you doing, man? Welcome back to the stream. How's your day today? So I'll select Amsterdam. And you can also enable a CDN as well, which CDNs are basically what you can use to serve content ridiculously fast. Like, for example, Discord even uses a CDN to serve their images, their assets, everything, their files. Everything that you upload onto Discord, I think, is served behind a CDN. And they also cache the file itself. So that's why it's also able to serve it a lot more faster. And you can also allow file listing. So I think basically what this does is if you visit the space, anyone can visit any of the contents. I think though we probably want to restrict this. And finally, we can also choose a unique name. So I'll just do something like ChuaChat. And then it'll also, let's just do ChuaChat app, I guess. Or you know what? I'll just re-enable the other one that I was trying to delete yesterday. I don't really think it makes sense to create another one. So I'll just cancel deletion. And you can click over here. And right now, let's see what's going on. Let's click over here. I think it'll take, okay, there we go. So right now you can see that I have one file on my space, and you can see that this is actually a picture of myself. I'll show you how we can actually upload this picture through the onboarding page. It's actually pretty cool. So I'll show you that real quick. Let me just go ahead and get my credentials for my space instance, so that way we can actually communicate with our DigitalOcean space. I was actually trying to find methods to store files for a website I'm working on. I want users to upload avatar. Yeah, like we're going to be using Spaces to handle all of our images. There's also AWS S3 buckets. There's also Linode. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Let me just get my API keys. Yeah, there's also Linode as well. There's a lot of mechanisms that you can use. Let's see, where are my API keys? Let me get my API keys real quick. Okay, there we go. I think it's using the same credentials, so it should be fine. I think it should be fine. All right, watch this. So I have a like simple demo right now. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and upload an avatar. And so you can see that on my desktop, I can upload any image I want. So I'll just select this image right over here. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and click open. And then it'll show you like, the image that you've uploaded. This is just some random text. But this is what we were working on yesterday. I'll probably get rid of this feature though, because I just don't think it'll make sense to add the onboarding feature. So I'll click submit, and nothing will happen on the front end. But let me just show you what happens on the back end real quick. So right over here on the back end, you can see that on the back end, I'm receiving the data from the front end. So whatever I entered here. So this is the username, this is the about me, and this right over here is the image file that we had sent from the front to the back end. And you can see that we have this buffer. Okay, this buffer is basically just the binary data of the image. And so when you save the image, when you upload it to the DigitalOcean Spaces bucket, you're really just passing the buffer data to it. So now if I go over and show you guys the uploaded file on my space, let me just show that to you guys real quick. Let's go back here. Let's go over here. And you can see that I now have the file, or maybe an error might have happened. Let me see. Yo, what's going on, Capkinos? How are you? Let me see what's going on. But it should have uploaded the image. Let me just double check what could have happened. It did also throw an error as well. So let me take a look at this real quick. Okay, so it should have called complete onboarding. I guess VS Code wants to lag a little bit. Implementation. Okay, so I think it's because there's already a key that exists for it. So let me try 1, 2, 3, 4. And yesterday I also mentioned that we do have to use UUID to generate random strings. So that way we can actually use that as a key for the image. And we'll also index that number as well. so that way we can just search through the database very easily. So that image, let me try it again now. So let me submit this file, and I should see that file up here in the API, or in the instance right here. Hey cronies, how are you? Okay, there we go. So if the key already exists, it seems like it will not override the key, which is actually good news. But you can see now I have this image that has been uploaded, and anyone can actually access this image. Like I can send it to anyone, right? I can send it to you guys right now, and you guys should be able to access it. Let me just just drop it in the chat real quick. Send it over here. There you go. So that is pretty much the image itself. And you can see that it's public to everyone, I think. Should be public. Should be public. Anyways, but yeah, so that's the idea behind it. I'm obviously open to suggestions when it comes to IDs. Some of you guys are recommending snowflakes. Some of you are recommending other mechanisms. To be honest with you, I don't really care what mechanism we use, because, you know, it's just, as long as it works, then it works. But I'm open to ideas, of course. Hey, 2LuckX, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. But yeah, so that's how we are going to handle images. But I think Discord uses just random hashes. There's probably like some kind of hashing library that I could probably install. Let's see, how to generate unique hashes. Let's see. So the odds that you'd get a SHA-1 collision from strings. So I guess collisions are usually when like you end up generating the same hash twice. So it's saying that the chances of that happening are very low. So we could definitely use different mechanisms to create hashes. Ultimately though, yeah. Won't you need to check if the ID already exists and then regenerate a new one? Yup. Snowflakes are generated based on Unix times and other stuff. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, UUIDs are also based on something. I think it was based on time. I don't remember the algorithm behind it, but I know for a fact. Yeah, for example, there is time-based UUIDs, for example. There are things such as time-based UUID. So I'd probably just go with that temporarily as a solution, because UUIDs, the chances of UUIDs colliding is very, very low, and they're also based on timestamps as well as MAC addresses as well. So I think UUIDs are actually more than enough. I don't really think we need to use snowflakes. If your spaces is full, what can you do? You can always increase the size, I think. I'm pretty sure there's an option to increase the size, I believe. I'm not really too sure though. That's something that you'll have to double check in the options. But you can always just create like a new space if you want to. And you can just have them all connected under the same CDN. So it won't be that bad if they get full anyways. But anyways, that's the least of our concerns right now. Today what we're going to be doing is just continuing with our profile picture system. So like I said before, I think we'll scratch this entire thing. We'll fix up the register form. So instead of email, I'll just convert it to username. So we will have to change a lot of stuff in the backend. And then we'll probably add email verification at some point. So that way if they want to verify the email, they can. Or we could do something like, you know, mobile authentication, or mobile verification is what I should say. We could do that. But yeah, so we'll do that today. We'll migrate to usernames, so that way people don't have to worry about, you know, using your email addresses. The friend system, we'll have to obviously fix that as well, so that way it's not based on emails, but it's based on usernames instead. And then we'll also add probably another additional page on the sidebar. So right over here, I'll probably add like a sidebar, like a settings sidebar, and when they click on it, they'll be able to go there and configure anything that they want. So they'll be able to configure their profile picture, their about me, yeah, and a bunch of other stuff. Are you doing this for a portfolio or to promote the network? Well, I mean, I'm just doing this for a portfolio project. I don't really have a network at all. This project is just for fun, so yeah. We're not really doing this for any publicity or anything like that. Just for a personal project, really. Okay, thanks. By the way, like your stream a lot. You're very good. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. What are you using for user storage? What do you mean by user storage? Do you mean like, what do you mean by user storage? Let me see. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably move all this code that I wrote yesterday into a new branch because I obviously don't want to delete this. I'll move it to a new branch because all the stuff that we did here is not really relevant to what we're going to do. So we'll just move this to a new branch. So let me just do this, create a new branch, and we'll just call this feature image storage. And then I'll write a commit, and then I'll just do image storage feature. And then I'll switch back to the main branch. And so now we don't have those changes, but they're in a different branch. So if we ever need those changes, we can always go back and take a look at what's going on. But I'm trying to see what the last commit that I made was on the main branch. So let me just go into my terminal and take a look at that real quick. So it was adding a license. Okay. Storing their email username. We're just using a database. We're using MySQL. Just using, a regular MySQL database. Yeah, just using MySQL. Okay. So let's go ahead and just plan out the rest of the night. But I won't bore you guys too much for that. So let's just do migrate email field to user. So this will actually be a lot of work because we have to make sure we go through every single part in our code base and then change every reference of email to username. Migrate email field to username. On the front end, we'll need to change email input field to username. Cool. And I think that's pretty much what we'll do first. Once we're done with that, we'll work on a user settings page. Implement design and implement user settings page. And so for user settings, I have some ideas that I want to add. So for user settings, I think what we'll do is we'll add one for profile picture, about me. We'll also add a setting where the user can actually turn on and off notifications. Right now, we don't have browser push notifications supported just yet. I'll have to look into that later. But what I mean by notifications is basically whenever you send a friend request to a user, the individual user that receives the friend request will receive a toast on the bottom left-hand side. So we'll add an option where they can actually configure that so they can turn it on or off if they want. So we'll do that. Notification settings, turn on off toasts. And we'll also make it so that way they can change the theme, right? And for now, that will be most of the things I will do for now. If we need more, of course, we'll add more. Cool. So I think I can just scratch this onboarding page. Don't really need that anymore. We have this currently in progress right over here. Implementing upload image profile pictures. That's currently in progress right now. And we still need to, I think we already worked on this yesterday. Allow only friends to create. Yeah, we have not done this yet. So after we finished our friend feature, which we already done with that already, we want to make it only so that way only friends can create conversations with themselves. Right now, anyone can create a conversation with anyone, which is not good per se. So we'll make it so that only you can create conversations with your friends. And yeah, so let's go ahead and just get started. So I think what I'll do is I'll start off with the registration form. So while we're working on the registration form, we'll probably touch up some of the, we'll probably touch up some stuff with the registration form to make it look a little bit better. So what I'll do is I'll go over to pages, register page, and we have this register form right over here. Let's go over here. Let's go over here to register form. And all we need to do is just change this right over here from an input field. It's type email. We'll just change it to text. And the ID, we'll just set this to username. And we'll set this to username. And I'll show you guys how we can actually make our form a lot more interactive. So username is required. And I also do need to set the fields for create user params. And we'll also have to modify our data on the backend as well. Java or C++, I'm more of a Java person. But that's a biased answer because I've never really touched C++ before. What's my color scheme for what exactly? But anyway, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button on this live stream. I would really appreciate that. We're going for 100 likes by 12 a.m. It's currently 7:30, so for the next 4 hours, we're going for 100 likes. So make sure you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. So what I want to do with our form is I want to make it so that if there is an error, I want to actually display the error. Because right now, there's like no feedback for the user, right? Like if I enter in random data, like nothing happens. So I want to give actual proper user feedback. And we also want to make sure the user cannot enter more characters for the first and last name. Because right now, we can actually enter like as many fields as many characters we want. But on the backend, though, we are validating on the backend. So if you want to take a look at the backend, right over here in the source, inside auth, inside, let's see, DTOs, you can see that right over here, the max length a first name can be is 32. I'll probably change to I'll maybe make it like 24 or 20. It doesn't really matter though, but you can change it to whatever you want. So it's good that we are validating on the backend. But you always want to make sure you are validating on the client and server side. And now people wonder, why should you validate on the server side if client side is already good enough? Well, the reason why you should validate on both is because anyone could just take your API link, they could just spam it with a bunch of bad data. So if you're not validating the server side, if you're only validating the front end, then that is bad. Hey Anson, I'm gonna go back get back to working on my project. I'll probably come back to your stream a little bit later. Also, let me know once you've checked my project out. All right, man, take it easy, brother. I'll catch you later, man. Hi, Anson, how are you? Yo, what's going on, Supreme? How are you doing, man? My friend asked what to learn. Front end, back end, or full stack. Start with front end. Once you get good with front end, then work on back end. And then once you're done with back end, you're pretty much technically a full stack developer. The theme, just use the exclamation mark theme command to get the theme name. Let's see. All right. So let's actually make our form a lot more interactive. So what I want to do is if I enter some bad data or some bad input, I actually want to display an error for the field that has the bad input. So first, let's just fix up a couple stuff. I want to make sure that the username has a max length. I can also do this. Let me do this. Max length of... we'll make a username max length of 16 characters. Okay. Min length for the form has to be... We'll make it 6 characters. I guess 5 is fine. 5 is fine. Actually, let's do 3. Let's do 3. What are some other things that we could probably do? For now, we'll leave it like this. Okay. And so what I'll do is, so this will prevent the user from typing in more than 16 characters. So let me also just change the label to username as well. So let me just change this HTML4 property value to username. So I can now only enter in a max of 16 characters. Okay. Now what's next is this. If the user does not enter in a username, we want to display a little red text over here that says that that field is required. So I'll show you how I like to do that with my input field. So what we'll do with the input container is we'll actually make this, well, not inside input container, we'll actually create another component that will wrap the input label as well as the input error. So let me go over here. And what I'll do is I will go ahead and do this export const input error. And I'll just make this, I guess, a span. And what we'll do is we'll make the color set to something like red for now. And I'll probably make the text uppercase. And I think I'll make the font size maybe a really tiny size, maybe 11 pixels. And what I'll do is I'll also create another component to wrap the input label as well as input error. So let's do export const input, what do I want to call this? Input container header. And what we'll do is we'll set this to a display of flex, justify content space between, and I think maybe width we'll set to 100% as well. So what we'll do is we'll take this input container header and I'll import that over here, and I'll basically just take this input label, put that inside here. So that shouldn't change how our input label looks like. It'll still look normal. But what I can do now is I can now add the input error, and I'll just say error, and this should be on the other side right over here, error. We could also make it so that the input field has a red border when there is an error, but I'll do that later. Okay, so if there's an error, it'll just display error over here. Of course, obviously, just showing error is not really good. So what we want to do is when the user submits the input field, right, we can actually display what the error is on the right-hand side. But now here's the thing, though, because let's say, for example, if the username has already been taken, how do we actually know if the username has been taken? Well, the nice thing is that we're using a library called React Hook Form, and there's actually a way where we can actually asynchronously validate our input field. So what we could do is we can actually, for this validate property, we can actually call an HTTP API as we're validating to actually validate if the username has been taken or not. So that's one way that we can do that. But in order for us to do that first, we do need to create an API to actually check to see if the username has already been taken. So in order for us to get to that point, though, we have to, of course, modify the backend to actually recognize the username properly. Because right now we're still using the, let's see, where is it? It's right over here. Right now we're still using the email property. So we'll have to change it up a little bit, of course. But for now, let me just go on and show you how I would render out this error message based on based off the error input from React Hook Form. So there's this errors object right over here, and if I go ahead and if I console log errors, and what I'll do is let me just make sure that we have validation on everything. So first and password. Okay, cool. Okay, so if I were to just open up the console and if I were to type, let's say if I click create my account, you'll see right now that this is the errors object that is being logged, right? And the reason why it's logging password and username as properties in the error object is because these are the two fields that we did not input a valid value for the input field. So you can see that right over here, password, it says message, password is required, okay, and type is required, okay? So this is the nice thing about React Hook Form is based off of the type of error, it'll actually tell you. So for example, if I were to set, let's do this, let's say password, I also want it to be min length of 3, right? Let me see. And if I enter 1 for the password, if I click create my account, you'll see that it's going to now say the type of the error is min length. Okay, and the reason why is because the min length is supposed to be 3. And we can also actually set a custom message, I think. Password must be min 3 characters long, something like that. And so now if I click on create my account, you'll see over here, it will say password must be minimum of 3 characters long. Though I probably won't render that whole message over here because that will probably just take up too much space. I'll just say must be at least 8 characters. And let's set this to 8, for example. And we'll also add some validation too for last name. and first name. So last name, we'll set the min length to maybe 3. I mean, we'll do 2 because there are some last names that do have 2 characters. Min length 2, max length we'll set it to maybe we'll do 32 characters. And same thing with first name. First name we'll do min length of 2, max length of 32. Okay. Umberto, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Is the form validation? Yup. No, we're using React hook form. And so yeah, so I'm just adding some validation to first, last name, and password. So we had the min length, and we'll also do max length as well. Like I said, you always want to make sure you are doing front to back end validation. So add a max length. Let's do value will be, the max length of the password should be 32. And we'll do message. We'll do that for that. And let's go back to username now. So what I'll do is this. I'll actually remove that min length, and I'll just add that over here. Min length. Value 3. Hey Varden, how are you? Message. How does your VS Code look like that? Look like what exactly? Now keep in mind that there are multiple different errors that could happen simultaneously. I'll also remove the max length as well. So watch this. If I don't enter this, oops. Let's go back over to console. The layout, I mean, I don't know. This is just how it normally is. I didn't really change anything with the layout. If you're talking about the theme itself, the theme is field lights, which is, the link to that is in the chat right now if you want to take a look at that. If you're talking about like the smoothness of everything, like the cursor, if you just go over to the settings and just search for caret, you can just enable cursor smooth caret animation. So without that, you can see that it feels really like weird, like it's blocky, right? But if you enable this, and if you also search for smooth, you can also enable smooth scrolling as well, because right now if I scroll, it feels really laggy kind of if I enable smooth scrolling. And I can also enable this as well as this, and it'll just be very, very smooth. So yeah, you can just enable that in VS Code. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Maybe make an FAQ. I actually already have an FAQ already that I'm working on right now. I'm working on it in a Google Docs right now because there's a lot of questions that people ask me that are frequently asked questions. So I'm actually working on that right now. There's a lot of questions that I have in the FAQ. So I'm working on that right now. I'll probably be done with that maybe by this week. So I'll probably put that in the chat later. Bro, where are you going to save the password? I'm C++ programmer and I create a file and save password on it. What do you mean by that? Is this going to be public? Not yet. Not yet. Not without Cloudflare. So there's a lot of security measures that we'll have to add before we can make it public. But yeah, so let me just also zoom out a little bit because I can't really see my screen with all this crap in the way. If you guys are having a hard time seeing the code, let me know and I can always increase the size of the font a little bit. But I'll use size 14 for now. How did you change your cursor to that? Sprite or Coke? Probably Coke. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm wondering if I should use Redux to lift up the state, or if I should probably just lift it up without using Redux, because we are already using Redux already. And I'm curious to know, like, if I use Redux, would I have any advantage with that? Probably not. So I'll probably just lift up state. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you guys how I'm going to refactor this component right now. Because right now you see that we have so much code in this one file, and I want to refactor it a little bit. So I'll show you how I'm going to refactor this code. Opinion on Vim. I don't really care about Vim too much. I think Vim is cool, but I don't really care much about Vim to, you know, use it, or like, you know, I mean, I think it's cool though. Like, don't get me wrong, I think it's cool. I mean, I use Vim whenever I SSH into my Ubuntu server. But I don't really use it that much. I don't really use it though. I think it's cool though, but I don't really think too much about Vim. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and migrate or refactor my code a little bit. So what I want to do is I want to take each input field and put them inside their own component. So we'll do that. So what I'll do is this. I'll create a username field component. And we'll do export const username field. I think Vim is cool though. Like, I actually am probably going to start practicing Vim at some point. Because I actually really like Vim a lot. But I don't really use it. I don't really use it that much though. Is Redux hard to understand? I would say the old Redux was probably very difficult to grasp, but the new Redux is actually pretty easy to understand. So I don't really think it'd be the end of the world if you you know, try to take a look at it and see how that worked. You know, definitely give it a shot and see how far you can go with it. Okay, so what I'll do is this. I'll have each field taken this register function. So I'll have to type annotate this, of course. And the type annotation is actually pretty simple. Use form register, create user params. So let's do type props. We'll do register. Use form register, and then we'll just type annotate it with create user params. So then what I can do is I can then pass in this register function into this form field. So I'll do fc props, and then I'll have this register prop right over here. Okay, so we're just going to tidy up our code little by little. So I'll go ahead and render this username field, pass in the register function, like there. What's the difference between Nest and Next? Nest is for backend, Next is for React server side. What's the second keyboard for? It's just if I ever get bored of this keyboard, I'll switch to this one. Like, sometimes I'll switch between keyboards here and there. Let's see. All right, so let me move that there. So now what I'll do is I'll take this part and I'll copy this and I'll move this inside the name field.tsx, and then we'll do export const name field, and then we'll just literally import everything that we need. I'll also migrate the index module, the CSS module. So let's first do this. Let's do that. Input container, add all missing imports. We also need the register function. So let's just take that component that we just created. Let's take that, copy that, paste that in there, import everything else. Okay, and then I can then type annotate this component as fc props, and then we'll do register like that. And I don't know why the formatting is a little bit off though. Not sure what's going on here. Oh wait, I forgot that I disabled prettier. So let me just go into my settings real quick. I forgot that I disabled prettier. There we go. So now when I save, I was wondering why. I think I might need to restart my VS Code. Let me do that real quick. Might need to restart VS Code. Should work now. There we go. That's way better. I was wondering what was going on. Let's click that. I code without Redux. I just don't need it so far. Do you recommend Redux if you're satisfied with React only? I mean, here's the thing. Like, you don't need Redux in your application if you don't have like tons and tons of state. And like, there's only certain situations where you need Redux. For example, like if you are building out an application that has lots and lots and lots of state that you don't want to live in the component layer, that you want to separate elsewhere, so that way you have a predictable container that you have all your state in, right? Then you can use something like Redux. If you also want to make sure that your state is always supposed to be updated, how do I say this? Like, if your state is always going to be updated lots and lots and lots of times, and that state also needs to be shared by multiple components at the same time, Redux is also another option as well. But in many situations, you actually really don't need Redux. Redux is technically overkill, but there are situations where you probably could consider using Redux. And for example, this chat application would be a good example of that. Are you using word wrap on VS Code settings? I think so. I'm not really too sure. I have it set to 80 lines, yeah. All right, so let's go over here. Okay, this doesn't seem too bad. Let's take name field. Let's move that right over here. And then we'll then take the password field. And let's also pass and register as well. And let's create another field, password field.tsx. One more thing that I want to do real quick before I forget is let me add this as well. Refactor register. So later on, what we'll do is we'll add like an icon next to the password field so the user can toggle seeing their password and whatnot. Hey, I prefer to watch on Twitch. No worries, no worries. Welcome from Twitch to Luck X. Keep it up. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Derek. So let's see. Let me just import everything that's missing. Let's do import. Not import. Let's do type props. Let's see. For now, I'll just do this FC props. Let's do that, and let's also import these as well. Hi, Displant. How are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. How is it going? Let's see. Okay, so this will be the password field. Let's go back to register form. The button we will leave alone. Let's just go ahead and do password field like this. Like that. Okay. So this will take care of that. Button will leave alone. I kind of want to probably remove this and probably add it somewhere else. I think what I'll do is I'll comment this out for now. I'll go into my over here. Oops. Not there. Hi Marcelo, how are you? I'm okay. What about you? I'm doing good. Hi Harry, how are you? Do you recommend learning Web3 or is it just all hype? I don't really have an opinion on that because I haven't really been paying attention to that, to be honest with you. But I would just say, if it seems like you're interested in, learn it. If you don't, I don't think, you'll be missing out on much too. That's just my opinion though. All right, let me see. I'll probably move this away from now. So let's see. Let me just go ahead and just copy all of this and move this in here. And we will have to fix up our imports just a little bit. So I'm just doing some refactoring right now. Okay, there we go. And let's just remove all of these imports. Let's remove this import. Actually, I'll need that for later. All right, cool. So that's good that we've lifted up our state. Okay. And we don't even need to worry about passing in, like, you know, different setter functions because it's all managed with React hook form. I'm trying to learn and implement chatbot in my career system. How are you styling your components? I'm using both styled components and CSS modules together in conjunction. Okay, so let's see. What I want to do now is I want to now do this. So I want to pass in form state to, I believe, all of these variables. I wonder if it's worth creating a context so I don't have to prop drill. But here's where I'm talking about. Here's what I'm talking about, where I'm talking about like if I want to use Redux or not, because we are already using React hook form, so it wouldn't really make sense to use Redux with that right now because we have all the form state inside this form state variable. Right? I can always reference form state to get the errors if I need to. Okay, but I think I probably only need to worry about errors. Okay, so here's what I'll do is I'll pass the errors down as props as well. So let me do this real quick. Let me just create this type over here and we'll do errors. And the type for this will be field errors impl. And we could just import this from React hook form. Okay. That should be pretty good. And so what I'll do is I will go ahead and just go into each field. And instead of just defining the type props here, what we'll do is this. I'll just go ahead and import this register form props in here. Or maybe I'll actually just move this somewhere else. I'll probably move this inside. Let's see. I'll create a new folder called types, and we'll do, and then I'll do this, use form register, for user params, and then field them. So that way we have everything in one single file. So that way I'm just not, you know, importing things from just, we have everything in just one single file, which is good. Okay. Cool. So now every single component will require the errors as well. So we'll do errors. Okay. So let's do that. We have to go and modify name field. Go over here. And let's just remove that. Create register form props. There we go. I should probably call it register form field props instead, because it's not a register form, it's a register form field. So I'll probably call it register form field props instead. So let's do this. Let's go over here. Register form field props. There we go. So let's just change that real quick. So let's do this. We'll go over username field, change to register form field props. We get the errors object because we'll need that to render out the error. Let's do some refactoring real quick. Let's do it over here as well. There we go. I haven't used a framework before. What is the benefit of using React? Well, it's mostly used for manipulating the DOM without having to use like the native JavaScript functions. So you can take care of dynamically rendering lists for you. You can conditionally render things based on certain state. Can we use this chat app once it's completed? I already have a deployed instance already for testing. Maybe later throughout the tutorial we can probably test it out. What database? I'm using MySQL right now. Alright, so let me actually just do this as well. Let me do const field props equals register. And actually, I'll do errors. Register, keep that in alphabetical order. And then I can just pass in these props into their own inputs. So let's do that. Whoops. There we go. All right, so now each field we can keep everything separate, which is not bad. So, but here's the thing though, like I can also console log user error. Let's do this. Username errors dot, and then I can reference username. So what I can do now is for the input error, if there is an error for username, we can render it out. So what I can do is something like errors dot username dot, and we could reference, we can render out the error for that. So I can do that. So watch this. Let's go over here. If I click create my account, you can see that now it will render out the error message on the top right hand side. Of course, I do need to put this inside the custom styled component we created earlier. I think it was called input error. Right over there. There we go. Now it says username is required. And of course, the nice thing about React Hook Form is that the errors actually will display as you're typing. So for example, if I delete everything, it will say username is required. If I type one character, it will say must be 3 characters long. So the moment I type something that is not an error, the error will go away. And you can see now it says exceeds 16 characters because we are typing more characters that are required. So our error message is working pretty well. Okay, cool. So let's do the same thing for everything else. We'll do the same thing for the name fields. So let's go over here. And we'll go over here. Kenny Sus, how are you, Kenny? Welcome to the stream. What language is this? This is TypeScript. The backend is done in Nest. Nest and MySQL. Alright, so let's do the same thing for the input container. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and display the error message right over here on the top right hand side for first and last name. So we'll do the same thing. We'll basically go over here. We'll go ahead and do input container header. And then we'll put the input label there. And then we will render the input error. So input error. And then we'll get that errors object. So errors dot. So if there's any error for first name, we'll just render out the message. And the only error really is just first name is required, although there is also the min and max length. But I don't really think we really render anything out for that, to be honest with you. And the error will not display until you actually submit the form. So you can see now it says first name is required. Okay. We'll do the same thing for last name. So let's go ahead and render out the error message for last name. Input error, errors dot last name dot message. What made me choose NestJS? I haven't heard much about it until I've started watching you. Well, NestJS overall is okay, so here's the thing with Express. Express is a complete framework. It has every feature that you could possibly integrate because of its ecosystem. Because a lot of people have created third-party libraries for Express, which basically means that you can have just a very simple, lightweight framework that you can use for any usage that you want. But if you really need to scale, if you really need to actually do something more with Express, you can always install middleware and a bunch of other packages to do that with Express. Now the thing with Express is that it is also unopinionated, which means that you can do things however you want. There's no right or wrong answer. Okay, comparing it to an opinionated framework like NestJS, with NestJS, you always need to do things a certain way. Now, it really just boils down to preference, really. Some people really enjoy the opinionated architecture. Like, for example, in NestJS, every single route must be defined by a controller. So for example, if I want to define a route where a user can call via HTTP, I have to do that with a controller, right? So that requires me to create a class. That requires me to use the controller decorator, right? And some people like this type of approach because it gives you like a strict way of doing things, right? They like doing things in a strict fashion. Some people don't. Some people like to have that freedom of doing whatever they want. So it really just boils down to preference, really. Personally, for me, I like opinionated architecture because it introduces discipline, it introduces consistency, and I just also think that aside from that, NestJS also offers a lot of additional packages that can take care of lots of things for you. Like for example, if I want to implement rate limiting, I can do that very easily with NestJS because they already have built-in packages that do that already. What do I think of Java? I think Java is a great language that is still very popular, one of the most popular languages today. And I think Java is never going to go away. If anything, Kotlin will become more popular at some point probably. But still, it still runs with the JVM, so there's no way you'll ever get rid of Java. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense, Super Smasher. And have you been to university? Yes, I've been to university. I went to college, I graduated, and I got a job after college. What do I feel about Go? I don't really use Go too much, so I don't really have much thoughts or opinions on Go. But I heard it's a really good language, a really fast language, and I know a lot of companies use Go, so it's very promising, and you can definitely get a job with it. What's a good resource to learn TypeScript from some that's coming from JavaScript? I can link you my TypeScript course if you want. I personally think that I cover a lot of the basics that one would need to learn TypeScript, so you can definitely watch that out. It's about an hour and 30 minutes long. It talks a lot about all of the basics as well as more object-oriented concepts in TypeScript. So definitely check that out if you want to. I am doing computer science technology in college. Do you have any tips? What I would say is a couple things. One, find some friends that you can create like a study group with, because it doesn't hurt to have some people that you can work with to go through the entire program, right? Having friends definitely helps a lot because you never know when you might need some help with certain things, right? Make sure you discipline yourself to do research on your own. Learn how to Google solutions instead of just asking for the answer immediately. If you ever need help, ask the TA because every class should have a TA. And yeah, overall, just just practice coding. Anything that you're learning in your class, just always make sure you are practicing because if you don't practice, you're going to lose those skills. So there's a common saying that says if you don't use it, you lose it. I use Mern, but I struggle to organize my folders when scaling. Any thoughts on monorepos like NX? Personally, I think they add much overhead. I personally have heard a lot about monorepos, but I've never really bothered looking into it, to be honest with you. So I don't really have an opinion on that. Do you recommend Mern for beginners? I think Mern would be a pretty good starting point. But if you want an even more simpler framework to learn, I would recommend learning Vue. I think Vue is very lightweight, and I think it's a very easy framework for beginners to grasp because there's not a lot of bloat compared to Angular as well as React. I mean, I'm not saying React has a lot of bloat, but if you compare React to Vue, Vue just seems a lot more simpler compared to React. That's what I would say. I mean, I personally have used Vue in the beginning when I didn't know anything about these JavaScript frameworks and I didn't know about SPA. So when I used Vue for the first time, it made sense to me. So I would recommend learning Vue if you want to. You don't have to, right? Some people learn React first. Some people learn Angular first. Doesn't really matter. So what matters is just actually learning something first and trying it out, sticking with it, and then seeing what happens. And if you really want to learn something else afterwards, then you can do that. Do you use Sass for front-end styling? I use so technically with styled components, it supports Sass automatically. So technically I do use Sass. Like for example, if I show you some of the styled components that I write, right over here, for example, you can see that a lot of these things that you see are not supported. Like a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here is not native CSS. They're Sass. So styled components does support Sass technically. So technically I am writing Sass for my components. But yeah, I personally like using Sass a lot, comparing using regular CSS. Sass helps a lot. It's just basically CSS on steroids, and it's amazing. Angular is a bad idea for beginners from my experience. I would say Angular just has a lot of bloat that might confuse a lot of absolute beginners, in my opinion. That's what I would say. Okay, so let me just go ahead and render out the last name error. So now, cool. So now, of course, let's also add some validation for password as well. So, or not the validation, I mean the error message. Let's go over here, password field, and let's go over here. Let's do this. Let's do input container header. Error. Let's get the errors object. So errors.password message. So if there's any errors for the password, we will display. So you can see right over here, it says must be at least 8 characters. So the moment I type 8 characters, it'll go away. That error will go away. If I type more than 32 characters, it'll say max characters is 32. Which is pretty cool. So now that we have this, of course, if I were to try to submit this form, nothing would actually happen. Okay, it'll always error out if I try to do anything with that. So that is also something useful to know. So now I'll just do, let's do, and if I click create my account, you can see that right now we get an error. And the reason why we get this error is because the user already exists in the backend. So we should probably make it so that if the username does already exist in the backend, then we should probably let the user know that that username exists. So here's what we're gonna do. There's a thing with React hook forms. You can actually asynchronously validate your fields, and that's what we'll do with the username field. Is right over here. We'll add a validate prop, and this will basically allow us to call a function to validate asynchronously. So let me actually pull up the docs for React hook form real quick. In your opinion, Angular's for beginners? I don't hear. What do you mean by that? And if you want to add ads on your website, know the page needs to be SSR or SSG since Google bots won't see ads on CSR. I gave this advice since I struggled before I found this. Do you use selectors when querying your state on Redux? I do. Yeah, I mean I think that's the main way that you should use Redux to select data from the stores by using selectors. Let's see, where does it say asynchronous? Let me show you guys a doc real quick. Let's see. Let me look at this real quick. Let's see. So you can pass a callback as the argument to validate, or you can pass. This should say something about async. Yep, right over here. You can see over here in the docs, they provide an example where you can do validate, and you can do check URL, and then basically this could just be some async function. So here's what we'll do: is I'll customize this real quick. I'll change this to validate, and this will have to be an object. And so from here, I think what we could do is we can also pass custom rules as well. So positive, less than 10, check URL. I'm going to leave min length and max length alone for username, but I'll just pass a property that will call some async function. So we'll go into the backend right now and we'll implement an API that will check if the username is taken or not. Why won't use Vim emulation for AMS or keyboard? Your keyboard sounds cool. I mean, I could use Vim. I'm not that good with it though. Like, I only know basic commands to the point where I don't want to like pull my hair out. Like, for example, I know how to navigate the file system, or not file system, navigate like the entire file using like just the regular Vim keys. I think it's HJKL, I think. I can like, you know, skip to lines. I'm not really that good though. But I've tried using it before in the past. But eventually I just always end up disabling it anyways because it's just too much for me. Maybe I'll give it a chance at some point though. I actually really like Vim. Like, I think it's pretty cool whenever you see someone just only, you know, changing like manipulating their entire files using only the keyboard without using the mouse. I'm not that good with it though. I mean, you know what? How about this? Just because you guys recommend it, why don't I do this? Why don't I load up my Vim extension just for you guys, so you guys can watch me suffer? Why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? Just so that you guys can watch me suffer. Okay, so what I want to do is for this controller, I want to implement an endpoint so that I can see the user, so I can see if the username actually exists or not. So what I'll do is I'll create a route called user. So this endpoint will look something like username. Let me see, slash API slash users username. I guess we'll do search. Yeah, this will be a search API, I guess. I mean, you know what? Now that I think about it, I could probably just modify the search API a little bit, or maybe I could just do search username and something like that. But I feel like that would be bad design though, because I already have this search API already implemented, but this is for searching for users. But I think what I'll do is this. I might just comment this out. And this has to be a GET request. I'll call it search, search user. Because we are going to change the front end later, because originally what I had before was when you wanted to create a conversation, you can search for users. I'm actually going to remove that feature because I don't really like it. What is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface, and basically it's just a contract that is defined so that way you have a set of functions that you can call. Well, there's different contexts, right? Like API in the context where you're talking about a server, right? You have different routes that the user can invoke, and each route gives a different resource. When you're talking about an API, like for example, like a library, for example, it's kind of similar because the library also has defined functions that you can call that perform different operations that give you different resources. So although the contexts are different, they're still technically the same thing. And this guy just installed Vim, lol. Notice you just need to watch 1 hour learning Vim on YouTube and you're ready to go. You can navigate files with control P, so it's pretty easy to go around. What do you think is a good duration for a session cookie for production? I always say a minute, an hour. I mean, every application has its own time set to, like, I think Facebook sets it to like a year or something like that. All right, so what I'll do is for search user, or actually, I should really just call this check username. You know, honestly, I'm gonna leave this endpoint alone. Okay, yeah, wait, why am I using my mouse? I need to stop using my mouse. I cannot use my mouse, guys. If I use my mouse, I have to give you guys $1,000. If I use my mouse, I have to give you guys $1,000. So what I'll do is for check username, I'll change this to search. Let's see. So it changes to check username. What do I want to call this endpoint? Check username. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, honestly. Let's see. So check username, and I think we'll probably take in a query parameter. Honestly, you know, I'll just use check. Honestly, I'll just use check. So we'll do query username. I'll give you $1,001 if you do not touch your mouse. For how long though? For the entire stream or for the next hour or so? And I also cannot use arrow keys, guys. I cannot use arrow keys. Okay, so we'll get the query, we'll get the username. And so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and search the database to see if the user exists based on the username. So what we'll do is we'll basically do this. If there is no username, well, actually, we need to almost use my arrow key. What I need to do is I need to basically do this. I need to parse. I want to make sure that this actually exists. So I don't think there's a default pipe unless we actually make it. So I'll probably have to do that. So all I'll do is I'll do if there's no username, throw new HTTP exception. Invalid query parameter. I'll give you $1,001 if you touch my mouse. Alright, I just touched it. Change your mouse cursor to line so it's easier. So yeah, like I don't really like this. Hold on, let me see. Where is this? I don't really like this block outline. This actually is bad. I'll change it to line. There we go. All right, so what I'll do is I'll do return. Well, let's see. Let me do this. Let's do const. Let's see. Let's do async. Check username. G. Whoops. What did I just do? What's going on with my Vim? We'll do const user equals await this dot user service dot find user, and we want to search by username. Well, right now it's based off of email, so I will need to do that. So you guys said use Control P to change the file, right? So what is this? We have to go into user.ts. Have you seen GeoHot's and he's using console? I have seen GeoHot's code, but I like the sound of his keyboard, though, not gonna lie. But yeah, like I've never really seen his console usage though. Okay, so that's username. I think I'm on the wrong one. So the username. Oh, I have to go into find user. Let's go user.ts. Find user options. So let's go into types.ts. How do you search for things with Vim? I forgot how do you search for stuff in Vim. I don't even remember, to be honest. Let me just Google that real quick. How to search in Vim. Your keyboard sounds cool, but I like keyboards that sound like wood. Clicky is fine, but not the finest though. Yeah, this keyboard over here is Cherry. This keyboard over here is Cherry MX, Cherry MX red. This keyboard is Cherry MX blue. Press slash. Okay. Find user. Seems like it's not finding it. That's weird. Oh, I'm in the React version. That's why it's lame. User RTS. Where is it? Types. Oh, wait, it's types.ts. There we go. So find user options. There we go. So I could do 30G. That's weird. I only have select all. So find user options. That's interesting. I don't remember only have find user options before. I think, oh, it's find user params. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's find user params. Control Shift F will search all files. So we want to search by ID, email, and username. You said what? Control Shift F. I could do that. All right. Let's go back to the user TS. All right, that's fine. Let's go back to user source. No, wait. All right, so username. There we go. So we're gonna search by username. And now what I'll do is this. I'll do if there is no user, we will throw a new HTTP, or I think there's a user not found exception. Yep, we'll throw that exception. Otherwise, we'll just return the user. So that means on the front end, what will happen is the front end will receive a status code of 404, which will basically throw an error. And if the user is found, then should we get to go? All right, anyways, so let me go back into the front end. Let me just close all this crap over here. Let's go over to password field. Okay. So to this, whoops, not there. Oh yeah, it is in here, yep. We want to do validate, and we'll do check username. And basically what we want to do is we want to call that function. It's an async function, so we'll do await fetch. So let's go into here. Let's go into api.ts. Let me see how to go to end of file and Shift G to go to the last. There we go. Export const check username exists. Access client.get. So we'll call the slash users. If I remember correctly, the route was called. So it'll be slash users slash check. So slash users slash check. Query parameter will be. Query parameter will be the, let's see, username. So we'll do that real quick. So username, let's see, username will be whatever we pass in for username, of course. So let's go here. And username equals username, and then we'll just go over here and we'll insert the config object. So this will call the API to actually check to see if the username exists. And like I said before, it'll throw an error if the username, if the user is found, and if the user is not found, it'll throw 404. Okay, so let's go back. Whoops, I closed. All right, let's go back here. Password field.tsx. So all we'll do is we'll basically do this. Whoops. We'll go ahead and do async. How does the doc show this? Async. Wait. So let me do this. Let's do await check username exists. So we'll pass in. Oh wait, I'm in the password field. Wait, I'm in the wrong form field. Yeah, so I think this is where I last got annoyed with Vim, was just copying everything. But I think if I do YY, let me see. What's my keyboard? Do exclamation mark keyboards to get the keyboard that I use. Press D to cut or Y to copy. So I think what I want to do is I want to do cut. But if I want to paste, I just do P. Okay, there we go. So I do V39G. D to cut, and now if I want to copy this into, so let's just do P. There we go. There we go. So let's go over here. So check username exists. So we'll pass in the username. Well, here's the problem though. How do I actually get the actual form field? And we can do that by getting v, because we have this argument over here v. And that'll give you the actual value. So username. I think I'm going to cheat a little bit. Hold on. I think this is supposed to return a promise, so I am just going to cheat. What is this? What's going on over here? I'm just gonna test this out real quick. So let me just show you guys something real quick. Hi Cookie, how are you? Duplicate entry for users. Oh yeah, let me just go over here real quick. Let's go over. I'm gonna disable this for now. We'll do this false. Let's complain about this unique stuff right now. There we go. All right, let me move this to the other screen. I'm doing good. Are you prevent injection like when you pass in the username params? If you're asking if look up ORMs and SQL injection for that answer. Let me see. All right, let's go back over here and let's go. All right, let me refresh. Can you show the keys you press on the corner of your screen? I don't have the software for that set up yet. All right, so watch this. If I type, you're gonna see that in the network tab, it should actually. Let me see. It should actually call the API real quick. Let me show you. Okay, so you see how over here, right? It's calling the API, but it's throwing an error, which is good, right? So, well, actually, we actually have it backwards. Let me go back over to our controller. If the user is not found, if the user is found, then we should probably. Let me just do this real quick. I am going to disable this. So if the user is not found, or if the user is found, then we need to throw an error, and I'll change the exception. I'll just do this. User already exists. User already exists. Extends HTTP exception. Oops. Super user already exists. And this should be a status code of 409. There we go. Hey Anson, do you have an open source React project that I can use for my college project? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Use for your college project. If the user is found, we'll do user already exists. Throw an error. Okay. If the user is not found, then we probably will just return a status code of 200. Because that's really what it should be. Cool. So, because we have it backwards. So watch this. Let's refresh. So now if I click submit, you can see that right over here. Let's type in first, last name, password. It should be calling the API. Not sure why it is not doing that. Oh, it is calling the API, but I'm not sure why it's not showing up in the network tab though. That is really strange. Okay, there we go. Now it's showing up. Okay, so you can see that gives us a 429. Okay, so what we can do is we can get the response. Let's do const response equals 08. And let me also just make sure we know what to return. So I think what we could do is this. I think if I return true, then it should be good. If I return false, then it's not good. I think that's what we're supposed to do. going on? Basically, a fully functional React website with beginner level site used for any project. Alright, sorry. I'm confused. What are you saying sorry for? Hey Oscar, how are you? So we'll do return response dot code. Wait. So I guess what we'll do is this. Let me just check the response real quick. Now you see, now we have another problem, is that it is now calling the API every single time we type, which is not good. I think that's not good. That is not good. Let me see. I definitely don't want it to call the API every single time, or at least not as often. You should do a live refactoring. We should do a series refactoring subs project. I've seen some do it in day live streaming, but I'd rather watch you do it. Hello. Yeah, I guess you're referring to Web Dev Junkie, right? Yeah, I've seen some of those videos. He actually makes a lot of good videos. I don't know. I probably wouldn't do that though. I don't think I'm really that good to do stuff like that. At least not yet. You can use debounce. You can change the revalidate mode to on submit. What do you mean by revalidate mode? It's a prop of the form instance. Gotcha. Thanks for letting me know. Let's see. Revalidate mode. So it'll only validate if we submit, right? So I submit. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. So that way it's a lot better. Oh, the error that we were getting was actually the rate limit, actually. Okay, there we go. Perfect. And of course, if the API throws an error, then we'll just return. Okay, so we'll reference response.status. So I guess what we'll do is if response.status is equal to 200, what do? We return false. And if a response, actually let me do this. If it's equal to, let's go back to the controller. If it's equal to 409, or yeah, 409 is conflict. So if response.status equals 409, we just return username already exists. Otherwise, what do we want to return? I think we just return nothing and that'll be fine, right? Hey Bobby, how are you? Do you think I should try to just recreate all my projects I made in Vanilla.js and React so that I learn, or do you have any ideas? That wouldn't be a bad idea, of course. That wouldn't be a bad idea. So yeah, because I guess if it returns undefined, that means it's okay, right? So let's go over to here. So let's do must be 3 characters long. Okay, so there's no errors. Good. So of course, if the API were to throw an error, right? So let me refresh. Username is required. So now it's saying uncaught and promise. So now do I have to do a try catch now inside this? Error.response.data status code. Error.response.status. Okay. Response.status. If that is returned, then we'll return username already exists. But if there's no error though, then we should be fine. So if there's no error, username already exists. Okay. Now if the API does not throw an error, then the error should not, there should be no error at all. There we go, yeah, there we go. Perfect. So yeah, like 3 characters long, okay. It'll asynchronously check if the username exists. If it throws an error, then it'll do that. So let me also just fix this up. So return why is this guy spamming? Let me just do this real quick. There we go. Just pretend like nothing ever happened. I swear to God, man, it's always the people who, I don't know, man. Yeah, I think this is fine, though. Huh. I personally don't like using try catch when it's only one line. Like, is there like a better way that we do this? Because even if I do .catch, even if I do .catch, it won't really do anything. I mean, will it? I don't know. Is there a better way that I can do this? This will stay like that for now. Okay, so if it is defined on the back end, right, we'll just throw that error. Okay. Now it's in conflict, but now it's not. Okay, now it's conflict, but now it's not even returning. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. Wait. Username already exists. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Perfect. There we go. If there ever needs arises for creating a constant which is equal to 42, then I request that variable. The answer to life and universe and everything. I think he's just a member. I think JD knows the mod. No, that's just the member icon. All right, take it easy, Oscar. Have fun. How long have you been working with TypeScript? About 2 years, I would say. Do you always prefer TypeScript? Yes. What's the reason that you switch to TypeScript? Because JavaScript itself does not feel like a complete language, and I came from a Java background already, and a lot of stuff that was in Java was not available in JavaScript, and that's okay. Because JavaScript is obviously its own different language, right? What's the point of making a language if it has to have every single feature that another language has, right? There's different languages for all use cases. But of course, when you see JavaScript having things like classes that are really just syntactic sugar on functions, it makes you wonder a couple things. And I was like, if I'm really just going to use JavaScript, it was really mostly like the types, like the lack of proper data types. Like, I don't really even care about inheritance or like the object-oriented features in TypeScript. I really mostly cared about the actual strict types in TypeScript. So that was the reason why I fully switched. Hi, Whiskey. How are you? I use Comic Code. Really nice. Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you all doing today? Hope you guys are having a good night so far. Hope you guys are having a good night. Okay. Cool, so we have validation for this, which is pretty good. Though, one more thing that I wonder is this. Because I can't return from inside like the callback for promise. Though, so I wonder, you know what? Let me try something real quick. Let me try something real quick. And if it doesn't work out, we can always refactor. Let's try. Will this work? Promise string boolean X response is not assignable type validate string. Interesting. So it doesn't like this at all. Even if I do promise.resolve, it still won't like that. Well, if username already exists, promise string void is not assignable type validate string. Interesting. As validate. Nope, doesn't like that either. Alright, that's fine. We'll just do what we have there. I'm sure there's probably ways that we can refactor this later, but for now, we'll just do this. It's 6:46. 6:46 what, AM or is it 6:46 AM or 6:46 PM? Yo, what's going on, Clement? How are you? Long time no see, my friend. How are you? Ants, give me some original Discord bot commands, feature ideas, please. I have no idea, to be honest with you. I don't really use Discord bots anymore. Does your API check if the username exists, or you have to manually check for it? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I mean, I do have to manually check for it in the backend, of course. I can recommend you an extension. It is called TypeScript Error Translator, which is going to show and explain the errors within the TypeScript language. You should try it out. Sure. Sure, I'll take a look at that. I'm just really pissed that I have to use a try catch because it adds extra blocks and I don't like it. It just looks so ugly, but it's okay. At least our code works, so that's all that matters, right, guys? At least it works. That's all that matters, right? All right, let me turn off the stupid freaking rate limit real quick. There we go. All right, so we have validation working on our front-end code, so that's pretty good. So now all we need to do is just make it so that the backend is supporting the new field, which is username. So what I'll do is this. We'll go into create user DTO, and we're no longer going to have email. It's only going to be username from now on. All right, let's see. Let's do this. Instead of email, it'll be username. And of course, you always want to make sure you are validating backend code as well, your backend data. So on the front end, we made sure that the username must be at least 3 characters long. So is not empty. We'll do min length, max length 16. Okay. So this is for username. First name, we had max was 32. Okay. Same thing for password, max was 32. For the password field as well, we also made it so that way the min length was 8, so we'll do min length 8 as well. We also added a min length for the first and last name. If I remember correctly, the first and last name's min length was 2. 2 and 2. Yep. I need your chat app. I'll give you $2,000. How about you give me $2 billion and I'll give it to you. What time is it right over here? It is currently 9 o'clock right now. Best way to style big React apps like this one. I just personally use style components, and I just like to create reusable components that I can use all throughout my entire application. I mean, I don't really know what you mean by styling. Like, do you mean like what do you mean by best way to style? Like, do you mean like it's such a vague question, so I don't really know how to answer it, to be honest with you. Let's see. So we have min length is not empty. Cool. So now we just have to just modify our code so that way it supports the user name field instead of. Okay, so we're passing create user DTO right now, and it's saying right over here create user DTO is not supporting. Let me see, create user. Oh, it's because let me change this here. So this is email. Hello friend, I want to learn React. What good source can you just learn to React? Here, I'm gonna do a shameless plug and send you my video that I made. You know, why don't I just add these commands to Nightbot real quick, so that way I can just get you guys to use the commands. Someone actually DM'd me and they were like, I want to buy your chat app. And so I just basically took the number of hours that I worked on this application, multiplied it by my hourly rate for freelancing, and I just gave them that and subtracted $1,000 out of generosity. And they were like, that was too much for me. I was like, no problem. They were trying to pay me like $200 for the chat app. I was just like, yeah, no thanks. I'd rather just keep the app for free and keep it open source so that people can use it as a learning resource. I'm not really interested in selling or making money off this product anyways. Hi Steve, how are you? Welcome. How has your day been going so far? But yeah, I'm not really interested in making money off of this in any way, shape, or form. So I'd rather just keep it free and open source for everyone to use. So that way, everyone can take advantage of this. All right, let me just add this real quick. Yeah, a lot of people ask me why I don't freelance much. So in the past, when I used to make Discord bots, people would come up to me and they would ask me if I can make them a Discord bot. And they would ask me to make them a Discord bot that was like, that had a lot of features. So they were like, I want you to make all these features. And I was like, sure, I'll make it. But they wanted to pay me only $20 to make them like a mod mail, custom mod mail. And I was like, why would I do it for only $20? Because like the amount of time that would take me to do that would take me probably maybe like 2 hours or so. But like, why would I do that for $20? You know, I mean, some people will do it, which is fine. I'm not saying that $20 is not a lot of money, right? But I'm just saying like my time was worth way more than that. Like I could do a lot more for myself and other people within 1 hour for, you know what I mean? So it's just like, and ever since then, I was just like, you know, I'm not going to really bother answering requests for freelancing because a lot of people were just like sending me like ridiculously disrespectful lowball offers. And so I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to really answer anything like that anymore. But yeah, anyways, so I just added 2 new commands, React and NestJS. So if you want to get my resources for that, here you go, NestJS, React. And you know what? I'll also just add the FAQ Google Docs because a lot of people are just going to ask same questions over and over again. So I'll also add an FAQ doc as well. So that way you guys can learn more about myself. So that way I don't have to constantly repeat the same thing over and over again. So let me just add that real quick. I'll also add more FAQ as well. Let me just add FAQ. There we go. So that will link you to the Google Doc, and you guys are more than welcome to take a look at that for now. But yeah, it's not. I'm not saying that $20 is not a lot of money, right? I'm just saying like I just have a lot of other things that I want to do, and the other stuff that I would love to do are far more important than $20. You know. So obviously, it's just like, but it's like to pay someone like even if $20 might not be, you know, a lot to some people, to sit there and ask them to build you an entire ticket system with a mod mail system with like a lot of other stuff, right? And only offer them that little is just I just think that's just completely disrespectful in my opinion. Like that's just completely disrespectful in my opinion. Like if I ever, like for example, like a couple months ago or maybe like a couple months ago, like I posted something on my channel where I was looking for someone to make me a logo or a thumbnail, and I said, yo, I'll pay you guys like $100 for like a banner. And I'm not doing it because I want to be a nice guy. I'm doing it because I just think that people should be paid what they're worth, right? And like, you know, those skills are very valuable. So why would I ever want to pay someone a completely disrespectful offer? You know, it's just not in my nature to do something like that. So yeah, I just think that's just really disrespectful to lowball people like that. What do I think a mod mill should cost? I think a mod mill should cost, I mean, it depends on how many features you want. I would probably pay someone maybe $200 to do it for me if I needed a mod mill. Maybe $200 for the basic features and then pay them like an extra $200 to add more. I mean, I don't know, it really depends. I usually what I'll do is I'll plan out like what exactly features that I'll need to do, and I'll just base it off of how much I think that it'll take, you know? That's what I usually do. Let me see. Cool. Okay, so this should probably take care of the backend already. So now, let's go ahead and try registering a user. Let's go over here. By the way, for those of you who are wondering, this extension is called Thunder Client, okay? Let's see. Password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Internal server errors. Let's see what's going on. Email does not have a default value, so right now what I'll do temporarily is I'm not going to get rid of the email field yet. I'm going to go ahead and set this to false, or I'll remove the unique And I'll just say nullable true. Because we also will need the email field at some point if they want to do email validation or email verification, sorry. My friend has been getting robbed then. I wouldn't sell as well. I personally love my projects. Yeah. Like sometimes people should understand that I'm not really just doing this for money. So that's why when people ask me, are you trying to make a startup? Not really, just want to do this for fun. Nice Cloudflare, LOL. What Cloudflare? Let's see. So let's try sending the thing again. There we go. So now it works, which is good. And I probably don't need to send a serialized version of the user because I already am avoiding selecting the user already. So let's try creating another. Now let's also test to make sure that the duplicate does not. Wait, also, I need to set this to duplicate true. Let me fix that real quick. I don't know why it says duplicate entry, so I think what I'll do right now is I'm just gonna drop my entire database. So let me do that real quick. There we go. Alright, so can I send repositories JSON? Yeah, it's something to do with our WebSocket, it's fine. Start creating the user. Connection refused by the server. What's going on over here? That is annoying. Let's see. Okay. That is not good. Yeah, something's wrong with a gateway adapter. It shouldn't be erroring out. Cannot read properties of undefined. Yeah, it's trying to. I don't know why though it's erroring out. Line 33. Yep, right over here. So Anson, you chose to use Passport by the look of it. Yep, I chose to use Passport. Just stumbled to your channel and want to see if you can kind of give me point to the right direction. I have a TCG and would like to build a database. What's TCG? Trading card game, and show all the cards on most with a filter. But what's your question though? So what's your question? Which is the name of his terminal? It's called Windows Terminal. So what's your question? Are you just trying to figure out how you can render it on the website, or? Okay, let's try. What's going on? Okay, there we go. All right, so yeah, I don't know why password is, yeah. So I think we might need to actually serialize the data before we send it back. So spoke too soon. Okay, there we go. User already exists. Perfect. So the uniqueness is being considered. So let's try Anson. If I do Anson and a bunch of random characters, it will say username must be shorter. Perfect. Anson. There we go. Perfect. So no duplicates. That is good. Awesome. So now let's try registering it from the client side. Let's try username Anson. So now right now you can see that we are getting an error and it says username already exists. So that's good that it's taking care of that. If I try doing Anson1, create my account, we are able to create it successfully. So that is also pretty good. So looking pretty good so far. So I think this is fine, but I think I will probably commit these changes right now. But we do need to migrate the entire code base to consider username over email because we're no longer going to use email anymore. So let's just do this. Let's commit these changes. Add username field and let's do set email to nullable. And let's go over to the front end. And we did make a lot of changes with our form, so that's pretty good. And I think what I'll do right now is I'll throw in maybe a React testing library so I can write some tests real quick. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot one more thing. Well, that's weird. Wait. Where is it being registered? Or where's that thing being rendered? I'm so confused. Already have account logged in. I think I'm not using the new register form, I think. I might still be using the old one. Hopefully not. Oh! Silly me. Forgot to change this. So let me move this back over here. Wait, hold on. No, wait. What am I doing? Wait. Right over here. Perfect. All right. So let's do that right over here. I need to remove forms, components, forms, register. Let's go inside here. There we go. It's going over here. Too many requests. I need to turn off this rate limit. This rate limit is... let's see. Why is that rate limit? Did I add it back? I didn't add it back. How many requests did I have it set to default? 10 requests per 30 seconds. Yeah, let me just turn this off for now. Causing too many errors. And now our backend is... Let me do this. Let me do TTL 10 seconds limit. We'll do 10 seconds. That should be a lot better. But oh yeah, wait. I am using the wrong form. Okay. So let's go over here. So this right over here is a new form, index.tsx. Let me delete. I'm just going to delete this right now. So that way we get immediate feedback of what's going on. And over here, revalidate mode on submit. And this should be good. So so we'll do this, copy that, and just destructure it for all of this. There we go. Anson. Username already exists. Let's do Anson11. There we go. Perfect. I create the account if I do Anson11. Password. Oh yeah, we got to change the login form field as well. So let's do that as well. Okay, cool. So yeah, we got a lot of good refactoring done for our forms. So that's pretty good, pretty good. Not too bad, not too bad. Let's go over here, refactor, register form, and add error. Error text. Oh wait, shit, I forgot to include those other two. There we go. Let's go into the login form and refactor that real quick. I'll do the same thing, just stay more consistent. So the nice thing is now we can actually go back into our code base and refactor things that we need to do, which is good. You need to change the register to also immediate login, otherwise you just get pissed. Yeah, that's true. We could do that. We could do that. Let me add that to my Asana board, because that's also good UX as well. Because, you know, some people don't like, you know, registering and then logging in. I mean, we will add a CAPTCHA soon for the login page. So I wonder, like, we would have to probably add the CAPTCHA too for the register as well. I think we'll add a CAPTCHA for registering and logging in. All right, take it easy, Hushi. What's my typing speed? My typing speed is 101 words per minute. Or yeah, words per minute, yeah. All right, so let's change this up a little bit. Let's do return form. Or let me just copy everything over here. Cool. And I'll just do the same thing that I did. I think for login form, I'll just leave this alone. I'm not going to do anything with that. But we'll change this from type to text, ID, username. And I do need to change user credential parameters. Oops. Can you do a 1-minute typing test? Don't you think that warning should only show when user clicks sign up button without all credentials? I'm not sure what you mean. Sure, I can do a typing test right now. I did one last time. I'll do another one again. Alright, let's do one real quick. Let's do 2-minute typing test. Well, actually, we'll do 1 minute hard. Is there like even harder? Professional. Coding. I don't even know what's the difference between all of these. We'll just do hard. Let's see. Yeah, but last time I did this, it was like about, I don't know, like 101 words per minute. On average though, like when I'm actually coding, I don't actually talk, or I don't actually type that fast. Because sometimes it's hard to, like, you know, think and type while you're actually typing at the same time. So. But people always ask me, like, do I type with, like, how many fingers do I type with? I usually just type with only 2 fingers. At most, and I just reserve my thumbs for the spacebar. There we go. Let's see what's my result. 105, new record. Or wait, 103. So because of the typo, so 103, new record. Nice typing speed. Thank you, gamers. I meant your warning already popping up without even entering anything. It should be shown when user clicks sign button and gives feedback without missing credential. Let me see. Let me just fix this real quick. Where is the login page? There we go. Okay. So what do you mean, like when they enter something? Oh, what do you mean, like when they enter something? Because it only shows when I click create my account. Of course, it's going to show up the error. If I type something, right? Not really sure. Damn, bro. How will I get that speed? I am on 50 words per minute. I would just say just keep practicing. Like, I mean, keep in mind that I've been using a computer since I was like 7 years old, which was like been 15 years already. So I've been using a computer since I was a kid. So it's just years of like typing and stuff. Samal, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. I mean, to be honest with you though, like I've been typing pretty fast since I was a kid. So I would say when I was like maybe like 11 or 10 years old, I was already typing like over like for a while though. Make the form check the error after touch. He means the error shows red without even visiting field. Well, I mean, if you click create my account, it's going to show the error. And right now we set the mode to revalidate when you what's it called? When you submit, right? And the reason why we set it to submit is because otherwise it will just keep spamming the API with this username field. So I have two options, right? I could just avoid using React hook form with the username field and then create my own form field. And basically what I could do is I could use the debounce hook to call the API to check the username. Or I could just do it like this. If I revert back to what it was before, where it will validate it based off of the onChange event, that means that I don't need to create my account to submit, or I don't need to click on this button again to get rid of the validation errors, if that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, let me see what happens when I change it to blur, though. On blur. I personally like it better with onChange, but I also don't want the API to be spammed with the username. Do you think this is better? I think this is better, right? What do you think? On blur. I think on blur is better. What do you think? What do you guys think? If I do this, it'll call the API. I think on blur is better, right? What do you guys think? You are starting using a computer when you're 7 years old. It's been 15 years. Sorry, not 15. 17 years. So I'm 24. I'm turning 25 soon. So it's been 25 minus 7. 18 years. 18 years. The only fields that the only revalidate that the support is on blur, on change, and on submit. So I think we'll go with on blur, honestly. Cool. There we go. Am I married? I am not married. Happy birthday in advance. Thank you. Would it be better to have validation on the front end? Well, you have to validate on both front and back. If you only validate front end, anyone could just go to the network tab, take a look at what requests, where the URL, the requests are being sent, and they could just spam the API with broken data. So you have to validate on front and back end, which is what we're doing right now. We are validating on the front end to provide a good user experience, and we're validating on the back end as well. What am I drinking? I am drinking water, ice water. Anson, I have a friend who wants to be a doctor, and he is currently 16, but he skipped grades now in college. Isn't that sounding impossible? No, I don't think so. I mean, there's lots of people who are very talented, very smart, and they just know what they want to do at a very early age. So, yeah, you know, more power to him. Do I have a job? I do have a job. Which toaster are you using here? Use the exclamation mark specs command to get my computer specs. You get your first computer at 7, and I am 18, and I get my first computer 3 minutes ago. Well, I mean, when I was 7, I didn't really have a computer. I just used the computer that was my brother's. It was like the family computer. And when I was like 12, I was using like some beat up Gateway laptop. I don't even know, like some of you guys might know Gateway brand, but that was the first laptop that I had, and the keyboard was broken. Like it was all like broken, you know. So yeah, I mean, yeah. I didn't build my first computer until I was like 18 years old, and I bought the computer with my own money that I earned from the job that I worked. But you know, like, as long as you just work hard in life, as long as you just save up money, work hard, you'll be able to afford anything that you want. All the warnings are popping in the start. I think you just want after something in the field. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, the only reason why they all appeared was because they clicked on the button. That's the reason why. Like, for example, it doesn't appear randomly. Like, if they click create my account, all of the errors will appear, you know? And as you're typing stuff, it will disappear. How long have I been coding for? 6 years. 6 years now. Did Willie go to school for computers? I did go to school for computer science. Cool. All right, so we're good with that. Let me just write a quick change so I know what I changed. Where is it? Over here. Oh no. Okay. Let's see. So for login, it'll be username instead of email. So let's do this. Username, username, password should be fine. All right. So Anson 101 password. I don't even know what I use for the password for the account. Okay, backend is obviously going to throw an error because we're not using username right now, so we'll have to fix that. So we'll go to the backend right now. Or actually, wait, I spoke too soon. Let me do this real quick. Login form. Let's go over to handle submit. Post login user. User credential parameters is username and password. Okay, so the backend needs to take in username and password. So let's go over here. So we're at the login route. We're gonna need to go into our passport strategy file. And by default, passport uses username and password as the two fields. Since we're using email, we had to provide this username field to email. So let me just go over here. Just remove that real quick. Man of Bad Fields, good evening, by the way. Thank you. You too, man. How are you? My first Me computer was a Spectrum ZX80. It was a build-it-yourself. I had access to my dad's Commodore PET before that. I remember my brother and my dad, they had like those old-ass gateway, like those big-ass gateway computers, like with the big, like with those like the original, like I don't know how to explain it, but like it was that really old Windows 95 keyboard. Any tips for a beginner trying to learn React? Just make sure you know the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript first before you dive into React. Would you say that your teachers in college taught you everything? I actually never went to any of my computer science classes, and what I did was I just self-studied the material that they posted on Blackboard. If you guys don't know what Blackboard is, it's just basically an application that users or students can access all the course material. And now you're probably wondering, why did I skip classes? Well, the reason why was because going into the lecture and just listening to the instructor reading off slides was just a waste of my time. And I told myself, I was like, what's the point of me being here when I could just do other things with my time? So what I did was I would just go to the library. I would just read the material. I would practice coding, right? I would just practice coding, and that did me wonders compared to just sitting in the classroom, like just reading what the teacher is reading off the slides. And there was a lot of students that did that. They would go into the class, and just like listening to what the teacher was reading off the slides. I'm like, you could just do that on your own time, Like there's no difference than doing that on your own time than doing that in class. So I stopped going to my classes and I would just self-study. I would just do all the projects. I never missed a single project. I never missed a single deadline at all. I made sure all of my projects were submitted on time. And I ended up doing really well in every single one of my classes. So the only classes that I never skipped over were my math classes, because for math classes, they're different because I actually felt like I needed to be in person to actually understand what was going on. Like I never skipped any of my math classes. I never dared to skip a single math class at all, right? It was a forbidden rule for me to skip math class. If I skipped math, that was bad news for myself. But they didn't consider attendance, so it didn't really matter too much. So, but of course, if they did, then that would be bad for me. So, yeah. But yeah, like I never went to my intro to comp sci class. The first day, the professor had a really bad accent, and I couldn't understand what the professor was saying. And from the very first day, I knew that there was no way that I was going to pass this class if I just relied on the professor. So I told myself I'm just going to go ahead and take the textbook that costed $200 that we were required to pay for, right? And college does this. Like college, what they do is they force you to buy textbooks, and if you don't buy it, because usually when you buy the textbook, you also get access to the online homework that they require you to do. Like if most of you might have heard of, like, I forgot what it was called, like My Programming Lab. There was something for math. I forgot what it was called. But they basically force you to pay for it, so that way they can make money off of you. And if you don't pay for it, that's like 20% of your grade. So I was like, I'm already paying for this textbook. Why don't I actually just read it? So I started reading the textbook, and I had people in the same class as I was. They were like, dude, how are you so good at this? And like, keep in mind that all I just did was I just read the textbook. And then they're asking me like, how do you know the material so well? And I just said, I just read the textbook. I just read the textbook. And they looked at me as if I was like telling them, like I was speaking to them in hieroglyphics. I was just like, I mean, you're already paying $200 for the textbook. You might as well read it, right? And they looked at me with shock that I would even dare to read a book that I bought for $200. So yeah, that was my experience. But yeah, yeah, like, and ever since that first day, I knew that there was no way that I was going to pass this class if I only relied on the professor. So I never went to that class after like the third time. And I just said, okay, you know what? I'm going to read the textbook. I am going to do all my homeworks. I'm going to read the textbook. I'm going to practice. And it worked out well for me. It worked out really well for me. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And when I was reading the textbook, right? That was when I realized, I was like, I could literally just teach myself how to do web dev. And that was when I realized, I could just literally go on Code Academy and just learn how to code in HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And that's exactly what I did. They never had IT university or college course or even internet when I learned. Yeah, that's true. Isn't session-based auth with more secure with JWT? No, not really. My family, since my father's and mother's grandparents are with medical, even my sister's 25. She is in middle school and someone doctor. Yeah, I mean, you should do what you want to do. Like, don't pick doctor just because your parents want you to do doctor, Because it's your life at the end of the day. Can I ask what your GPA? My GPA when I graduated was 3.6. Hi Gravity, welcome back. How are you? But filtering what to read and how to read is the hard part. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so we've successfully migrated to password login, which is good. So now let me try to log in from the front end now. So let's log in Antin333. And it should redirect us here. Perfect. So the rest of our application is working good. And we can commit our changes, and we just need to migrate every single property in our code base. But before I do any other changes, though, I do want to write some test cases, end-to-end test cases for the backend. Maybe not right now, but I definitely do want to do something for the front end, though. So give me 1 second. Okay. Ramlal Ki Behen, how are you? Yeah, it was a 3.6 out of 4. Thanks, doing good. Where's you my back number you? I'm doing good. Hello, friend. I want to learn React. Do the React command. Do ! React to get the React crash course. Do ! React. You from Canada? No, I'm from America originally. I have been to Canada though. I went to Toronto. I've been to Toronto, and I think Toronto is a nice place. I've been there before. There we go. It should give you the React course that I made. It's function based. I don't think I use classes in that. I don't think I use classes in that tutorial, so don't worry. Let's see. Holy shit. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, that was thunder. That was thunder. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a monsoon or like some heavy rain in a couple of minutes. Let me see, what does it say? It says severe thunderstorm warning. Always love that. It's gonna rain pretty heavy for the next 4 hours, which is good though, because here in Arizona we are definitely extremely dry, and our water is decreasing every single year, so we definitely need more and more rain. So I'm gonna just do a simple test real quick for register form. So let me see. I haven't wrote this test case for a while, so. What's your favorite thing about coding live streams? Honestly, such a good idea. I just like being able to just, do something that I love and just chat with people and answer questions and provide resources to people who are new on how they can learn X, Y, and Z. So that's just really what I like about it. Okay, so I think I remember last time I did this a while ago. Let me see if I can remember this real quick. I think I need to render this with a router. So let me do this. Or let me see, router, we need the router. Yeah. So let me do this. Const memory history equals create memory history from the history API. We'll also import router as well. I think it's browser router as router. And what I'll do is I'll render router. And I think that should probably take care of that. There we go, should render form field, perfect. So, good. So I think what I'll do is this. Let me do this. There's different types of browser tests. The one that I will do is, I'll do a snapshot test, so that way we'll know when something changes with the UI. And then later on, maybe in another stream, I'll show you guys how to use something like Cypress, which is what I currently use to test my, do like, end-to-end testing. Because right now we're just doing unit testing for our React component. So let me do spec.tsx. Changes to that. Of course, I remove that. That will throw an error. Yep, perfect. I also like how it's fast too. And there was a prop that I need to pass in, but I think they may have removed this in React Router 6, I think. Might have removed it, so we don't need this actually. Hi Hiron, how are you? What's a good way to get in contact with you to learn what I'm trying to do? We have a Discord server. If you want, you can join the Discord server and post your question on the Discord server. What's going on, Joe? How are you? Okay. Okay. So here's what I'll do. Let's do this. Let component. This will be of type render result. They remove this from. There we go. Should still be there. Render result. And so what we'll do is we'll use the before each hook. So before each test, we'll render register page. So let's do render. Okay. Since when was this forbidden? I guess it's forbidden. Last time I tried it. I mean, I can always disable it, but I guess we shouldn't do that. Just not clear all mocks. I guess we shouldn't do that. Okay, that's fine. Const render page. What's going on over here now? Sometimes I really hate ESN so much. You should need the structure or name one view. Okay, view. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go ahead and just do this. I'll do a snapshot test first to match snapshot. And let's run the test again. Now you can see one snapshot written. Let's look at the snapshot. You'll see that we can see that our HTML is all over here, so we can use snapshot tests to ensure that there are no random changes happening to our UI. So if something were to change, so let's say for example right now, if I were to change something with the register form, or if I were to change something with the register page, the snapshot, it will throw a snapshot error. So this is a good way to make sure that no random changes are happening to UI. So for example, if I throw in an H1, our test is going to fail. Okay. And it's telling you that there are changes to the UI. So that's a good way to tell if something should not be there or not. So what I'll do now is we'll just do that for a snapshot test. But now let's write a meaningful test. So let's do this. What I want to do is I want to test this. So what I want to do is I want to make it so that when I click on create my account, I see all of the errors on the screen. So we'll write a test case to make sure that happens. So what I'll do is I'll say it should display all errors when submitting with empty fields. With all empty fields. So when it comes to your test cases, you also want to make sure you're writing descriptive test cases, like short and concise, like how you would write a commit message. So what I want to do is I want to render out this component, okay? And what I'm going to do is I want to actually check to see if the error message is in the DOM. So what we can do is we can actually use this, we can actually use a function called getByText. And I think that should actually, well actually here's what we got to do. First, let's actually get the button first, create my account. So there's actually this function that we can use. It's called getByButton, I think. Let me see, view getButton. Let me see. Find all by role. I think it was by role. Yeah, find by role. And then you could pass in button. And then there was actually an option that you could pass in the name of the button. So you can name it create my account is the name of the button. So create my account. Okay. And we should probably also assign this, but I think there's also get by role as well. It seems like they're suggesting to use screen get by role, so we'll do that, I guess. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do const submit button is equal to screen get by role, and then what we can do is we can reference that button over here, and I can go ahead and click on it. Okay, and so when I click on it, we can actually just call click on it, or we can use the user event. So let me show you this. It'll probably throw an error though. Try running the test again. Yeah, there we go. So let's click on the button and let's do this. So what I'll do is when we click on the button, I want to make sure that the UI has all of these fields being displayed. So what we'll do now is we'll just go ahead and call getByText. So I'll do const username error equal to screen getByText. And I just pass in the text, so I can just say username okay. And then what I can do is I can just use the wait for. So let me make this an async function, and we'll do await wait for. So import wait for from testing library. And what I'll do is I'll wait for, and we basically want to wait for the username is required to show on the screen. So what I'll do is I'll expect username error to be in the document. And so this error, should pass. Let's see. Now it's saying unable to find element. But it should be here somewhere, I think. Let me double check. Submit button dot click. I think maybe what I have to do is this. prefer find my text query we're using wait for. Error to be in the document. Okay, there we go. So it's over here, but like it's just the what's it called? It's just the it's case sensitive, of course. So the test should pass now, as you can see. Yep, the test passed over here, which is pretty good. Okay, so basically we can see that username is required is in the document when we actually click on the create my account. So this actually unit tests ensures that the form is actually showing the correct error whenever we click on the submit button without actually entering a valid value in the field. Okay, and we can also do the same thing for every other error message as well. So I can also do other things such as const first name error, basically screen.find by text first, and I think it's first name is required. Yeah, we also have to match the let me show you over here. So whatever we have this as, we have to actually match that because it is case sensitive. I mean, although it is capitalized in the document, as you can see, because we're using CSS, but it doesn't care if it's capitalized using CSS. So you have to actually be specific. So first name is required, then last name is required. We'll do the same thing with that. So const last name error equals await screen.find by text. And we'll do the same thing for password as well. Password is required. Let's go over here and get the password. Wait screen.find by text. There we go. And so what we could do is we can just wait for all of these to be in the document. So we'll do expect username error to be in the document. We can also expect first name error to be in the document as well. If I save, I think we might not be able to. Yeah, we cannot do multiple assertions, but I could do that over here though because we've already waited for this. So if I run the test, it should pass. If I do not to be in the document, it'll throw an error because it is in the document. As you can see, expected document not to contain element, found the element over here. So obviously that is working really well. And we could do the same thing for last name error and password error. There we go, and all of our assertions are good. So you can see that our test is passing. So this is how we can write a simple unit test for our form. So we could also write other more specific scenarios too. So for example, I can click on the create my account button, and then I can focus in here, type something, and then leave focus, and then the error should go away. So we can write a test case for that. So what I'll do is, let's write another test case. It should not display error after submitting and removing focus. So what we'll do is, let's go over here. Let's go over here, call a function. So what we'll do is we'll find the button in the DOM, well, in the rendered element, and we'll go ahead and click on the button, and then what we'll do is we'll check to see if the username error is there, and then what we'll do is we'll leave focus from the username. We'll type something, we'll leave focus, right? So if I look over here, right, if I click submit, now if I type something, now let's say for example, if I leave focus, the error is still there, but if I type something then leave focus, the error goes away. Now what if I typed 1 and I leave focus, it'll revalidate again. So we can test different scenarios based off of that. Madi, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream, man. How's everything been for you? How has everything been, my friend? I hope all is well. I hope all is well. Okay, so here's what we'll do. it should display it should click okay. Do you have any design in Figma or anything? I do have it in Figma, yes. So let me go ahead and render our page. And so what we'll do is we'll get the button. And the thing is, like, we don't even need to specify the name because there's only one button in the DOM anyways, so that's okay. So what I'll do is I'll do expect, or let's do submit button dot click, and what we'll do is we'll expect the username to be in the we'll expect the error for the username to be in the DOM. So do const username error equals await screen dot find by text username is required. Okay, let's make this an async function. And we'll do await, wait for, because we have to wait for it to appear because it is asynchronous. Okay, so you need to use the wait for function. So expect username error to be in the document. Okay, then what we'll do is we will go into, we'll basically find the input field. So what I'll do is I'll find this username field, and the way that you can find fields in React testing library is you can go ahead and search for find by, I believe it's find by role. I think you can do find by role. Actually, no, find by label text. I believe, yeah, find by label text is what I think you can use to search for an input field. And so what I'll do is I'll search for that input field. Yeah, find by label text. Yep, actually I'll use get by label text instead. And so all we have to do is just pass in the label name. So whatever our label name is, we'll pass that in. Okay, so we know that the label name is just username, right? So I'll just do username. Okay, so let's go ahead and do const username field equals screen.get by label text. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and do username field. And then what we can do is we can actually use user events to actually type stuff into this field. Okay, so what I can do is I can do this. I can reference user event, which is actually, let me go over here. User event. So I can reference user event, and I can do a lot of stuff, right? I can do stuff such as typing. I can paste. I can click on it. I think what we'll do is we'll type. So we'll do user event.type. We'll pass in the element, so username field. And then what I'll do is I'll just paste in the string that I want to type. So what I'll do is I'll do 4 characters because we need the minimum length to be 3, or yeah, 3 or more, right? So we'll just do hello world. And now what will happen is this: when I type, we'll wait for the error to go away. Or actually, we have to leave focus as well. So let's do this. Let's do this. So now what we have to do is we have to leave focus. So after we type, I think what we need to do is we need to leave focus. So there should be a way to focus to leave focus, I think, with React testing library. I think maybe I could probably tab or unhover. I'm not too sure. Let me see. I could also just focus on another element as well. Or I could also just click on the button again. Right? There's many different ways that you can test this out, but we want to test when we leave focus. What are you using to create the tests? I'm using Jest. React testing library and Jest. We'll note in the React testing library, leave focus. So I think what I could do is I could probably do username field. There should be a way to leave focus, I think. Let's see. I could all, yeah, you know, I think what I'll do is I'll just focus on something else. So let's do this. With this const first field equals screen get by label text first name. So let's just get that. Yep, first name. Yep, label over there. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll type, and then what I'll do afterwards is I'll do first name field dot focus, and then what we'll do is we'll do await wait for expect username error not to be in the document. Hopefully that works. Let's see what's going on. Not to be in the document. Let's see why is it failing. Might need to should submit empty username field. Well, let's see what's going on. So I can see that the username is not in the DOM anymore. I'm not sure why. Let's see, what is username error? Username is required. Okay, so that's definitely not in the DOM, but I'm not sure why it is throwing the error. Found span this instead. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? Yeah, I know what it is. We're still rendering. Yeah, we gotta fix this actually, because we're still rendering the error. So we actually need to do this conditionally. So let's do errors dot password, and you have to render input error conditionally. Yeah, that's the reason why. So let me actually just fix that real quick. That should be a very simple fix. Let me do this. Password and oh wait, this is errors.first name. There we go. Let's fix that, and let's fix this right over here, because it's still rendering that input error, but it just has no text, so we have to fix that, of course. Let's go over here and let's do the same thing. Errors.username, and there we go. So that should fix that, and our test should not be any different. So let's see what's going on with our tests. Snapshot test is obviously going to change, of course. So I think I'll update the snapshot real quick. And let's see what's going on. So expected document not to contain element found span instead. Yes, that span is still there. That is quite interesting. Errors that first name. Huh, interesting. Oh, wait. Hold on. What's going on? User is required. First name field focus. I have to do a user event. I'll tell you. I'm not sure why this test is failing though. Error connect refuse. Can you add all users to a default public room? What are you talking about? That's interesting because I don't see the actual error. I don't know why React testing library is complaining about that, because the actual span isn't even there. So I don't know why it is even talking about that. That's so weird. Found SCJSFMEI. The error should have went away. That's so strange. Like even in the actual DOM itself, I don't see that. So I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is the case. That's so weird. Huh, interesting. Why is this? Let me see something. Or popular room suggestions. I'm not really sure what you mean. Are you talking about like the chat app that we're building? Like if we should add all users to a single room, or huh, interesting. I think I might know why this is happening. So let me see. So I'll type and I'll click on another field. And then what I'll do is probably this. I'll do expect let me do this. There's another function that I can import. Let me see. Wait for element to be removed. There we go. Yeah, wait for element to be removed. So I do wait for element to be removed. And I can use this to wait for the username field to be removed. So let's see. We can do screen find by text. Username is required. This should do the trick. Query by text. Hopefully this works. Fingers crossed. There we go. Okay, awesome. So yeah, that works really, really well. So basically, we're waiting for username is required to be removed and screen query by text. Awesome. Now, of course, if I remove this part over here, it will not be removed. It should throw an error. Yep, you can see that it's waiting for it to be removed, but it has not been removed yet, which is good. And I don't think I need to really click on this. I can just type, but I need to actually type and focus on a different element. So let me try this. Yeah, it should throw. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll type and then I can just focus on another element. And then that should go away. The error should go away. Yep, perfect. Cool. So we have that. And we can also do the same thing for all the other fields as well. But this is just a simple unit test for now. So just some rooms to join when they first sign up, login. I don't know. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, rooms are private. Like, they're private to the people who are, creating them, So it doesn't, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no, I mean, once we implement something like communities, which we will at some point, I'm going to implement something called communities in our chat project. And that is when we'll have, like, communities where they can be public and then they'll be able to join those communities. But groups are mostly private, though. What's going on, Koi's? GG, how are you? Yeah, I don't have any Twitch chat commands enabled at the current moment. But the project is open source, though. It's on the description of my YouTube. I can send it to you in the Twitch chat. Let me see. Copy link address. Let's see. Not sure what's going on with that. Let me see. I think this is good for now for just some simple tests. So we'll just leave this alone for now. Let me just do this. Let's fix that. There we go. So that should be fixed. And we have some simple unit tests. We'll write some Cypress tests later. We'll save that for another day. Okay. Let's see. Controller. All right, I'm going to bed. Have a great September 11th. All right, take it easy, Derek. Good night. Your VS Code is so fluid. Thank you. My autocomplete is so show, lol. You mean slow? Hi, the droid, how are you? How's it going, the droid? Hi Usama, how are you? Okay, so when we search for recipients, it should return based on username. So let's go over here, search users, user.username, like query. So create query builder, user where statement, query, select user.username. I think that should be fine. Yeah, they're all rendering, it's trying to render the emails, but we should render the username on the front end. Which chat are you reading? I'm reading my YouTube chat right now, because I'm on both platforms right now. Recipients, where's the... Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like this recipient result container, to be honest with you. Like, I personally don't really like how this looks. It should normally, right now, it should be rendering the, well, let me just fix this real quick. Because right now it's rendering the email, but of course there's no email. Let me actually just modify the user type as well. So email is still there, but username is currently going to be string. And email should probably also be undefined as well. Hey Akshat, how are you? Welcome to the stream. And so what I'll do is I can then just go over here and reference user.username. And now you'll see all the usernames are appearing over here when I type this. And I also need to make it so that the chip also renders the username instead of the email. There we go, see? So we have username feature working pretty well. Though I don't really like this search feature though. I don't really think this should actually be replaced with friends instead of all users in the database. Are you following a tutorial right now or just reading NestJS docs? No, I'm actually just building this on my own with no tutorial. I mean, we've been doing this for the past, I think today's like what, day number 20, and we've been doing it since then. I have not watched a single video or yeah, I haven't watched a single video at all for this. The only thing that we do is just either reference a NestJS doc or some Stack Overflow, which is normal. But no, I'm not like sitting down and watching a tutorial and doing this at the same time. Let me see. So yeah, we'll do usernames instead. But we, instead of searching for the users, all the users in the database, I think what I'll do is I'll have to change this to searching for friends instead. But now I feel like that would be a little bit more difficult to search for friends, because now we have to make sure. Well, here's the thing, like the way that we are searching for friends would be a lot difficult, because I would have to make sure I would have to check to see. Yeah, it'd be a lot more difficult, honestly. So I think what I'll do instead is I won't actually render out the users like this anymore. I'll just make it so that way they'll enter the user's username. Because we have to search to see if they are friends with that person, right? But it would also make sense to actually show all their friends. So that's why I'm not really too much of a fan of doing it like that. But how would I search for the user's friends though? Right? Because we'd have to fetch for their friends, but we would have to also make sure we're fetching based on either the sender or the receiver. So that means I'd have to search to see if the name is sender or receiver. But then we wouldn't know whether or not who the user is. So that's why I am, I mean, I could always just fetch all their friends. I could always just fetch every single one of their friends and just filter it out. That wouldn't be a hard thing. I could always just do that. I could always just fetch all their friends. Get all the instances based on whether I could always just filter it out manually instead of using the database. What do you think about Elasticsearch? I don't really know too much about Elasticsearch, unfortunately. Ari Gabi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? I can always just fetch every single friend, because we can also set like a max limit of friends to 200, right? We can fetch all the friends, and we can fetch all the friends and do it that way. Fetch every single friend, and then let the search happen on the front end, if that makes sense. Not sure. Not sure, honestly. But though I think for now what I'll do temporarily is I'll just make it so that you have to enter the recipient's name, and we'll do some validation on the backend to check to see if they are friends with you. And if they're not friends with you, we'll just throw an error. I think for now I'll just do that instead of just doing it like this. Because there's no way that we will allow people to just randomly send conversations to people who are not friends. So, oh, specs. It's !specs, and the operating system I'm using is Windows 10. Yes, Windows 10. There we go. Okay. Cool. So. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get rid of a lot of stuff, but it's just hard because there's just so many things that we have to refactor. I guess what we should start with is maybe conversations. Yeah, I think we'll start with Conversations API first. We'll migrate Conversations API first, and then we'll slowly work our way towards groups, and then from groups we'll do Conversations first. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove this. Let's see. All right, so we'll start with the Conversations API, I guess. Any stickers in your chat app? Not yet, not yet. Not yet. Do you show me final product? This is what the app looks like right now. I did have to drop a lot of data earlier, but let me see if I could do this real quick. Yeah, the conversations feature is broken right now, so we do need to migrate it in order for it to work. But basically what I could do is I'll just show you guys real quick. So I can go ahead and sign up. So let's do username. And so what I can do is I can go over here and I can send friend requests. Like I said, right now it's currently based on email, but we have to migrate it to username. So we actually have to migrate everything over, because otherwise, like, everything else is broken right now without the migration. So we'll have to fix we'll literally have to fix everything. So create conversation DTO needs to be username. And let's go over here. Let's go over here. So this will be username. And what we'll do is we'll find the user based off of the username. So it's the same logic, we're just changing the property. So we'll find user by username. Okay. If there is no recipient, we'll throw a recipient not found. We also want to make it so that if the user is not friends with that user, then they cannot send a conversation. So I'll write a note over here. Okay. Cool. So right now we'll just do if user ID is equal to recipient ID, cannot create conversation because you cannot create a conversation with yourself. Okay. If the conversation is already existing, it'll throw an error. If the, right over here, then we'll create the conversation over here, and then we'll just literally create the message, and then we'll say, okay, cool. So now this should work. We just fixed create conversation. Cool. So that should fix it, though. I will need to fix one more thing. We're doing recipient.email. It should be recipient.string. So let's go over to exists. Not here. Where is it? It's the exists API. Yep, so instead of recipient.email, it should be username and recipient.username, like that. We're using TypeScript. Your personal website times out. Yeah, I know. I accidentally shut off my server when I was trying to shut off the server that I was hosting this app with, and I didn't have a chance to turn it back on yet. But don't worry about it though. Let's see. All right, there we go. All right, so I should be able to create a conversation right now. So I'll show you guys it through the API. So right now, create conversation. Before it was done through email. Now we're just doing it through username. So you'll see that in the front end, I should receive a WebSocket. But first, let me just log in though. I don't even know who my users are. Let me just check. Select from users. Oh, whoops. Use chat app TB. You turned 9 today. Happy birthday to you, man. I don't even know who I'm logged in as right now. Where are you hosting the chat app? I am hosting it on DigitalOcean, but it's not online right now. All right, so I'm going to log in as Ants in the dev right now. So let me just log in real quick. Ants in the dev. Password is password123. Hit send, and we are logged in as Ants in the dev. So now what I'll do is I'll create a conversation with someone else that is in the server that's logged into our app. They're not logged in, but like that exists. So we'll do Ants55. So normally you would do this through the UI, but because we have to do a migration, we can't do it through the UI, but just to show you how this works. If I do this, let's see what's going on. Username must be an email. Oh yeah, let's fix that real quick. So let's go over here. Create conversation DTO. So let's remove this is email because we no longer are using the email. Okay. Click send, and you can see that it creates a conversation between these two users. And if I refresh, I can see the conversation, and the sockets should not be broken in any way. But I am rate limited though right now. But yeah, we're slowly like migrating everything over to usernames though. You could filter recipients list for conversation so it only contains friends. Well, we want to make it so that you can only send messages to people that you're friends with. So if the conversation exists, then that means that it is assumed that you are friends with that person. And if you unfriend the person, then you'll still be able to see that conversation because that conversation belongs to both of you. What are you using for notification system? Right now we're using Toasts. Later on we will have browser push notifications. Okay. So let's go over here. Let's see. So we're able to create a conversation, so that's good. If I try to create the conversation that exists already between two users, it will say conversation exists, so that's good. So we're able to fetch conversations as well, so that's also good. Okay, no problem fetching conversations. This is conversation 1. Okay. Cool. So I think that's fine for now. I don't think there's really anything else that we need to change for that. I can also just check. Let me change this to user.username instead. Just change that to username for now. Oh. Okay, so for add group recipient, it's instead of email, it should be username. Okay, so let me just go back to the front end real quick. And right now for friends, we are rendering out email. We should render out username instead. And the on submit for create conversation, this should be selected user.username instead of email. And when we create the group form, instead of user, it should be user. Instead of email, it should be username. I don't know you, but I was waiting for this stream. I think I mean you. I've seen you before, Aaron. Don't mean to distract you from your work. You're fine. What is that theme on your VS Code? Use the exclamation mark theme command. Use the exclamation mark theme command. All right. So let me go over here. So we're rendering usernames right now. The API for the users should return. Oh yeah. There we go. Perfect. There we go. So I can go ahead and create a conversation. But right now it's not going to work because what's going on? Username should not be empty. Oh wait, yeah, because when we're sending it, when we are dispatching, yeah, create conversation thunk, it should be instead of email, it should be username, like that. There we go. That should fix that. What's going on over here? Oh wait, we gotta also modify create conversation thunk and modify this. So instead of email, it should be username. There we go. So now that is also, that should fix that. All right. So now if I click this, you can see that it creates the conversation with the user over here. And now let me log in as this person. I think the name was Anson111, though I don't know what the password is. You know what? Let me create another account real quick. So let me just do this. It'll take me some time to get used to usernames. What have I missed? Right now we're just migrating from emails to usernames. So we'll do mark dev. Let's do mark dev. All right. So right now I'm going to go ahead and create a conversation with mark dev. So mark dev, hi. So now watch this. On the right hand side, left hand side, you'll see that a conversation was just created. I can say, hi, how are you? Emojis don't work yet. We're still working on that. It's still in progress, but that's pretty much what we have so far. So yeah, like we pretty much need to just migrate everything from emails to usernames for the most part. But I'm gonna be right back for about 15 minutes. I'm just gonna go take care of something real quick. I'm just gonna go AFK for a bit, so don't go anywhere. I will be right back, and then when I come back, we will continue migrating everything. So don't go anywhere. Done. All right. I will be right back. See you guys later. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. You made me think I was on a Discord call for a second. Oh, because you had it open. Sorry about that. Welcome back. Thank you, Aaron. Alright, let's see. So I'm glad that the create conversation still works and you can still search for users based on their username, which is nice, but of course, like I said, this search feature will be deprecated. Yo, what's going on? Zay, yay, how are you? BRB. Alright, sorry, I just have to check my door real quick. Alright, so let's see, user already exists. Let's see. Do you store passwords and emails hashed in your DB? Yeah, the passwords are hashed. Passwords are hashed. Emails are not hashed though. I like your keyboards. Thank you. Cool. So that works. Okay, so I think conversation is fine, but I think maybe group might also need to be the next one that we have to migrate over. And friend requests, of course. So create friend DTO. Right now it's currently using email. It should be using username. So we'll remove this and we'll remove this as well. Okay. Group recipients should also be via username and not email. So we'll do that as well. Sure. What's your question? What is that injectable thing on the top of the function? It's a decorator that basically tells NestJS that this class itself is injectable, which means that you can inject it anywhere you want in the application, and that it will also store it in the container, so that way it can take advantage of dependency injection. Nice keyboard, bro. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you. I've been here almost every day. You don't stop the grind. Yep, we don't stop the grind. We're always going to be here. I was wondering, how do you tackle profanity filtering? My current approach I found is using ML to classify text. I was just wondering how to deal with the users use different language in English. I'm currently not dealing with that right now. But, so I can't really tell you, unfortunately, how I would do it. But I would probably just use some library to do that, to be honest with you. Why does he have two keyboards? Why do you not have two keyboards? Rawaj. What's going on, A-Switch? How are you? How do you store user information and send messages? They're all stored on the backend, and we use WebSockets as well as HTTP requests. Once this is fully done, will you release it? Commonly asked question. I don't know, honestly. We'll see, though. There's still a lot of security measures that we'll have to take in order to actually release this app. But we definitely won't do it without doing those things first. So, you know, but we'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. I just have my laptop's keyboard. Hey, man, that's all you need is your laptop's keyboard. That's all you need, my friend. Okay. So, let's see. Find user params will need to be changed. User service, we'll leave this alone. Leave this alone. Good enough to make a potato farm. Hey, that's all you really need, right? That's all you really need. Okay, so where is group? Let's go to groups, controllers. Okay, so users needs to be an array of usernames. Okay. So let's go over here. String array of usernames. Okay. So this won't change at all. Do you have a stack? Do you have a monitor with Stack Overflow open on it? I mean, I have 4 monitors, but I don't have Stack Overflow open right now. But if I ever run into an issue, I'll always look up something on Google, and if Stack Overflow happens to be one of the places that has the answer, I'll usually look at it. But so far, we haven't really needed to use Stack Overflow too much. For the most part, the only things that we really needed for Stack Overflow was just for like reassurance for certain things. But I mean, you could also go back and watch all of the other videos that we have done over the past couple of days, and we've gotten a lot of done. But I mean, yeah, like if I need to search for something, I will search it up on Google. Can you add a way to stop incoming friend requests? Yeah, you know what? It's not on the to-do list yet, but that's actually a good suggestion. So I'm glad that you suggested that. So add a way to prevent friend requests. And this will go in conjunction when we implement the user settings page. Are you using observable in your Nest RxJS? I am not using RxJS. Such an awesome dev. Thank you, I appreciate that. Hooray, did you rest? Yeah, I got a good amount of sleep. I'd say so. I got a decent amount of sleep. How about you? Okay, so users promise, params.users.map.username. And what will happen is we'll basically just filter through each user. Well, what happens here is we basically search for all the users in the database. So should be fine from here, I think. I just need to make sure that we're not referencing email anywhere else. Otherwise, yeah, because we need to completely migrate away from email entirely. So let me just go over here. I'm going to leave the tests alone for now. Handle friend list retrieve. This should be user.username. Okay. Find user params. Where is this being referenced? Let's see. Yeah, email's fine as long as username is there. Yeah, it's fine. How many days you need to build this app? What do you mean by that? How many days? Because technically we are done with like the basic features. I'm just adding like more features to the app right now. So the thing is like there's no such thing as being done. How many hours a day can you code productively? I would say probably, I mean, it really depends, right? Because like I've streamed for 20 hours and we got a lot of stuff within those 20 hours. So it really depends. If I'm not streaming, maybe 8 hours a day. I'll limit myself to only 8 hours. And that's just by choice because I don't want to, go overboard. Because obviously I have to take care of my health as well. But I would say, 6 to 8 hours. When did I start my coding career? 4 years ago when I started web dev. You can tell the name of the keyboards I buy for myself. Yeah, sure. I'll give you the links right now. But yeah, I started learning coding in 2016 through the computer science program. And here you go, Lena. I'm going to send you the links right now on Twitch. But I started learning in 2016. You can also read my FAQ as well. There's a bunch of frequently asked questions that a lot of people always ask me. So I decided to make one for those who were interested. And you can learn a little bit more about myself if you'd like. A lone wolf. Will you have a staff to moderate the app to ban harassers, etc. in the future? So what I'll do is I'll probably create, once we create communities, which is going to basically be the concept of guilds and servers in this app. I don't really understand how people can code with mechanical keyboards. You don't like mechanical keyboards? Have you tried Cherry MX Red switches yet? I'm guessing that you don't like them because they feel too hard to press on. Is that right? Is streaming your full-time job? I would say it's my I treat it like a second job. Just for games, I hate them to type. Oh, I see. I just really like mechanical keyboards because of the clicky sound, to be honest with you. Let's see, where else are we referencing email? I think we have fully migrated away from email on the back end, so now we just have to migrate on the front end. So this is for create group form. Yeah, we want to get the usernames. Group recipient add form changes to username. Set username. Moderators. Oh, I mean, if this app gets big, if this app ever gets to a point where it becomes a big startup, I will hire every single one of you if you guys want. I will hire every single one of you to work for Chua Chat API. And every single one of you will make 6 figures a year, 100%. You heard it here, guys. That is my promise to you guys. That is my promise to you all. By the way, Alina, did the link work? Did the link work? If this application ever becomes super big, I am hiring every single one of you to work for this company, and everyone will make at least 6 figures a year or more. No, I'm serious though. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being completely serious, man. Like, you can even clip this and show it to me whenever it happens. I'm not being sarcastic, man. I mean, I know I get I sound sarcastic, but no, I'm actually being serious. Like, I would actually do that. That's my promise to you guys. If this app ever gets big, though. But, you know, right now I'm just, like, having fun, really just building for fun, trying to learn. Like, we do have to implement CAPTCHA very soon because we had a spammer. And, you know, yeah, like, I'm always up for a challenge, you know? So, the person spamming us just gave me more of an incentive to add even more security measures, which is always a good thing. It's never a bad thing to add, you know, useful security measures to your application. So, we're going to have to dabble. That'll basically force me to dabble with, what's it called? To dabble with CAPTCHA as well as CSRF tokens, which I was going to do CSRF tokens at some point. Maybe we might do it today in this stream. I'm not sure though. We'll have to see. But yeah, got a lot of work to do, my friends. I'll make bots for you to help you do some stuff. I'd appreciate that. I would love to work with you. And listen, like, you know, you never know what could happen, right? Like, a lot of people ask me, you know, what is your goals with this project? And right now I'm just saying, you know, I'm really just building for fun. But, you know, you never know, right? You never know what could happen until you actually try. So until you actually try building something out, how would you know what could happen? So who knows, right? I could probably turn this into a multi-million-dollar app, or it could just become a complete failure that could just be used for fun by everyone else, right? You never know. But you will never know until you actually try, my friends. Don't recommend reCAPTCHA. There's many bypasses for it, but I don't need other recommendations, sorry. If you want some sexy form validation that works with dynamic logic and fields, I can hook you up. Sure. Hey, Gravity, how are you? Coding is not a failure if you stay and do nothing. Yeah. But alright, guys, welcome everyone. It seems like we have a lot of new people here, so welcome every single one of you to the stream. If you haven't already, make sure you drop that like button as well as subscribe to the channel. I stream every single day. Usually I'll take like one day off throughout the week, but you can find me here 6 days a week. We're just building up this chat right now. I'm doing some migration on the front and back end. But yeah, just make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already. We're going for 200 likes. Guys, we're going for 200 likes within the next couple hours. So let's try to hit 200 likes and see if we can do it. I know we can do it. Remember the promise, Anthony. Yeah, don't worry, I'll never forget. Where can anyone get remote part-time jobs? Any platform? What do you mean by any platform? Oh, you mean like where would you apply? LinkedIn is a great place. What is your experience? 2 years of software engineering experience. Right now I'm doing developer education right now. But to keep my skills intact and updated, I usually do this to stay up to date with technology. What are you working right now? I'm just migrating away from emails to usernames. Hey, Saurav, how are you? Harish, how are you? I'm doing good. Damanpreet, how are you? Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you all back here again. Nice to see all of you lovely people back. So yeah, we are migrating away from username or email, so now it's only usernames. And I'll turn on the app in just a second, so that way you guys can test it out. So groups should still work just fine. I can still kick users, and I can also still transfer users as well. That's good. And I can now, let's see, what group is group number 1? I'm gonna leave this group, and if I try to revisit that group again, it's not gonna work. So the app still works great after migrating from email to username, so that's good. And I can still send and receive friend requests. I should be able to. Let me log into an account real quick. Anson, do I have a Discord? I do have a Discord. The link is in the description of this video. Or just do !Discord command to get the link. Akarsh, how are you? How are you doing, Akarsh? Can you make it just usernames and not first and last name, but to sign in, use an email password? I think I'll stick with first and last names for now. I don't really see any reason to get rid of that. And I just don't think it's really necessary to get rid of it right now, you know? Who am I logged in as right now? Let me see. Yeah, we really do need a user profile setting. That will make things so much easier, honestly. Let's see. Who am I logged in as? I'm logged in as Anson the Dev. All right, so watch this. I'm going to go ahead and send a friend request to Anson the Dev right now. Anson the Dev. Bam. Friend request coming from Markiplier. Let's reject that. Let's go over to this page over here. Let's send another friend request again. So now the friend request work based on username, so that's good. And there we go. Accept, accept. And now we have Markiplier is online. I can also remove the user as a friend. There we go. So we're done migrating from email to username. Won't that give rise to more spam accounts? I mean, right now it doesn't really make much of a difference because we're not even validating email anyways. But what we're doing is we're migrating to username. And if I were to release the app, I would make it so that they would need to validate their email. And I would probably use SendGrid API for that though. But yeah, I mean, like, the username is just literally just the username. That's public, right? Obviously, we're not migrating away from email. We're not eliminating email entirely. We're just making it so that username is what is publicly accessible to other people, right? And they would still need to, of course, verify their email address that is attached to their account in order to do certain things. Hi, I want to learn a JavaScript framework, but I'm not really sure which one I should learn. Some people recommend Vue, and some people recommend React. Can you tell me your opinion? What should I do? Well, first thing I would say is that if you're absolutely new and you don't know anything about these frameworks, Vue.js and React are both solid choices. I personally learned Vue, and I only did it because I just didn't really want to, you know, be part of the React crowd. I wanted to be different, and so I decided to learn Vue, because all I would hear about is React everywhere, right? And I never really was the person to just follow the crowd. So I decided to just use Vue, and I really liked it because it was really easy to learn. It was really simple. I enjoyed it a lot, and I really liked it. Now, does that mean that you should learn Vue over React? Well, you could, but does that mean React is bad to learn for a beginner? No, because React is actually, I find React very simple to grasp if you're absolutely new, because it's not bloated like Angular is, and there's a lot of easy things that you can grasp with React as a beginner. So I would say that, you know, just pick either one. You can pick either React or you can pick Vue.js. It doesn't really matter, honestly. As long as you're learning something is all that matters, you know? As long as you're learning something, that's all that matters. It doesn't really matter if it's Vue or React. Are you planning to implement 2FA? So I have a list of security measures that I want to add. I definitely want to do CAPTCHA. I definitely want to do CSRF tokens. I definitely want to do two-factor authentication, as well as verification. I probably want to do like one-time password verification, something like that. So that way, like, we can avoid spammers and crap. But we'll see though. We'll see. But why machine? Hopefully that gives you some good insight on what to pick. But regardless of whichever one you pick, it doesn't matter because you'll do fine with either one. So I hope you pick one and enjoy it. I have not used React for a year now. Can you tell me what I should learn? I mean, I feel like you should probably just bring up your skills again with React, right? If you have not used it for a year, you should probably, you know, pick up those skills again, right? I have a React course, by the way. If you guys want, I have a React course. I also have a NestJS course as well, I think. Or is it Nest? So I have a React course and I have a Nest course, and you guys can check it out if you guys want to learn React. It's a very, very good course. I recommend it. Not because only I'm saying it, but I did put a lot of work into it though. So, yeah. Okay. So we have a lot of changes. Let me just go ahead and push all these changes real quick. Seems like everything is working great. No issue so far. And we'll do the same thing with React, of course. So let's just search for email. I think we've done everything already, so that's good. Cool. All right, awesome. So everything still works great. I can still send messages just fine, and I'm still getting rate limited. Good. Is it good for beginners? Yeah, I think so. I think it's good for beginners, definitely. And we can also still delete messages as well, so that's good. Cool. All right. So that's good. Now I did want to go back to excuse me. I did want to go back to the register form, and I did want to make it so that you can actually see the password that you entered. So we'll add an like an eye icon next to password. So watch this. What I'll do is I'll go into the login form. We'll do it for register and login, okay? So what I'll do is for password field. So what I'll do is I'll just add an icon all the way on the right hand side. So let me look for an icon real quick. Is appearing offline on the to-do list? Just think of other things to add. Not yet. I think it actually, yeah, it is. It's on Asana. Which monitor and I'm using? Well, I mean, I have 4 monitors and I'm using all 4 of them at the same time. But yeah, toggling online and offline presence is definitely to do right now. Let me see. Register form. Okay, so let me just go into Google and look for React icons. And let's see. You have 4 eyes, 1 for each monitor. I have 8 eyes because I wear glasses. Did you ever struggle with making friends? When I was in high school, I was a very antisocial, a very socially awkward kid. I didn't know how to socially communicate with people because all I really knew how to do was just play video games and just talk to people online through Ventrilo and Skype. And so making friends IRL was really difficult for me. I remember one time I was 16 years old and I was at this gym, a volleyball gym, and I was drinking water by the water fountain, and someone was looking at me, right? And he was like, "Who are you?" And I said, "I don't know." And I ran immediately out the door as fast as I can in just pure awkwardness because I was just so embarrassed. And he said it. He was like, "You don't know who you are?" And I just didn't look back as I was running. That's how awkward I was when I was a kid. But I eventually made a friend group during my senior year of high school. Let me see which one. I think I'll use this one and this one. Yeah, I'll use this one, this one. So eventually I made a good friend group in high school. And that kind of just helped me blossom from this socially awkward person to someone who actually can properly form coherent sentences. So, yeah, I mean, that's just pretty much how it was back then. So by default, we'll use show password false. I'm wondering, though, let me see if there's like a native HTML API. What is your mouse DPI? I have no idea. Let me check. Logitech, G-Hub. Oh, that's my 1Password. Oh, shit. Don't mean to show that to you guys. Got it. My DPI is 1450 right now. 1450. Imagine if I had leaked all my passwords. That would not have been good. But yeah, like extremely antisocial when I was a kid. And when I went to college, my first year of college in my new university, I made like 100 friends on the first day because, you know, I just didn't really give a shit what people thought. And even now, I still don't give a shit what people think about myself. Even now, I still don't care. And I just think that that's how you should live life, is just not care about what people think about you. Because if you do, you know, like, it's just not gonna do you any favors. Okay, so what I'll do is we'll create this state called show password. And basically what we'll do is when they show the password, when they want to show the password, we'll change type to text. When they hide it, we'll change type to password. Nice. Okay, that's good, man. Fuck 'em. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, like, I used to think that it was always a good idea to make a ton of friends, be that popular person. But you know what's funny was that I remember when I was in college, right? I was always like, man, I really wish I was friends with X, Y, and Z, these certain people. But then, as months go by, I actually hear lots of bad rumors about them. And it makes me wonder if it was by fate that I wasn't friends with them. Because if I was friends with them, it would probably have caused me more trouble than I would have ever been in, right? So sometimes, when I think about that, I don't get upset when certain things are not the way that I want them to be, because you know, I don't have to worry about drama, to be honest. So if show password is true, we'll set the type to text. If it's false, we'll set it to password. And the way that we'll toggle it is we'll use the eye icon right over here. So we'll import these two from React icons. But yeah, that's just how, you know, like that's just, I mean, let's see, I'm 24 now. I'm gonna turn 25 in 2 weeks. That was when I was like 16 years old. So it's been like about almost 9 years since then, when I had that socially awkward instance. But yeah, you know, that's just how it was when I grew up. Why do you choose insert mode? What's insert mode? When you show the password, maybe require the password to see it. Just in case someone goes on your PC and looks through your account for your password. I'm not sure what you mean. Non-insult life requires cope, otherwise you'd be depressed. You know how socially awkward I was? I didn't like, I remember people would insult me and I didn't even know how to react. And so I would just like laugh with them. Because I never really wanted to make enemies with people. So if someone were to ever make fun of me, I would just laugh with them. Because I don't really have time to argue with people about stupid shit. So usually what I do is like, if I like, you'll rarely ever find me in an argument with anyone, because I just don't really have time to, you know, deal with that crap, you know. So I'll usually just say, oh yeah, you're right, and then I'll just like move on. Because who has time for that, you know? Who has time for that? I certainly don't, and I don't think any of you guys have time for that bullshit as well. So why bother, right? Let me see. I think what I'll do is, let's see. Password is on top. Well, label is, yeah, I think I'll wrap this inside here. There we go. And then we'll do AI fill I. There we go. Perfect. And then I'll make this I'll just use an inline for now just to see if it works. And then we'll move it into a styled component. There we go. Perfect. Let me just make sure the width. All right. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. But yeah, let me move this into a style component. Or I could just, or honestly, I could just use a class. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. Insert mode for typing in VS Code. I honestly don't even know what that is, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, nowadays I usually only keep my circle small. I have a small number of friends that I talk to every single day. I used to have, like, when I was in college, I used to have like 50 friends. Like, I had a huge circle of friends, and it was fine. Like, you know, I had a lot of fun. And then after college, you know how they say, like, when you finish college or when you finish high school, all of those friends that you have made, they'll all disappear. I mean, that's somewhat true, but you have to. But it's not that they disappear. It just becomes harder to maintain those relationships. But I can definitely assure you that a lot of the friends that I made in college, I rarely talk to any single one of them. I only talk to maybe like 3 or 4 people nowadays, but that's fine with me because I don't really need to have too many friends, because when you have too many friends, it just becomes hard to like maintain who is actually close to you. So if I have like 2 close friends, which I have like 3 or 4 close friends that I talk to every single day, that are like my best friends, that I would take a bullet for. And I talk to them every single day, so I know who my real friends are. If you have like 20 friends, right, how would you know who's your real friend? You know? So, I mean, I did have 20 friends at some point, right? But I can tell you that of those 20 people, probably none of them would have, probably none of them were actually as close as some of the friends that I have right now. So, it is a misconception that some people believe in society that you need a lot of friends to be seen as the cool person. I just don't agree with that. I'm just going to change this to password container. What kind of games do I play? I used to play CSGO. I used to play a lot of Overwatch when I was a lot younger, like back in 2016. I actually got top 100 on Overwatch back in like 2018, I believe. That was when I was really grinding out the game a lot. You know, I don't play it anymore though, because for me, like, you know, playing that game just caused me too much stress. So that's the reason why I just don't play competitive games anymore. I used to play a lot of competitive games when I was a kid, but nowadays I don't really play too much. These days, I'll usually just play Minecraft. I'll just play, you know, I don't know. It's mostly just Minecraft. I don't really play that many games except for Minecraft or City Skylines, you know, things like that. I don't have friends because I don't find people that I like. Sometimes it's better to be alone or to have little friends. Yeah, you know, like I personally live my life independent. I don't need to worry about other people's problems, except for like my close family and the people that I love, right? Then I'll do everything that I could to make sure they're okay. But you know, sometimes it's just a lot more peaceful when you don't have to worry about those things. So I just, you know, focus on that. I just focus on myself. I don't have to worry about other people. I don't have to wait for other people to do anything that I want to do, right? And it's just, you know, it's just calm. Like, it's just simple. It's just relaxing. You know, like, no need to stress over people bailing on you or people not wanting to hang out. Like, if you don't want to go, then I'll just go by myself, you know? What will you be using for backend? I use NestJS currently. When you're viewing your user settings, you want to look at or change your password, maybe require. Oh, I see what you mean. So basically, if they want to like, yeah, I see what you mean now. Basically, require like a, oh yeah, basically you can require like a one-time password or the current password. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I got stuck once in insert mode in VS Code XD. Yeah, I don't really use Vim too much though. It's a little bit complicated for me. Overwatch is great. Yeah, I love Overwatch a lot. My favorite character is Zarya. I play Zarya all the way to top 500. Programming takes your entire life away if you really want to get into it. I just think that you need to properly balance, you know, like everything needs to be done in moderation. Like, for example, you can see the same thing with food and any activity. Like, you know, even like doing something that's even beneficial for your health, too much of it could be bad. But I would say, like, you know, as long as you limit yourself, then, yeah, as long as you limit yourself, you'll be fine. Let me see. So when I click on the eye, I want to show the password. When I don't, and so when I click on the eye, I want to show the password, and I want to change the icon to the one with the slash. So what we'll do is, if show password is visible, we will render the other icon AI slash or whatever that shit was called, AI outline eye visible, or yeah, I'll do this one. But yeah, I would say like as long as you just moderate it, it's fine. If you don't moderate it, then that's bad, of course. AI fill I. Oh, I already have that already. Wait, I already have that already. All right, so if show password, we'll do AI size 24. Otherwise, we'll render the other one. There we go. So now, if I click on this, okay, so I need to make it so that when we click on one of them, we just toggle. So on click. Let's see. Set show password. So when we click on AI invisible, so this is basically hiding the password, so we'll do false. And then for this one, this will be true. God of War is coming. Your thoughts? I don't really know much about God of War. What mouse do I have? This is a Logitech Superlight. I don't know the exact number, but it's a Logitech Superlight. Let's see what's going on. So this is right now is rendering AI fill I. Okay, cool. AI fill I. So when I click on this, we have to set show password to true. There we go, perfect. There we go, perfect. I can click on it, and I'll also make it. I'll also change the cursor to hover, or cursor to pointer. What mouse do I have? Oh yeah, I answered. Superlight. It's a Logitech Superlight. Does NestJS use WebSocket for communication? I mean, it does have WebSocket, yes. And we are using WebSockets. How often do you stream? I've wanted some programming stream so badly. I stream every single day. Except for maybe 1 out of the 7 days. Depends on how I feel on that day. Though, like for example, usually you'll find me on a Sunday streaming at like 2 a.m. But I didn't stream earlier today because I was just really tired, so I decided not to stream. Mechanical keyboards are great for ASMR programming vids. You think so? Does NestJS use WebSocket for communication? It doesn't use it, but it does have WebSockets. Shouldn't you wrap that icon in a button? That would be good for accessibility. I mean, we could. But I don't really. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, though. But at least it works though, so we can hide it. Cool. So regardless of what you do, so let's do password. That's Username already exists. There we go. There we go. Yo, is that a Logitech G Pro Wireless? I have the same version in white. Yeah, I think so. So it is a wireless mouse though. It's really light too. I like it a lot. Currently, I'm working on an order management system, but I'm stuck with the roles and permissions. This is an in-house project. I don't know how to manage a permission-based layout showing to the user. Yeah, it could be a little bit difficult sometimes with that. It can be a little bit difficult sometimes. Managing rules and whatnot. Okay, so let me just commit these changes. Cool. All right. Pretty good. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's see. So we've already done this already. Let's do this. There we go. Let me just move this over here. And just also set this to this. Okay. So I think maybe what we'll do right now, because we've already migrated everything to usernames, so that's good. I'll deploy this app again and let you guys test it out if you guys want. And then we'll move forward. So how does that sound? I think this app will be better than Discord as it's open source and any bugs, exploits will be fixed faster. The power of open source. Maybe yes, it lasts for a long time. Yeah. I literally charge my mouse maybe like once every like 2 to 3 weeks or so. I should probably hide my keyboard cam too, for now. By the way, are you working these days since you're able to stream for long every hour? Yeah, I work every single day. I treat this as if it's my second job. So I do this and I also work full time at the same time too. For those wondering. By the way, I also added an FAQ command, so if you guys are interested in seeing that, just type the FAQ command and that'll open up the Google Docs. I'm still working on it though, but I just have like some of the most basic questions that I get asked often, so yeah. Check that out if you guys like. Are you a full stack? I do full stack, yes. Maybe add Cloudflare. Yeah, I'll probably do that later. Let's see what's going on over here. Sometimes I hate this shit sometimes. All right. Yeah, we gotta get rid of this crap. So I'm just gonna remove this. Not sure why that was there though, but it's fine. All right, let's see. Hopefully that fixes. All right, that should be fine. All right, let me just go ahead and just write this commit message again. Alright, I'll turn it on in a second. Speaking of full stack, do you have visual talent like artistic skills to manage space layouts stuff? I'm not really a UI person, to be honest with you. I am not really a UI person, if I'm being completely honest with you. But at the company that I used to work at, we did have a dedicated UI team that took care of, you know, that took care of literally all of the design. So we never had to worry about designing ourselves. All we had to do is just write the code. Your resume description seems interesting. Could you share some tips on fine-tuning resume? Less is more, so I'd recommend. Wait, what? No. Less is more, so I'd recommend adding maybe like 3 projects that are really good. And keep it clean and concise, is what I'd say. Keep it clean and concise, because if you have like this resume that's just completely bloated with a bunch of text, usually, like, you know, people are not going to read through that. Keep it short and simple, and that should help. But also, just make sure you add links like GitHub. I would say also adding like a portfolio website would also be beneficial as well, in my opinion. Adding a portfolio website wouldn't hurt. Alright, I'm going to send you guys a link right now, and you guys can test it out. So, wait a minute. It doesn't have latest changes. What the hell? Wait. Give me one sec. Did I not pull the latest changes? Oh, wait. I didn't push the latest changes for the React app. Sorry about that. Sorry. Let me do that real quick. Alright, sorry about that. Just had to pull the latest changes real quick for the React app, and now it should be done. Because it's still using the email. So let's fix that. They also pronounce HTML as hacking tool. Fire tutorial. LML. They are attempting to open a terminal. Feel powerful. Hey Anson, guess who got a job? Did you end up getting it? Was it you? I hope it's you and not someone else. You got it? Nice. Congrats on that, man. That's well deserved. Well deserved, my friend. I'm glad that you got it. Alright, React app should be up right now. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys the link right now. So let me just send you all the link. Alright, here you go. There you go. And I'll also send it on Twitch as well. Can't forget about our Twitch viewers. Can't forget about them. There you go. So there's the link. Check it out. Sign up for an account, obviously. So for example, I'll use my username Anson dev, and obviously I can type in a password, right? If I try to create an account, it's gonna say it must be at least 8 characters. Let's log in. All right, so try to create a conversation with me or someone, right? Just type in my username. Anson is my username. You can also try sending me a friend request as well. Yo, Skinny, what's going on, man? How are you? Or who is Skinny? Right now, it does not use emails, but just don't use your real first and last name. What do you think about putting an app clone on my resume? I don't think that's a good idea, to be honest with you, because I feel like projects should really be unique and creative, and just putting like a clone of like Spotify or Netflix is, I don't know, like I just feel weird about that, you know? I just feel weird about that. I personally wouldn't do it, but if that's what you want to do, I'm not going to say anything. But I personally think that it's not a good idea to put only clones. I mean, I would say, you know, if you actually create a clone, you shouldn't... Okay, here's what I say. If you want to put a clone on your resume, right, you should do it that it should be different than the actual clone itself. Like it should be like something unique compared to, you know, like I don't think you should just like copy. We're not saying you, but I don't think that one should just like, you know, look at a video on YouTube, Twitter clone, copy that, put it on the resume, call it a day. I think that if you want to build a replica of Twitter, have like actual meaning behind it. All right, so I got some friend requests right now, and you can see I can just go ahead and select them, and I can also create a conversation with them, right? So the nice thing is that you can right-click a user that you're friends with and create a new conversation with them, and it'll basically redirect to the page if it exists. If it doesn't, then it won't do anything. Well, it will create the new conversation if it doesn't exist. But yeah, so far, like, you know, the conversation is working fine. Friend requests are working fine. We migrated from username or email to username. And yeah, we'll need to add some email validation at some point, but not right now. Because I'll probably end up using SendGrid's API to do email validation. Let me actually check real quick. My user is Anson. Anson's the username. Anson's my username. Anson. But yeah, I can accept friend requests. I can also add people as well. I can also remove friends as well. So let me remove you guys. And try sending me a friend request again. And you can also create groups too. Try creating a group. So for example, I can do recipient. And it renders all of the usernames now. But yeah, emails should obviously be more personal. So that's why we are moving away from usernames to emails. But obviously, when we need validation or like email validation, or email verification, we'll obviously need to include that. But yeah, I mean, I would say like, if you want to actually make like a clone of a social media, I would say like don't do exactly what Twitter is or Facebook is. Do something that's different, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do something that's different. Is it worth the effort to write a Discord bot in TypeScript since there's practical talks about it? I mean, it's worth it to write your applications in TypeScript. That's what I would say. So it doesn't really matter if it's a Discord bot or if it's an API. TypeScript itself is a great language, and it's going to be dominant in a couple years. Alright, but you can see that I have a bunch of friends right now, and we can just add those friend requests. Oh yeah, there's also a rate limit too, so right now I'm not able to accept friend requests because I'm rate limited, but that's okay. After like 10 seconds, it should be able to be back up again. I joined your Discord. Nice. We actually hit 1,000 members, guys. We hit 1,000 members on the Discord. That's freaking awesome. Our server is growing every single day, which is great in my opinion. I think it's amazing. We're at 1,011 members, guys. We are at 1,011 members. 1,011 members, which means that we can actually apply for server partner. No, you need more members who talk and visit weekly. Okay, we'll get to that point later. But yeah, guys, if you aren't already, make sure you guys join the Discord server. If you aren't already, the link is in the description. Make sure you guys join that Discord server. Link is in the description. You can also use the !Discord command to get the Discord link itself. So definitely check that out. How much do I sleep? I get about 8 hours of sleep a day. About 8 hours. But yeah, make sure you guys all join Discord. Falco12, how are you? Welcome to the Twitch live stream. How are you doing, my friend? Yo, what's going on, Aaron? How are you? Thanks, I'm good. Tired AF. Yeah, I feel that, man. I feel that. Hi Techno, how are you? Welcome to the stream. What are you working on right now? Well, so far what we just did was we migrated away from username or email to username. And so what we were doing yesterday was we were working on user profiles. I still need like a way to show like a default avatar. But for now, what I'll do is I'll fix up the I'll fix up the sidebar a little bit because I don't really like the sidebar. I'll make it a little bit thicker, like a little bit wider, and then I'll fix up this part over here as well. Because yesterday what we were working on is we were working on an onboarding form. So I'll show you what we were doing yesterday. We were working on this, but I figured it doesn't really make sense to like have the user sign up with an email and then have them enter a username. So what I decided to do is I decided to replace email with username, and we'll just allow them to add a profile picture and about yourself later on. So what I think the idea is, what we'll do is when they click on this, it'll navigate them to like a user's profile page, and then they can change their profile picture. They can change like their about me. They can do a bunch of other stuff, similar to how like Discord would do it. Okay, but that's what we'll do. How much do you actually program per day? Well, I mean, I've been programming every single day for like the past 3 weeks, so I guess you could say every single day for about 8 hours or so. You default add a Sasa group and your profile page is right now as a known behavior. How do you show the recipient suggestions on the field list? What do you mean recipient suggestions? Do you mean like right over here? And transfer owner should also work well as well, and I can also leave groups. Yeah, like I think the next thing that we'll do is obviously profile pictures. That's important. I had it working already to save profile pictures to the backend, but I was doing like a quick demo earlier for those who were here earlier. But yeah, hopefully you guys like the new features so far. Hopefully you guys like new features. Are you gonna use S3 bucket? We're gonna use DigitalOcean Spaces. I already have one already set up already. So this is where we're storing all of the profile pictures. Yeah, like you can see that I have some pictures right over here. I have a picture of myself right over here. So we were working on this yesterday, or that's not me, but we were working on this yesterday. And so we'll probably continue with that. Yeah, the app is up right now. The app is up. You can test it out right now if you want. The app is up right now. But yeah, I'm just gonna scratch this entire thing because I don't think this really makes much sense. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna scratch it, but I'm just gonna not finish with that. But let me do a couple things real quick. I am new to the stream. What are you using to create it? The tech stack is listed in the title. React and NestJS are the tools that we're using to create this application. Those are the two tools. All right, where is this? All right, let's go back here. Let's go back here. You can make this chat app just focus for just developers. Yo, Anson, sup? We got the keyboard cam. Yo, what's going on, Elated? Talha, how are you? Do I use Flutter? I've used it before for a hackathon, and I've used it to play around with like some designs and stuff, but I don't really actively use Flutter. I don't actively use Flutter. What did you use for backend? I used NestJS and MySQL for the database. Honestly, I think this actually looks a lot better, to be honest. I don't know. I don't really like the all black background. I think this, I don't know. I feel like this might look a little bit better. I don't know. Maybe we should start working on themes though. But before I do that, I want to add like a settings over here. So let me look for our settings. I love your keyboard. Thank you. Why don't you use classic backend languages like Java, Go, Python? Mostly because I'm just already like good with the languages that I use, as well as the setting, like the languages like I use, the tools that I've used already. Like for example, I have used Spring Boot before, but I'm not that good with it. And this is really the first project that I've been working on. This is like my first project that I worked on for ever since like 7 months ago. So I was really just building this for fun. So I didn't really care about what tech stack I used. I just wanted to use whatever I wanted. But I don't really think it matters too much on what language you use, as long as you just obviously write things in a way that does not bottleneck your entire code base and your database, of course. But I do agree that there are some languages that are a lot more efficient and faster. But, you know, we can always migrate and scale if we need to. Should I learn Flutter as my first development app? You could. You do need to learn. You will need to learn. What's it called? A Dart for that though. You'll need to learn Dart. Am I using Windows 10? Yes, I am using Windows 10. Any reason I didn't use Express? Because NestJS is an actual full, complete framework that has a lot to offer. And so I decided to use NestJS over Express. I don't really use Express anymore, unless if I'm testing something out from like an API documentation. Like if I want to spin up a quick web server, I'll just use Express. But for any application, I'll just use NestJS. All right, take it easy, Damanpreet. Have a nice day, man. Please give your view on Flutter. I think Flutter is good, but React Native also has a lot more benefits. But if you want to learn Flutter, it's also good as well. How do I type so fast? Years of experience, I guess. Years of experience. I'll do another type test if you guys want. Should I do it? Do you guys want to see another type test? I did one earlier for someone that was curious, but I can do another. I can do another one if you guys want. I can do another one. Let's see. User icon style. There we go. Get icon. There we go. Let's add a case for settings. Turn settings outline. All right, take it easy, Falco. How to get a job, how to choose the right company for you. I don't really know how to answer that question, how to get a job. I think you mean like, what should one do to get a job? If you're talking about developer job, obviously make sure you have a portfolio, make sure you have projects done. Also, having connections also helps a lot too. So that way you can get more like direct responses immediately. But I would just say just apply for jobs, work on your resume, work on your portfolio, and yeah, take it from there. What do you guys like better? Do you guys like this one or this one? Do you guys want the gear icon or settings vertical? What type of projects would you recommend to stand out? Horizontal. What do you guys like better? Of these three, what do you like better? There's really no project really that is going to, you know, quote unquote stand out, unless if it's like something crazy that no one else has done. The reality is that the projects that that recruiters see on people's resumes are a lot of the times very similar to other projects that they've seen. So there's really no project that stands out unless you can think of a really unique idea. But the truth is that most ideas have already been implemented. It's just the way that they've executed it has not been done properly. So really just build anything that you can think of that you would be passionate for. And when your recruiter tells you, or when your recruiter asks you about it, right? When your recruiter asks you about it, the way that you express the project to them is the way that they'll determine your demeanor. And if they see that you're actually passionate for the stuff that you do, they will actually really like that a lot. Thank you, Faizan, for subscribing. I appreciate that, man. It's better to have 2 or 3 big projects rather than 10 small ones. Yeah. For example, like on my resume, I only put about like 2 or 3 projects that are like my best ones. Muhammad, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I don't know, guys. I like this one a lot better. I like settings vertical, to be honest with you. I think I'm gonna go with settings vertical. I don't know. I feel like settings vertical looks a lot better. Let me see. Let me try gear. I will try gear though. I will try gear. They're spamming gear because I asked them which one I should pick. What do you guys think? Gear? You think gear is better? Zion19. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Yeah, I guess I'll go with gear. Okay. Here's what I want to do though. I don't know how many icons I'll have at some point, but of course at some point I'll obviously want to make this sidebar scrollable, because right now I can see that if I do this, it's not scrollable. So I'll have to fix that right now. So it should be a really quick fix though. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's see. No, not that. That's the item. There we go. Okay. Then scroll bar. I've been a trainee for a year now. I've spent 8 hours for the past 12 months programming, and I'm still a goddamn noob. Listen, man, like, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen, I can promise you that. But I promise you at some point, it will make sense a lot. Why is ChatChat's tab icon looking like the React logo, and why is it called React app? Probably because I have not fixed that yet. But that'll probably be fixed when we deploy for. But yeah, you guys shouldn't focus on these things. Like the stuff that you guys are worrying about right now are not even that important. Like for example, worrying about this title, worrying about the favorite icon. It doesn't really matter right now, guys. Like you guys have to focus on what's actually important right now, which is building out this settings thing. So don't worry about things like that. Worry about what's actually the main focus right now. Are you inspired by some chat building this one? I mean, honestly, like I just wanted to build it for fun. I didn't really have any inspiration. But some of the features that we have were inspired from, you know, Discord, some with Slack. So, you know, like, yeah, but in general, though, I just wanted to build my own chat app for fun and see how far we could go with that. All right, let me see. Probably have to remove this onboarding thing, later. What do you do on your day off? I just go out. I have fun. I don't drink though. But I just go out, go to parks, walk around, get some sunlight, drive around the city. For the most part, go to the mall if I need to, grocery shopping, cook for the next couple of days or so. You know, it's just like usually, you know, like the small stuff that all adds up at the end of the day. Let me see, settings. All right, let's see. I think what I'll do is I'll have settings and I'll have different routes because we'll have a lot of settings. Like we'll have one for notifications, one for a lot of other things. Man makes an app and y'all worry about title. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, some people are weird. Like, I don't know why people focusing on. I don't know why people focus on such small things like that. Like, obviously, like, I understand, but it's just like I think this is not really one of the major concerns. You know. Do I have Slack? I don't have Slack. What do you think of Nux 3 auto imports? I don't know what Nux. Well, I mean, I know what Nux is, but I don't really use it. Which DB? I use MySQL because a lot of our application data is relational. Is your site down? Yes, it is. I've been thinking about making a chat platform for motorcycle riders. I'm a rider myself, and sometimes riding alone sucks. You should honestly make like a social media app for motorcycle riders to find people to ride. You know, here in Arizona, there's a lot of people who ride. Like, we have a lot of bikers here. Pretty cool. Nancy, can you see my previous comment? Yeah, I know, I saw. Are you interested in building a native app? Yeah, we're actually going to use React Native to build out the mobile version soon. He even has him in a playlist. You can just follow that. LOL. I don't know, man. I just think that a lot of people that come into this chat and start suggesting stuff and telling me what to do, don't understand that at the end of the day, like, there's still a human being sitting behind the screen that is trying to just do something for fun. And a lot of people just come in here and start telling me what to do and demanding me to do things. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not Mark Zuckerberg. I'm an alien that can just meet your demands, every single one of them. And it's just really rude, you know? Like, I personally don't really care, but like sometimes it's just really annoying. But, you know, I don't really respond to those comments because it's just really cringe. But it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm just trying to do something for fun, and then you have a lot of people just like jumping in, like telling me what to do. It's just like come on, man, give me a break. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just give me some time to fix the things that I can fix, and then, you know, everything will be fine. Like, it's cool and all, like, you know, I don't mind if people want to give suggestions and whatnot. Like, I am open to criticism. Like, I've never once sat here and claimed that I was the best programmer compared to everyone else. I've never once sat here and claimed to be a, you know, senior developer or any experienced person. I just want to build something for fun. I'm obviously open to criticism. Like, I've taken a lot of criticism from everyone in the chat, but when people come across and tell me what to do and start demanding to do things and then start, you know, faulting me for certain things of how they're not the certain way, it's just like, well, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you were the only person that to meet the demands of. You know, like, if you want to give a suggestion, that's fine. But to sit there and act like someone owes you something is just so entitled and just really like embarrassing. Like, it just shows lack of self-awareness and lack of manners. You know, like, for example, like this. I don't know why this guy is spamming, man. Let me just ban this guy from the chat. I don't care what you make, just watching you make it is what I'm here for. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't mind. Like, if you want to give criticism and suggestions, like, I'm all ears, man. I'm all ears, but like, just, you know, just don't tell me what to do. Like, that's just really rude, and like, it's just no manners, man. Like, there's just no manners. Like whenever I watch someone stream, like, if I ever do watch someone stream, like, I don't go there and I don't start telling them what they should do. I don't start backseating them. So I don't understand why people do that. It just doesn't make sense to me at all, you know? Like, I just don't, it just feels weird, like, you know, like it just feels weird to me. Like, I don't know, it just feels weird. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it just feels weird. And I hope I'm not the only person that feels that way. I hope I'm not the person that feels that way, but, you know. When is the last time building web app with jQuery? I think jQuery was officially announced discontinued like years ago. Like, I think maybe the last time people were using it was like 5-6 years ago. That was the last time I used it personally. You know? Yeah. Like, it was funny because, like, the other day my friend, well, I had a couple of friends and some other people that was checking my stream, right? I think this was like last week. Someone came into my stream, one of my friends, and they were asking me in like private chat. They were like, "Why are people telling me what to do?" And I just told them, I just told them I really don't know what to tell you. Gotta go, but go look at the app. Definitely keep coming back with the lives and watching vids. Thanks, Anastasia, and hope you take it easy, man. I def feel you. My roommate is so similar in the way to do stuff. Like, bro, he won't study shit, but rather tell me every hour to do that stuff. Yeah, man. Like, I just don't feel comfortable, like, you know, being a demanding person or telling people what to do. Like, it's just not in my nature. Where can I buy a keyboard like yours? Here's the keyboards command, and you can go and take a look at that. Yeah, man. How dare you do things your way? You should listen to me and please me. I command you to make this in binary. Yeah, but you know, some people just don't have that level of self-awareness, but it's fine though, you know. I'm not blaming them. I just blame that their lack of social awareness. But I'm sure that eventually that they will learn at some point that that is not really a nice thing to do. Let me see. All right, let me do this. Settings page. I definitely want to render this out, and I want to make sure that the settings page has the sidebar, the user sidebar. So we'll have to make sure we nest this inside. I'll show you in the route. First, let me just do this. Let me just return hi. Whoops. There we go. Honestly, Figma is good. Yeah, I really like Figma a lot. Figma is a really good tool. Let's see. Register, login, onboarding. Let me remove this route. Conversations, groups, friends. Okay, so we're gonna put this inside here, of course. So route path equals let's see, settings, element, and we'll need a layout page for this settings page. Let me see. Man, I'm at the uni now in computer science, but I want to take an online coding course. That's why I was asking about Code Academy last time. I feel like they don't teach us a lot of things here. Well, I mean, they do teach you a lot of stuff related to computer science, but it just might not be the things that you want to learn yourself. So that's why I say, like, if you really want to pay, like, the amount for the Code Academy course, like, just do it, you know, like you said it was, like, $300. Like, obviously, if the money's not an issue, you know, go for it. Right, because you can always get that money back, right? Don't be afraid to spend money in order to make money, is the way that I look at it. Java better or JavaScript according to current need? They're both equally, they're both popular. JavaScript and Java are still very demanding languages. Java is still always going to be very demanding because people are always going to want to develop apps in Spring Boot. And Android Studio, so they're both very, very good, but they're used for different things though. What DB you going with backend? MySQL, bro. I just started coding and now I have a problem when I run my code. My code not there's copyright. I'm not sure what you mean, Maxney Gaming. Not sure what you mean. Let's see, friends layout page. So I think what I'll do is I'll create like a user layout page. So let me see. Let me see. All right, take it easy, Aaron. People get the wrong idea about CS degree. You don't study CS to make a spot. XD, yeah, that's true. Thing with CS is like it's mostly focused on theory, mathematics. Computer science was never meant to teach you how to become a software engineer, which a lot of people don't realize that. Computer science was always meant to teach you about the theory behind computers, the theory behind the computation, the algorithms, all of those things, like O of N, things like that, like actual theoretical stuff. You use programming to apply those concepts to solve those problems that exist in computer science. Now, does that mean that the stuff that you learn from computer science will necessarily help you become a software engineer? No, because a lot of stuff that you'll learn as a computer scientist will definitely help enhance your skills becoming a software engineer, because you still have to think at the end of the day and write code, right? But that's why, like, you have to learn other things too aside from just what you're currently learning in computer science. I'm really pissed right now. The worst party won. They have been in power for 8 years and Sweden is not doing well. Do you think practicing DSA like QSN for developer position is good? What's QSN? I use programming so I don't have to talk to people. What is QSN? I'm not sure what that is. Let me see. Yeah, and it also gives employers a sense of security that this guy knows his stuff, even though it's not always the case. And it gives you a better chance of getting better pay. Oh no, I agree 100%. Like, I can assure you that a lot of stuff that I learned in college, a lot of stuff, like, barely any of them really matter right now in the job that I was doing when I was working as a software engineer. Okay, so I think I'll have a sidebar similar to how I had the conversations being rendered out. It'll be probably maybe a similar color. I think maybe we'll use the same color just to stay consistent. So that way when we apply themes, it'll be a lot more easier to, you know, switch between colors and whatnot. We still need to design like a light mode theme very soon. But what I'll do is I'm going to probably use this. So a lot of people ask me, what do I do to get better at designing? What do I do to, you know, find designs, right? I just go to dribble.com and like I look at what they have here. And the goal isn't to copy exactly what they have, but to just, you know, use it as like a basis. So for example, I can use this to kind of like create something, not exactly like it, but something similar, you know? So I'm going to use this as our basic, you know, like kind of like inspiration. So I'll move this to the side right over here. And we'll kind of just start with that. So let's just try that real quick and see how far we can go. You know what I absolutely don't like though is that, and I mean this happens all over the world, but when I first found out that developers can get severely underpaid, because for example, like the pay is based on location here in America. Like if you live in Tennessee, the average salary there is probably like 50,000 for a software engineer, like 50, 60K. But I think that it is kind of lame because I feel like software engineers should be getting paid way more because you got to take care of a lot of stuff, you know. But what I learned over the years is that if you want to get that high-paying like salary, it's not about your skills; it's about how you negotiate with the employer. And I had to learn it the hard way myself. In corporate world, we work as a team rather than individuals. So what things we actually work on, or do we just go make an app? So how many years of development do people here have? Hello, Hanson. Hi, Devi. How are you? I live in Norway. Nice. Talk to computers. Talk to people. The good thing I love about the computer science class is that I can learn any programming language easily without any issue, at least personally. Yeah, that's good because once you learn one language, you know, you can learn literally anything. QSN is questions. So what was it that you asked again? Oh, so practicing data structure and algorithms. Well, I mean, nowadays, from what I've noticed is that a lot of companies actually rarely ever use leak code and stuff. You know, like I've noticed, like for example, like the last 5 interviews that I've done last year, none of them included anything related to leak code questions. I think maybe only 2 of them actually had like a question that you had to solve a problem, but it wasn't specifically tailored to leak code. So that's what I've been noticing. Maybe for big tech, they're still going hard on leak code, but I would say you should definitely understand data structure and algorithms because you never know what companies will ask you that. Because I know for a fact, like my first job that I got, the first 2 jobs, the first 2 offers that I had received, I had to answer like a lot of you know, conceptual questions like, you know, what is the time complexity of retrieving from a hash map? What is the time complexity of searching through an array? Searching through array lists? What's the difference between array list and linked list? Some companies will ask that, right? But it really just depends. So to be honest with you, sometimes it really is like a wild card, you know? Sometimes it really is like a wild card and you really have to, you know, in some ways there is some luck involved, you know? I can guarantee you, like, if I was, like, just tasked with a bunch of legal questions, I probably wouldn't do that well, if I'm being honest with you. But I think a lot of companies have realized that only questioning people on leak code is not the way to go. And I've seen, like, a lot of companies avoiding legal questions nowadays, which is a good sign, which means that, you know, developers will actually have a fair shot at actually, you know, scoring their chance at the interview. But I can understand why big tech does it, though, and, like, FANG, because, you know, they're willing to pay their engineers a lot of money. And of course, they want to hire the best of the best. But do I think that it's fair to only judge someone based off of leak code? Not really, but you know, that's just my opinion though. I learned the basics of programming C, and that did help a shitload when I move over C#. I actually really like C as a language, to be honest with you. I get paid 400 USD a month where I live in Sag. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? By the way, should I learn Java or Flutter since I want to become a mobile app developer? Or should I just go with both? It doesn't really matter. Just pick one. Just pick one. It doesn't really matter too much, honestly. You can't go wrong with Flutter or Android Studio. Android Studio is great for native, and there's always going to be people who need developers, who need like native iOS or Android developers, and there's always going to be people who need React Native and Flutter developers. Okay, so we're gonna have profile, which is going to consist of just basic information like profile picture, about, etc., etc. Asian country called Nepal. Oh, I know Nepal. A lot of my friends are actually are from Nepal. I have a lot of friends from Nepal, and I have a lot of friends from Tibet. The way I got my job, they gave me a skills task where they wanted to make a spa using their APIs. I didn't know anything about Angular when I started that task, but I had 2 months and it got me in here. I mean, you put in the work and look where it got you, you know? That's all that matters, right? Which editor am I using? I am using Figma. So we'll have profile, we'll have password, we'll have... what are some other things that I could add for settings? Notifications. Let me do this real quick. We'll have notifications. We'll have email. Nah, that'll be for something else. Integrations. So like these are for like socials, like connecting with OAuth 2. We'll definitely add that later, but not right now. Change password. That's right over here. In Southeast Asia, pay is definitely underwhelming. Developers get underpaid. Vivid, how are you, man? Is Figma free? Yes, it is. 2FA. Let's see, we'll do a bell icon. Let's change that to this. Let's see. Change profile name. That'll be under here. Everything related to profile will be under here. Who has only graduated from high school can work as engineer in USA? If you're good enough, yes. Which plugin are you using for icons? Iconify. Maybe a way to get all your data sent to you. You should call it security and login and not password, maybe. Security and login. I'll just call it security. Let's see. Integrations, notifications, billing, profile, my details. I think this should be fine for now. I also want to try adding maybe like a border between these two. Let me try this. Let me do this. Try something. Maybe notifications for security. Let me see. That looks like shit. Appearance, yeah, appearance will probably be right over here. Security after what? Notifications for security. I think I'll keep it right under profile because like, you know, password, profile. I think I'll just keep it there. For now, I'll just leave it like that for now. Theme, I guess. I don't know, appearance. Yeah, we could do appearance. Let me look for an icon over here. Let's see, theme, paint. Save messages. There has to be something else that I could do. I really want to add, like, let me see. Let me try this. Maybe what I'll do is I'll change this icon. And maybe a darker color. I think maybe this would be fine as well. Then we'll do 10 maybe? 10 might be too much. Maybe 8. Alright, take it easy, Zion. You can add activities like Insta, device management, maybe add FAQ as well as bottom. That'll probably be for another page. The FAQ is probably supposed to be for the landing page, not for user settings. I think it'll make more sense to add it to like the landing page. Be able to hide the active status. That'll be for like when you go over here in the user page. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you in a second. Let's see. I think this is fine for now. Whoops. Yeah, let me copy this. Let's go over here. Let's see. There we go. That looks a little bit more better. Maybe I'll also decrease the icons a little bit as well. 25. And maybe I could change the font a little bit. Audio settings for when you add voice chats. What is this editor? Figma. Yeah, I can do audio settings, but we'll do that later though. I think these 4 will be fine for now, and we'll add more later on as we need it. So yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. Move this over here. Let me do this. This is 25. We'll go over here, change it to 25. Actually, what am I doing? Cool. And so for the settings page, we'll only allow the users to upload their profile picture, though I'm not really sure how I want to really show that, honestly. How would I want to design this? Maybe we could do something like, I don't even know, honestly. User settings. Hey Star, welcome back. How are you? I am not doing bad, not doing bad. Let's see. So for profile, we'll allow them to upload a banner. So the users will be able to upload a banner as well as an avatar. So I think maybe what I could do is maybe I could probably like show like the banner like right over here maybe. Like maybe I could do something like this. Like let's see. So maybe if I could find like an icon from Unsplash right now. Have you checked out my site yet? I've not had a chance to yet, man. Sorry. Hey dude, what's up? Are we moving ladder to programming? How reliable are Figma to CSS plugins? I personally don't use that, so I don't know. Abdi Samad, how are you, man? Welcome back. Let me just copy this. So I think what I'll do is I don't know, maybe I could just do something like this where we can show like this is their banner maybe. And let me just add like a dark background over it. Kind of like dim it a little bit. And then maybe over here we can show like settings for them to so I think what I could do is maybe like we can add like a little button over here and make it so that when they click on that button they can change the banner. So when they hover over it's kind of like how Discord does it. When you hover over it they can change the banner. Maybe I could also position an absolute element right over here showing like their icon, something like that. Maybe something like that. I don't even know. Iconify. Nope, not that one. Avatars. Let's see. Something like that. And we could probably add like a border over it. Outside. Let's try maybe 5. Might be a little bit too much. I don't know. I don't like the borders that they have over here in Figma though. They're too. It's like the alias is not that good. Alias is not that good. Let's see. Maybe I'll display the username right over here. So something like that. And what else do I want to do? Maybe so we will have user statuses later that will be displayed over here, like right over here. So right over here we have the custom status. So we could also display their custom status too. Maybe somewhere over here. But for now, I'll like leave that alone. And over here, this is where they can change the about me. So maybe something over here. So maybe right over here. Might be a little bit too big though, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll change this from 32 to 8. Maybe not, definitely not 18. Let's see, and then let's see. And then we can show their text right over here. And we can then see our plugin for lorem ipsum. Yep, perfect. Amount of words, let's do maybe 50 words. There we go. I feel like the text box might be a little bit too big though. Username next to profile picture. Right over here. You said that you program like 8 hours. Do you count like working Figma? And I don't know watching tutorials, but actually writing code also. I mean, if you're talking about right now, obviously I'm not including that. But when I was working on my shop management project for my friend, most of the day, I would say about 6 to 8 hours were coding, and that includes like doing research, testing things out. In terms of tutorials, I don't really watch tutorials. Let me do about me. Though I feel like this is too big though. I don't really like how this about me box is just like way too big. It's just too big. I'm kind of looking at Discord's user profile page as well. But they have other unnecessary stuff like profile themes, which we're not really going to worry about that right now. I think maybe for now I'll just like leave it like this because I feel like just expanding it all the way towards the end just feels so awkward. So I think for now I'll just do this. And then later on, we can just always adjust later on if we need to. But, yeah. I think it should be fine. I think it should be fine. I think it should be fine. And maybe I'll change the background of this page to something later. Let's see. What is the skeleton colors? What is this? Yeah, maybe we'll change the color of this page. A little bit darker, I don't know, we'll see. No, actually, leave it like that. Yeah, we can also add like a save button as well. Can't forget about that. Where's the old color? There we go. Yeah, I think this will definitely be 100% what we're going to work on next. I think this itself will be very good and add a lot more awesome features to the app. And then we can do a lot more stuff with the profile pictures, which is going to be good. So just doing this will actually help a lot, I believe. Ants and save buttons are so last year. Yeah, true. We could also do auto saving though, but how do you estimate the time to build a React components after design in Figma? I don't know, honestly. We could try. We could test it out later, like after I finish this. I think this is fine for now. I don't know what I'll do with this side though. Like we'll probably do some stuff for it later, but yeah, it's not too shabby. Not too shabby. We can always fix it up a little bit later, but yeah. So I think by default, if they don't have like a background, I think maybe what I'll do is, let me see. I think what I'll do is, if they don't have a background photo, I'll just show like a black, maybe like a black or like a really dark. Or maybe I can use like a default banner. Maybe like a default banner. Or I could do like gray. Like something like gray. Because I know Discord does gray for default. And then when they click, basically the idea is when they hover over this, it should show change banner. and they can change the background itself, or they can add a background. They can upload a new background. I think this is fine, honestly. Cool. So let's see now. So now I think what we'll do is this. So what we'll do is we'll add a new one-to-one relationship on a user to a profile. And so the profile by default will be obviously null if they do not set up these things, but every single field in the profile will be optional. So let's go over here. Let's go over here. So I think we already have this already, but we're gonna have to change this real quick. You really inspired me to code this day. I really felt sleep an hour ago. Thank you. No worries, man. How do you say your name? Kirill? Kirill? Hopefully I didn't mispronounce your name. What's the link to the Figma? Let's see. Copy link. There we go. Oh, send it in chat. Anson, did you add me on Sana? I did not get a chance to add you yet because I didn't get a chance to figure out the permissions for that. But once I do, I will gladly add you. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Is this TypeScript you are using? Yes, we're using TypeScript. Alright, let's see. Okay. Let's see, where's profile? Perfect, right over here. Alright, so profile could possibly be undefined. So we'll add that question mark operator next to that property name. Because the user obviously might not have a profile, so yeah, we should probably add that there. And we'll only create a profile if they had either configured an about me, a background, or a profile picture. I think that's fine. Still need a library for, let's see, Gravatar. Was that thing called like Gravatar? Is that what it was called? Gravatar API, I think it was what it was, right? What's your theme? Use the exclamation mark theme command. Okay, so is it? I'm pretty sure it's free also, right? Creating the hash. All URLs on Gravatar use the hash file of the image profile. All right, see ya, Star. So Gravatar requires email addresses, seems like. That kind of sucks. What's going on, Ghost? How are you? So Gravatar does not allow usernames. You can use user at fake domain to get random icon for user. Oh, okay. Cool. I guess we'll implement that later then. Hi Ahmed, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Okay. All right, let's go back into our React app. Okay. Let's even let me paste this. Not sure if you answered this, but will this be turned into a Mac, Windows, Xbox app? Yeah, I'm gonna definitely make sure we have it on Xbox as well as PS4, and PS5, and even PS2 as well. We'll also make sure that it supports on PSP and Nintendo DS, and you can also download it available on the Nintendo Switch store as well. Hey, what's going on, Anurag? Is Dustin with React Query a good combination? Sure. Cool, keyboard brother. Thank you. What did I miss? Right now we're working on user settings page right now. So on the settings page, we're going to need to render a sidebar as well. So we're going to need to create another sidebar. And let's see. Let's create one for components, sidebars, user sidebar item. Not sure why I did that though. Let me create one for settings. We'll do settings sidebar.tsx export fonts, settings sidebar. Settings sidebar. And so I'll do the same thing I did with here, user sidebar style. Cool. So we'll create a style component for that. Next, tsx export const. How's going on with my keyboard? That was weird. Cool. Let's see. It might make this a little bit. Let's see. Might make this a little bit less wider. Might be a little bit too wide. Maybe I'll change this to 300. That's sad, but I used to program more. Now I don't feel some joy, and I can't even barely 6 hours per day. I don't know, maybe that because I have other things that dissipate me, like playing guitar. Yeah, I mean, I think you just have different interests and different priorities now. I mean, I don't know your situation if you're working as a software engineer already, but maybe you're just burnt out. Who knows? But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, don't feel too bad about that. You have other interests, and programming isn't the only thing that one can do for the rest of their lives. I mean, me personally, when I was, like, I think maybe from March was when I stopped coding, all of it until literally 3 weeks ago. And I just did other things in life. Like, I would focus on other things. I was always going to the gym. I was cooking more. I was reading more books. I was, you know, working on myself, right? Like life isn't just always about coding, you know? And that goes with really anything. Like, even like, that really just goes with anything, really. Back from college. Hello, Anson. Hey, Junaid, how are you? Let's see. So what I'll do here is I'll work on this settings bar over here. Cool. So I think what I'll do first is I'll probably use maybe like an H2, maybe. I don't know. But what I'll definitely do, of course, is I'll definitely set up a header. Am I working remote? Yes. Export cons settings. Sidebar. How many Japanese words do I know? Not too many though. Not too many. I mean, I'm not Japanese, but I mean, well, I mean, Mandarin Chinese, the characters are very similar, but in terms of Chinese characters, I'm not really too familiar with too many of them because I actually can't read Chinese. I can only speak it, but I can't read or write it. Have you done a small group test with this app? Yes, we have already. Indian Tech Programmer, how are you, man? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. I messaged you on Discord. Can you reply after stream? What did you message me with? Let me see. I didn't get. What's your username? What's your username? Because I have a lot of requests on Discord. I am a new YouTuber. Nice. What kind of videos do you make? How hard React is? What's your background? What's your background, I would say? Depends on your background. Let me see. All right, I will take care of that message. Don't worry. If I don't respond to you by tomorrow, just send me another message again. I'll get the notification. You're a computer science student? Okay, so I mean, as long as you know the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you'll be fine to learn React. But if you do the !React command, hold on one second. Vivid, do you just need like a resource, or like what exactly are you in need? Like, do you need a resource to learn, or what is it exactly? I just want to make sure, because if I can send you a resource right now. There you go. You can take a look at that. Yeah, sure. React router versus NestJS file system. Which one do I prefer? I mean, they're kind of like not really comparable, but I would say the NestJS built-in routing system is actually really nice to use. I will definitely admit that. But I also like React router a little bit too, you know. So I'm kind of like, you know, stuck between the two, if I'm being honest with you. I like both, honestly. Don't get me wrong. I really do like both. What font am I using? I have no idea. I think it's Consolus, I think. Consolus. Consolus. Why don't you write CSS in the CSS file? Because styled components exist, and it basically gives you a way to style all of your divs, your spans, any HTML element you want, and you can just render it like an actual HTML element, and then or a React component, I should say. And then you can also use style components to create dynamic CSS. You make any program. Anson, I love your TypeScript crash course. Now I say that I've learned TypeScript. Good. So you like don't code always. There are some moments where you code for 3 hours a week. I mean, right now, obviously, I'm coding a lot more because I started being more active on my YouTube channel again. So, of course, I'm going to code more. But when I took a break, yeah, I was doing other things with my life. So, like, I mean, even right now, like, outside of streaming, I don't code at all. Like, outside of this live stream, I do not code any side projects at all. This is the only project that I'm working on. And the only coding that I'll do is if I'm making a YouTube tutorial, which I don't really count that as coding. But yeah, I do other things with my life aside from just only coding. This is only just one aspect of my life. Export const, settings, sidebar, item, container. Yeah, let me also add the crash course, the TypeScript crash course as well. But yeah, the NestJS crash course, the React crash course are all in commands. So you can just use the nest command and the React command to get the command. Let me see. Let me just add that real quick. No wonder you only code during the streams if you like 10 hours a day. Yeah, man, I don't code outside of this live stream. I don't really. I mean, I could if I would if I needed to, right? But I don't really need to right now because this is the only main project that I'm working on right now. You know what I mean? Let me also, you know what? Let me add all of my courses as well. Let me add my NestJS course as well because I do have a NestJS playlist that I think that you guys would really love a lot. Let me find it real quick. Do I have a playlist for it? Damn, how do I not have a playlist for that? That's embarrassing. I should really have a playlist for that, honestly. I'll have to create one later. Am I working as a coder? Yes. Satan, how are you? Do you use normalize? What is normalize? I have no idea what that is. Sorry. Okay, so let's go into our constants, user settings, items, and we'll do the same thing, ID, profile, label, profile, and then we'll also do path name as well. The path name for this will be /settings/profile, like that. I just finished a 6-hour HTML tutorial and I feel unstoppable, but I'm trash. Practice, man, practice. Like Steve says, practice takes perfect. I want to know how we can make object property constant. Like once they declare object, we can't change properties. There's a method called object.freeze, if I remember correctly. I think object.freeze is what you need. Look up object.freeze, if I remember correctly. Do I have any suggestions for the interview? What interview exactly? And which type of interview? Is it a technical interview? Is it a behavior interview? Is it a get to know each other interview? There's different stages during the interview process. Do you have whiteboard to make some notes, schemes, etc.? You know what's funny is I actually really have been thinking about getting a whiteboard for a really long time for my living room, and I could use that to, like, you know, plan out like everything. I usually just use pen and paper. Like I have like a stack of like computer printing paper that I just write stuff down. But for this project, I have not done that. Technical for developers. Just, I mean, they're just gonna ask you technical questions that I can't really tell what they will ask. Like for example, it's kind of like a wild card really, and it's really like it's either like you know it or you don't. But what I would say is that try your best to just make sure you say I don't know. Like if they ask you a question, don't say I don't know. Try to think of an answer. Even if you think it's wrong, just try to make it make sense, if that makes sense, you know? Like try to make it make sense. Like even if you think the answer is wrong, just try. Don't just say I don't know. Where did you learn programming? I learned it when I was in college and I self-taught myself web dev. How long would it take to go from zero to employed using online tutorials? It's not really a matter of how long, it's just really a matter of how much effort you put in. The duration is not really an answer that anyone can really give you until you actually try yourself and see what happens. Good evening, Anson. You had to recommend the order to learn all the course, including JS frameworks that you created from opening for most aspirants. What that would be? I would say if you're, I mean, it depends. Like, are you already doing front end? Are you already doing back end? If you are already learning front end, just do React and then get to Express or NestJS later on. Think of it like from a psychological perspective, right? If you are already doing something that is working well for you, pair it with something else that makes sense, that is really relative to it, because then you'll be able to succeed in that very, very likely compared to succeeding in something that you have never touched. So for example, think of it like this, right? If you already know how to do, I don't know, if you already know how to develop applications with React, develop an actual application with React instead of using Angular because someone told you that it was the best framework out there. The reason why is because you're going to actually succeed more in building the app in the framework that you actually know than using something just because someone told you that it was better than React, right? So you build the application in React, you'll see that you'll get immediate results because you're good with React, and then that will make you feel good psychologically. And then when you finish that application, you can then tackle on things that you don't know already. You know, use the exclamation mark keyboards command to get the links to my keyboards. The other keyboard, this one over here, is the Discord keyboard, the one that I have my left hand on right now. This is the Discord keyboard. But hopefully that makes sense. JJ Sondate. Rufus Drew, how are you? How can we position ourselves junior, mid, senior? I would never focus on, you know, titles like that, because every single company, you know, ranks their employees differently. For example, a junior engineer at Google could be seen as a senior engineer at some, you know, no-name company that just got started by some random person. So it really just depends. Does age matter for employee? I mean, for legality reasons, yes. Some companies will refuse to hire people who are obviously under 18. But for legality reasons, yes. No worries. Can a non-computer science student choose web development career? Please reply. Yeah, of course. Why not? I mean, I know a lot of people who were English teachers, who were biology teachers, who dropped out of pre-med and went into web development. So why not? Why couldn't you do it? If they can do it, why can't you do it, you know? Like, what's stopping you from doing it if those people can do it? You know what I'm saying? Like, if those people can do it, why can't you do it? There's no excuse on why you couldn't do it. If you're an employer, what would you expect from a junior and senior? I would expect a junior to obviously be a noob. Like, we're talking about brand new junior. I would expect them to be completely, you know, brand new. They don't know anything. They know some little things, but, you know, they're still getting their foot in the door. I obviously would not belittle them, right? I would encourage them to do well, and I would encourage them to look at their mistakes and self-reflect. That's what I would look at in a junior. As long as they have the will to learn, then that's all that would. If I were to, okay, so let me answer this question. If I were to hire someone, I would hire someone based off of their ability to be able to have self-awareness, be able to reflect on themselves, their own skills, be able to admit that they're wrong, be able to actually drop the ego and answer and ask for help, right? Because a lot of people refuse to ask for help because it's more of an ego and a pride thing. For a senior engineer, I would look for someone who takes responsibility, takes initiative, that actually takes the lead in things. They have ownership in the product that they're working on. They take care of, you know, high level architecture. They can, like the thing with senior and junior is that there's two things, right? There's obviously the skill set. You can be an amazing developer, but you lack the corporate experience with communication, following up, being an owner of the product that you're working on. There's those things as well. It's not always necessarily about coding, is what I realized over time. Let me see. So we have profile, security, notifications, integrations, and appearance. And then what we'll do is we'll say user settings and type. Let me actually just move this over here. Label as well. Cool. Okay, that seems pretty cool. Cool. And we'll just type annotate this with settings, sidebar, route type. What's going on over here? We have ID, label, path name. What's going on with this? Did I name this wrong? Oh. It should be just settings, item type, honestly, not user settings. Exactly. Skills matter, not CS degree. I mean, what about CS degree if you can't do nothing with plain HTML, right? So do you have a chance to do a GitHub account review? Maybe some other time. If you send it to me via DMs, I'll take. If I have time, I'll take a look at it. Just send me a DM on Discord, and I'll take care of that. Let's see, security. Hello, can you the result? Appearance. Let's see, setting items. Alright, cool. So we'll render out this. I don't know why I have this though. I think I can just put this in here. Setting sidebar item. Settings sidebar. Feels weird having two S's next to each other though. But I'll do it just for the sake of it. Export const settings sidebar item. So this will need to take in an item. Let's see, FC props. We'll import FC from here. There you go. And then we'll do item. Turn user sidebar item style. Instead, we'll return setting item sidebar, or setting sidebar item style is the name of the styled component that we should return. So right now I have this styles. Let's go over to settings. I have it called settings sidebar item. It should be settings sidebar item style. Okay, and then we'll do the same exact thing to get the icon as well as handling the navigation. So it'll all be the same. So what I'll do is setting items.map. Item, and then we'll do settings sidebar item like that, and then we'll do item, then we'll do key item.id like that. And so from here we should be able to render out all the items in the sidebar, but of course right now the thing's being rendered. So we'll fix that right now. So we'll need the navigate object that is returned from useNavigate. I think we'll also need path name as well to figure out where we are located currently. And we'll need to define a function, same thing that we did here. I should really change to get user sidebar icon. We'll do the same thing for export const to get setting sidebar. We'll create a switch on the ID. And then we'll do a case for each. appreciate your brother to motivate me, even though CS is not my major, but I learning full stack. But of course, man. What's your major? Out of curiosity, what is your major? Just curious. You don't have to say if you don't want to. So we'll go ahead and do constant icon equal get setting sidebar icon item .id like that. Chemical engineering. Okay. I mean, here's what I believe. I believe that if you have the ability to learn how to learn, you can learn literally anything. So for example, if you have good study habits, right? If you have good ways to think about how to learn something, that can apply to literally anything in real life. So you can use that as an advantage to learn literally anything. And I think chemical engineering is actually a pretty hard field, in my opinion. So I think, if you put in the effort to learn how to code, I think you'll definitely make it. Shat MX, how are you, man? How are you? Do you have time to play, enjoy video games? Yeah, if I wanted to, I could. But I just don't really play video games when I choose not to. Like right now, like if I want to play video games, I could, but then I would have to ask myself, what exactly am I sacrificing with my time if I choose to play video games? And of course, that would be, making YouTube videos, streaming, etc., etc. So it's a matter of choice. So I do have the time, but I just choose not to. But I mean, it's not like I don't have fun. Like I used to play video games a lot, right? But from time to time, maybe I'll play like a video game or two, and then I'll just go back to just doing whatever I want to do. Do you think leak code is necessary? No. In some cases, some employers will definitely go hard on that, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never once studied a legal problem in my entire life, and you'll be fine. Good, just got my new phone. Nice. What phone did you end up getting? I remember you were talking about that a couple weeks ago. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll need to navigate the user. So when they click on a sidebar item, we'll do navigate item.path_name. And we'll also need to tell if it's active or not. Okay, so we'll need to render the icon as well as the text itself. So I think I'll wrap this in a div, and then we'll do that should be fine. Though we also need to make sure we get the actual icons. So hopefully we can find some good icons to use that match our mockup. Samsung Galaxy A53. Nice. My friend actually had that phone, actually. He really liked it a lot. But yeah, I think that lots of interviews are, if they only ask you legal questions, I think it's just really unfair. That's just my opinion, though. But, like I said, if you work for Google, fair game. But, if you are interviewing a user, if you're interviewing someone and only paying them like, what, 50K a year, yeah, you should probably consider only judging them based off of leak code. I think maybe we'll use FA. Look at actually. Let me only look at Font Awesome. Let me see if Font Awesome has some good icons. If Font Awesome has good icons for everything, then we'll do that. Vine, how are you? I give devs a problem they can solve in their own time. Then we'll go through what they submitted, what they made, the decisions they did, etc., etc. Yeah. That's good. Like, if I was an interviewer, I would never only question someone on leak code because it's just ridiculous. Like, I would ask them actual stuff that they'll be using. Like, for example, I'll ask them what exactly is an API. I'll ask them how can you fetch data from a server, render it dynamically. That was actually one of my interview questions when I got my first job. But I would actually ask them stuff that they would actually use on the job, because that tells me what they're capable of doing if we were to hire them today. I'm good, and you? I like the new thing. What new thing? Do you recommend any particular companies to apply? I mean, if you're a new developer, just apply to every single company. If you're brand new to the field and you don't really have if you don't really have if you're brand new, just apply to any company, right? Because any job at the end of the day is better than no job. You know, any job is better than no job. Can you make a course video on servers, workers, and caching? Maybe at some point I will. Your camera, nice. Yeah, like I just added again. You can search minimalistic. You have best icon. Do I need to install the additional package? Minimalistic icons. Let me see. Can't seem to find anything. It's fine. Oh shoot. Who's that over here? Sorry about that. What was that? Is leak code enough for cracking technical DSA? I would say that a lot of the stuff that you learn in data structures and algorithms would actually help a lot with solving some of those legal questions, because a lot of them are really primarily based on a DSA. Not every single one, but a lot of them are. You should add Discord Keeper to the command. I would, but Nightbot maximizes it, so I can't. I would have to create a second command for that. Unfortunately. I mean, let me try right now. Let me see. I'll just add it right now. Who cares? I think it should be fine. Yeah, nope. It's too. The message is too long. All right, maybe try now. Do you consider PyScript? I have no idea what that is. I'm assuming that's the Python and JavaScript. Let's see. Notifications. So I think what I'll do is I'll definitely use this. I like this icon a lot. Unless Font Awesome has a better one, but I think this one, I'll use this. 100%. Let's see. For profile, I'll probably just use this. Kind of want to stay a little bit consistent with our icons. I could also just reuse a car icons, but I don't know. Hey, Displant, how are you? Wait until WebAssembly is complete properly, then PyScript for Python. One more question. Does it matter for an employee you actually going to school? Some employers do care about a degree. Some don't. But I would say give it like a couple more years. Like I would say give him like maybe like 3 to 5 years. Requiring a degree to work as a developer is probably not going to be a thing anymore. It's called Figma. For security, let's look for a lock icon. Maybe this. For integrations, we probably use, I think integrations. Let me see, integrate. A good icon for integrations would be like infinity, I think, like an infinity icon. Like something to represent connections and stuff, you know? Kotlin or Flutter? I think, yeah, I mean, with Kotlin, you would use Android Studio and you would only be able to build one app for Android. With Flutter, you have cross-platform, so you can't really compare. It's like comparing apples and oranges. You have to choose what you think would be better for you based on your time and based on what your needs are. For example, if I were to build a startup, right, I would probably just pick someone that could just use Flutter to build me an app that could just be deployed on both the iOS and Android store. So that way I don't have to, spend more money to hire someone, to hire two individual people to work on a separate iOS and a separate Android application. So it really just depends. Best place to find entry jobs besides the help desk places. Just use LinkedIn. I personally like using LinkedIn. Other websites just steal your data and they just send you a bunch of spam emails all the time. I have every single day I get like spam emails, like after like 3 years, because I entered my email in like some like job posting app. So just use LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn is the best place, in my opinion. You can also just use the direct website as well. But yeah, LinkedIn is a very great place. All the jobs that I applied to were all the jobs that I had offers for was all found on LinkedIn. Every single one of them. If you're reactive, then React Native is better. Yeah. We'll definitely use React Native for this project, 100%. Now I gotta find an icon for theme. Let's see. I think I'll use this. I'll use this color palette for theme. Yo, what's going on, Aiden? How are you? A paintbrush, lol. Flutter is better than React Native in my opinion. I don't really know too much about the differences between the two because I've only used the two of them, but I've never actually used both of them extensively. I'll take a look at that in a second. What about freelancing? There Fiverr though. Yeah, you can freelance on Fiverr. Yeah, but do they care if you have like school? Aren't they scared you have less time? I mean, yes, you have required hours. Good job. I mean, like with that question, it really just depends on the employer. Some employers care, some employers don't. So it really just depends, honestly. Like, it's hard to answer these questions because employers are different, and you see a lot of different employers are doing different things all the time. So I can't really just tell you, oh yeah, employers only want you to have a CS degree, and then I make you go ahead and pay like, thousands of dollars to get a CS degree, and then it ends up that you don't get a job even with a CS degree, So the only way that you'll know the answer to these questions is if you do it yourself and see what happens. But I can tell you that some employers care, some employers don't, right? There's never one answer to those types of questions. It's always going to be different every single time. But what I will tell you is as long as you decide on what you want to do, stay dedicated to it, you will end up fine. I promise you that. Doesn't matter if you choose to go to college, doesn't matter if you choose to work on projects every single day. As long as you just stick to your plan, stick to your goals, you will be fine in the end, my friend. That's all that matters. So, to be honest, CS degree is nothing with that wide network of people and improving your skills. Yeah, I mean, I know lots of people who don't have CS degrees, and they ended up just fine. So, yeah, There we go. We have it right over here. I am CS graduate from 2017. Nice. Just work hard. That's the answer to the link. Yeah, just work hard. Work smart and work hard at the same time. That is all I can tell someone. is just to work hard and work smart. Okay, so I will need to wrap this in a div, which, let's see, or should I? Yeah, this will need to be 100% be wrapped in a div. Setting sidebar item container. Let's see. I have suffered a lot until I got a decent job. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, life is nothing unless you suffer a little bit. True, I'm not a college degree guy, but I have more than 8 years of experience in web development at this job. I know a lot of people who I went to college with who were in their 40s and 50s who, you know, were way ahead of the game during their time. They were really good at what they were doing. They went to college, dropped out, worked for 20 years, came back just to get the degree, and they breezed through the degree very easily. So back then, you know, you didn't really need a degree back then because they were like, you know, software development was obviously in demand, but not a lot of people really knew much about it. Nowadays, a lot of people know much about software development. There's advertisements for coding boot camps everywhere, literally everywhere. More and more people are getting exposed to learning how to code. So the demand for software engineering is still high, and there's also still a lot of software engineers that are available. So yeah, like back then though, you know, if you knew that skill, you were considered a legend. And so a lot of people were able to just leave school, get a job, come back to school 20 years later, get the degree to stay more, you know, competitive. But you know, some employers are just, you know, they'll be like, oh yeah, you have 20 years of experience, but you don't have a degree, and they won't hire you for that. But it just doesn't make sense. Like, why would you, you know, why would that even matter if they already have all that experience already, you know? Like, if I saw someone who could literally do front to back end, had 20 years of experience, knew literally Spring Boot, PHP, Laravel, all these crazy frameworks that have been around for 20 years, why would I care if they had a degree or not? This doesn't make any sense. Being a self-taught developer is way more challenging. There's no mentorship. Yeah, I can agree. Like, if you go to college, you'll at least have a syllabus. But then again, college is not really going to guarantee you a job, because I know a lot of people who went to college and they were struggling a lot to find a job because they didn't really know what they wanted to do with the college degree. And that includes myself, because even during my junior year, I still really didn't know what I wanted to do. I'm an older guy, Anson, and I feel super self-conscious about that. It's like, I feel that how I believe as old newbie, how I have some faith in the company. The only people that will ever judge you are people who are absolute douchebags, and those people will never be happy in their entire lives. As long as you just, you know, do what you gotta do and do things that are gonna make you happy, you'll be fine, and no one will really ever judge you. I can promise you that. If someone ever judges you for something like that, you know, just understand that those people are unhappy with their lives. They're insecure. They're very insecure to the point where they need to shit on other people just to be happy. And I've met a lot of people who are in their 50s and 60s, and I've never once judged someone just because they were older, getting into the field at an older age. I think that's just silly. You know, life is short, and it's just pointless to judge people on silly things. So don't ever worry about that. If someone ever makes fun of you for, you know, being an older developer getting into the field late, there's no such thing as late. Let me see. I want to set padding on this. Maybe I'll do 10 pixels top and bottom, 24 pixels left and right. And then maybe I'll do a gap between these icons. So I'll do a gap of 20 pixels, 10 pixels maybe. Well, number of experience years not solid evidence of skill. I had younger developer with us far was better than 10 years developer. Props for all the hours you've put into this. I'm a software developer and your work ethic is inspiring. Thank you, Mark. I do my best. Means so much. Thanks. Of course, man. Of course. So what I'll do is I'll also make this select not selectable. So a user select none. So that way they cannot select that. But they can click on it though, which is good. And we'll also add a cursor pointer. Okay. And we'll make it so that when they hover over the item, we'll do a background color of maybe a lighter, maybe like a, I don't know, like lighter color maybe, I don't even know. I personally really like this. Maybe we'll add the hover on the setting item. So maybe setting item, hover. So I think maybe that's better. I think maybe though what I'll do is I'll add like the padding for the item itself. I think maybe that would be a lot better, honestly. Let's see. Padding 24 pixels. Box sizing, border box, maybe. Nope. I don't really need to worry about that. I think maybe what I'll do though for padding, I'll do 0 for the. Yeah, maybe what I'll do is I'll do 0. Or not 0, maybe like 8 pixels left and right. Border radius 8 pixels. And when it's active, we want to have a darker background. Maybe we'll just do black. On hover, though, we'll do maybe 10, 10, 10. That's hard to see. It's literally not visible. I can barely see that. So we'll probably maybe do a lighter color, maybe. Nah, that kind of looks crap, not gonna lie. Nope. Nope. I don't even think I'll have a hover, honestly. What do you think about Laravel? I think Laravel makes PHP fun to develop in, from what I've seen. I personally never liked PHP, but I think Laravel makes it a lot more enjoyable. Add some border radius. Yes, we are doing that. The problem nowadays is startups want to rise and fast to make environment worse for quick cache. Yeah, I remember one time. There was actually this recruiter that was trying to recruit me to join their startup. I actually wouldn't mind working for a startup because I actually really like working on products from the ground up. I think that's a lot more fun. But it does come with a cost though. It is a lot more stressful. It is a lot more stressful. Let's go over here. Let's see. Is active boolean. Okay, we'll take this, type annotate this right over here. Import that up top over here. And so what I'll do is for the background color, I'll do background color is active. So is active and we'll do that. We'll do 0, 0, 0, which is black. So now we need to just basically pass in a prop is active. If I do true, watch what happens. You see that? That's what it looks like. I'll leave it like that for now, so that way I can just style it a lot more easier. Because I can't really see it right now. But I think maybe I'll not do black, but maybe a little bit darker. Where is it? Util styles settings. Maybe a little bit lighter, like 7707. Hey, that's okay. May I ask if it's better to apply box sizing border box to specific divs or just apply to the whole body? I would say just apply it. I think honestly applying it to the whole body is not a bad idea, because most of the time you probably would not want your width to be combined with the padding. Most of the time you want your width to be combined with, like, be calculated based on padding and margin. I'm currently 19 and I got accepted into a company as a software engineer at 17. Co-workers were really confused about the fact that I work at the same company as the mom the age of their kid. They made fun of me because of that. I remember how awful I felt, but now I know how jealous they were. Yeah, humans are really weird. I don't know why people would make fun of people for that, to be honest. Hey, I'm subbing to everyone who subs to me. How are you? Bro, I am gonna learn C language. Please give me good tips about C language. Just make sure you understand pointers well. And always make sure to call, I think, what was that function called? Free alloc? Make sure after you allocate memory, you free it whenever you don't need it. The thing about C is that I think C is a good language because it actually should teach people how to actually properly manage their memory. Because a lot of stuff that you do in Java and other higher level languages, you take for granted. So C would actually really be a good language to learn on how to manage memory proper. Use the keyboards command to get the keywords that I use. Let's see. Let's do 14 pixels. 14 pixels. Nah, that's not good. Okay. I also want to add on the span. It's keyboards. Keyboards with an S. Keyboards with an S. Okay, cool. All right, so now how do we determine if it's active? Well, we can just look at the path name. So let's do console log path name. Now currently the path is settings. If I go here, let me see. I'm not sure why. Oh, you know what it is? Because I don't have the page yet. So let's do this. If I do profile. So what should really happen is whatever path name is equal to. So if item.pathname is equal to path name, then it should be active. There we go. Obviously, profile right now is not there. We do have to create a profile page though. So we'll do that right now. So looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too shabby. But something about this white color though is really blinding my eyes for some reason. I don't know if it's just me, but it's really blinding my eyes a little bit. So maybe I'll dim it down a little bit, maybe. I don't even know. Hopefully. Because that is literally... it's too bright for me though. I don't know what it is. But that doesn't look good though. There's just too much white on the screen. Oh well, it'll be fine for now. Are you planning on building your own keyboard? At the moment, I don't really have any thoughts on it, but I really do like keyboards though, honestly. Tricolor wheat? Let me see. I'll try that. Yo, Aiden, thank you so much for the $2 donation, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for that, man. I really appreciate that. Keep up the great work. Having much fun watching you. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for that. I probably don't have any plans on building my own keyboard right now, but I've seen that YouTuber Teha Types. He builds pretty cool keyboards, and maybe I'll do it. You know, who knows? I really do like keyboards, though. I'm not gonna lie. I really do like keyboards. You know, I really do like keyboards. Is there like a color maybe wheat, but like a little bit maybe less? Maybe this is not bad. I don't know. Like, I feel like it would ruin the color scheme though. What do you guys think? Maybe I'll take wheat, but I'll change it a little bit. Maybe a little bit dimmer. I think that would make it look better. We'll take wheat and then we will maybe dim it a little bit. I don't know. We can leave it like that for now. Anson, is smoothness enabled in your VS Code? Yes, it is. A creamy color. Yeah, I agree. A creamy color would really make it look nice. Creamy, vanilla colorish. But wheat doesn't look bad though. Wheat does not look bad. Well, we'll leave it like this for now. We can always change it later. So let me go ahead and do this now. So let's go ahead and create a settings profile page. So we'll go over here, pages, settings, settings. So the whole chat, can anyone recommend meetups groups for aspiring devs? I know there are conferences that they host. But there's a lot of them. I'm not really too sure though. Hey Anson, just wondering, how come you're always awake this early in the morning? I'm usually awake around this time. But yeah, this is just usually around the time that I'm awake. I used to wake up at 2 a.m. all the time, and I would always go to the gym from 2 to 4, and I would come back, shower, and then get my day going from there. But I usually still get up around 2, but I don't know. I usually just stay up around this time though. I don't have like an insomnia or anything like that. I usually stay up awake around this time. To the whole chat, I live in Switzerland and it's 10:30 a.m. We had another viewer that was from Switzerland as well, and Switzerland is very beautiful. Switzerland is actually the dream place that I want to live. If there's one place in this world that I would love to live in, it would be Switzerland. I would choose Switzerland any day, to be able to just literally wake up and see like a nice mountain view, and just see like a bunch of nice houses, just like, like I don't know, something about Switzerland is just really beautiful. If you add a help section on your Discord to help out answer questions, what do you mean by help section? Do you mean like for programming, or? Because we actually have like a programming help section right over here on the server. Right over here. We have programming help. I think it's hidden by default, I'm not sure. I think it's hidden by default. I think only people that agreed to, yeah, I think only, let me see. Yeah, so by default it's hidden to everyone. But if you have to react to this thumbs up to see the programming help channels. Iceland is also a really beautiful country, and I really want to go to Iceland. Does my channel name stick with me, or does anyone have suggestions? That Aussie hate. Are you asking like are you asking for better suggestions for a channel name? Do I place comments in my code? I rarely ever comment code unless it's for myself, to be honest with you. The philosophy is that if you can write your code in a way that can be interpreted just by the variable name, then you don't really need to write comments on your code. What do you do with the other keyboard? I just sit there and I just let it sit there and just admire it. Switzerland is not that great, or at least it's what I'm hearing. Aussie. I mean, what's your channel based on? Did you use it by caching the data with Redux in the socket? Use what exactly? Right now, we're not caching anything with Redux right now. Do I take notes? In what context? Sometimes, okay, I don't write comments, but I'll write documentation. So, for example, I'll show you something that I wrote myself. If I can log into the Google Drive right now. Let me see if I can find it. Gotta open up my Discord because I have a password saved on my Discord channel with my friend. Don't recommend doing that, of course. I should have some documentation somewhere that I can show you guys. So when people ask me what notes do I take, I can show you real quick. Let me See if I can open it right now. Where is it? Maybe it's in my Google, maybe it's in my personal Google Drive, I'm not sure. But I do have it somewhere though. I do have it somewhere. Somewhere. Yeah, so one thing that I like to do is I need to make sure I'm not showing any sensitive data. What was the first coding class I learned? What do you mean by first coding class? Oh, well, I mean, the first class I took was Intro to Comp Sci. If you do the FAQ command, there's a section where it lists all of the computer science classes that I took. Just do FAQ, and it will give you the Google Doc. So I have this Google Doc right over here. And this is a project that I was working on months ago. And so right over here, let me show you. Okay, so right over here, hopefully there's no, I don't think there's no sensitive data here. So basically what I do is I like to write out things to just hash out ideas. So actually I worked on a chat feature for this product a while ago, but I never finished it. But so a lot of the inspiration came from this project itself. But what I'll do is I'll basically write out like introduction, I'll write out design architecture, I'll write out like basically just a way to kind of like hash out ideas in my head. So if I can actually understand what it is I'm trying to implement, it will really help out a lot. So you can see over here, I'm writing out a lot of different documentation so that way I can read it over and over again. I'll draw diagrams like this. Like really just like stuff like that is what I do to kind of just like keep myself understanding what is supposed to happen. But yeah, usually I find it very helpful for myself to actually write out what I'm trying to implement and hash it out like with either pen and paper or in a Google Doc. So that way I can actually reread it later and make it make sense for myself. So a lot of the stuff that you see that we're doing on this project, a lot of stuff is actually recycled from this old project that I didn't get too far in. But only the WebSocket mapping was really what I had gotten done. So hopefully that makes sense. What kind of drugs do I take? I don't take any drugs. What am I using for my store? I'm using MySQL. Did I go to university? Yes. Front end store? I guess Redux. Is it Redux? Redux? For settings, profile, and then element will be so now I should be able to go to /settings. There we go. So you see now when I click on settings profile, you see how it's highlighted. I'm going to add some padding to that. Looks a little bit ugly. I think I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna change this back to this. I'll change it to that. I don't really like that color, honestly. I'll just suck it up and use the white color. But I do want to add some padding though. I think that will make it look a lot better, honestly. You just seem like you're on something. I wish I had some. I just wish I had as much energy as you. Must eat very well. I mean, the only quote unquote drug that I've ever taken was caffeine, which is from coffee. Like, cause I do drink coffee, but not a lot though. Have I ever tried game dev? I've tried Unity, but I've failed miserably. Do I play games? I do play occasionally. My favorite video game is City Skylines. Have you ever used Sanity? I have used Strappy, not Sanity. Am I using React Native? Not right now. Can you show up your desk setup with configuration? What do you mean by desk setup? I forget, but should we be learning both class-based functional? Honestly, you probably will never be needing class-based components anymore. The only thing that you will ever need class-based components for were refs, but there are ways to handle it with functional components now, so you don't really even need that. Have I ever experienced PHP? Nope. City Skylines is so much fun. Yeah, I love City Skylines. Can you record your setup desk? You know what's funny is that I said that at 30,000 subs I'll do a desk reveal, but I don't really care enough about waiting that long. Maybe at some point I'll do a desk setup tour or like a setup tour. I don't really care about the 30k subs. But someone did ask for that though, like a couple days ago, and I said, yeah, you know what? Maybe if I hit 30k subs, I'll do a setup reveal. Maybe do a room tour. I could. Cool. So right now you can see that if profile's highlighted, you can see that. Yeah, pretty cool. So if it's highlighted, we can see that we're on the profile page. So let me write this commit right now real quick, so that way I can save this. I should also probably make it so that it redirects the profile by default, I think. Let me see if I can do that real quick before I write a commit message. Or let me write the commit message first and then do that. Maybe I'll do a room tour at some point. Hello, bro. I'm 23 years old and I started learning full stack. Am I late? Well, I mean, the average lifespan is about 7 years old, so you still have 50 years left to live your whole life, or 80, you know, or maybe 80, 90, depending on how long you live. So I would say 50 years is a lot of time to get a lot of stuff done. So I would say that you're definitely not late, my friend. What would I do if I lost everything? Well, to be honest with you, I actually don't really keep much in life. I actually don't really have that much stuff, to be honest with you. Like, you know, for example, if I if I lost my computer, I wouldn't really care. If I lost my you know, apartment, I would just, you know, figure it out from there. I don't really own too many things, you know. I like to code at the time. I like code at the time of view. Yo, what's going on, Jack? Really, how are you? Yeah, it's never too late. Think of it like this, right? The average lifespan. What is the average lifespan? Average lifespan. I mean, they base it on statistics depending on the country, right? But think of it like this, right? For me personally, I want to live. Me personally, right? I would like to live until I'm 90 years old, a long and healthy life, all the way up until I'm 90, right? Where I can see, you know, my grandkids growing up and my great grandkids growing up and doing nice things in life. I'm only 24 right now. Okay, I'm only 24. So technically there's 70 years left of my life to live. Imagine if I just gave up at the age of 24 years old and just said, you know, screw it, I'm just going to give up. There's 7 years left to make things right. So even if you fail at the age of 50 years old, you still have 40 years left to make it right. You know? So it's never ever too late. I don't have many things in life, said the guy with 3 because I'm alright guys, I'm going to throw this keyboard out right now. So I'm just going to unplug it and I will throw it in the trash bin right now. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, on a real note though, I don't really own too many things. Like aside from like technology stuff, but like if we're talking about actual like, you know, things, I don't really own too many things. I'm pulling the plug at 60, don't want any Alzheimer's or arthritis. That's the way to go. I'm good, man. Good videos, man. Keep up good work. Thank you, Jack. Really appreciate it. Hong Kong has the highest life expectancy in the world. How can I learn Vue? I would just say watch like a crash course on it and just code while you are learning it. I'm gonna hit the gym. I'll come back. All right, take it easy, Vivid. The thing is, nothing in life is promised. So, you know, just live your life like there's no tomorrow. I used to be a hypochondriac. For those who don't know, that basically means you are a you have health anxiety. When I was 22 years old, I would always freak out over the smallest things about my health, And then one day I just told myself, you know, nothing in life is ever promised. Nothing in life is ever guaranteed. You could lose everything tomorrow. So you just have to live life every single day. Like there's no tomorrow. You have to appreciate the little things that you have in life in order to appreciate the big things. So as soon as I thought about that, I was like, you know, I don't really care about, like, those are just thoughts. So as long as I just appreciate what I have in life, I'll be okay. I'm 24 right now. But I used to have really bad health anxiety. And so I started telling myself, you know, there are some people in the world who don't have certain things that I have. So how can I sit there and be afraid of something that just isn't true when I could just enjoy what I currently have because someone else doesn't have it? And then when I don't have it, at least I can look back and say, you know what, at least I enjoyed those things that I had at some point in my life. I mean, I do understand that, you know, obviously it's not easy to just think of it like that, but you have to come to a realization that if you were, think of it like this, right? If you were to put all of your problems in a bucket and compare it to other people, you probably wouldn't want other people's problems compared to the problems that you have right now. But that's why you should never compare your situation to other people because, you know, some people could have a really bad situation, but they're less sensitive to it. They've adapted and they're able to overcome those problems, right? Compared to someone else who just hasn't gotten to that point yet. So you shouldn't compare other people's situations. What is the best way what is the best way that you stay interested in learning something new that may seem challenging? I think that just comes with a mindset of just never giving up and just being persistent and just having that mindset of just not giving up so easily. Because for me personally, right, my mindset is I just don't give up. I just don't like giving up at all. And I just never back down from like a challenge. If I really care about it though, that is. And if I didn't care about it, if I give up easily, that just means I didn't care about that at all from the beginning. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'll build out this part over here. So we'll build out this section over here. So this will be pretty fun to build out. So we'll just render out the whole entire page. We'll render out the background right over here. For by default, we'll have like maybe a gray background. I think maybe what I'll do is if there's no background, I'll minimize like the length over here. Kind of how like Discord does it, I think. But the profile picture, the circle, and the username is definitely something that I really want to make sure that I'm styling properly. Before I do that though, let me do this. Let me go into here. I wonder if there's a way I could do this. I want to programmatically navigate the user from settings to const. Let me do this. Const navigate equals use navigate. I wonder if I have to do this in a use effect or if I have to do this in. Seems like that won't work. I don't even know if I'm even able to do this. But we'll have to try it out and see what happens. Let's see. Hey Lassie, how are you? All right, awesome. So I wanted to automatically redirect the user to settings profile, but what we'll do later is we'll make it so that way we'll use local storage. So what we'll do is we'll make the user go to the last settings that they were on, and we'll use local storage to take care of that. So now if I click here, it'll automatically redirect the user to settings profile, which is what I want. There's a redirect component you can use. Yeah, I think there's the navigate. I think there was a navigate component in React DOM. I can try that as well. I tried it last time though, but for some reason it was giving me some issues. Like right now, I can't even click on it. I think it's throwing an error actually. Maximum update depth. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Maximum update depth. Yeah, I'm not sure. Basically, I just wanted to redirect to the default page to profile. Because right now, the settings page doesn't map to anything. So I just wanted to redirect to profile whenever they click on settings. So for example, settings, if I go to settings, right, it should just redirect to profile. Though that only works if you actually click on settings though. If you just go to the actual settings URL, that won't actually work from what I've seen. Kind of sucks. Add that to your routes as a redirect. Right over here, right? Was it right over here or? What do I think about Tailwind? I've never used it, to be honest with you. A lot of people have told me about it, but I've never really used it before. So I don't really have much of an opinion on it just yet. Is there a rule of thumb as to what you should create error catching for? Typically asynchronous code, IO. I mean, really anything that needs to be caught. Like, I think you should just be handling errors and exceptions in general, really. Anything that could be crucial, that could break your application, you should definitely handle exceptions for. I definitely don't want a empty page there, but I'll just leave it alone for now. Honestly, I'll just leave it alone for now, because I might actually add something in that page later. So for now, I'll just leave it alone. I don't want to spend too much time on this right now. Is the server up? Yes, it's on right now. How long do I sleep? 8 hours. Okay, so let's see. All right, so I'm gonna work on the settings profile page right now. So let's do that. So let's see. All right, so I think what I'll do is I probably will use a flexbox, flex direction of maybe column, and then, excuse me, and then I'll do a position of absolute, I think. I think maybe that might work really well. What am I working on? I'm working on this user profile settings page right now. That's what I'm working on right now. Let's see. I think Flexbox might be a good option. So like, what I could do is I could probably do a Flexbox, have an item here. I mean, I don't need to use Flexbox really. All I really need is I just need one container that wraps this whole page, have this section span the entire width, and then I could probably, you know, I could probably do Flexbox maybe over here. Actually, I think I think maybe I won't use Flexbox. I'll just use this as a regular component. Have the height of maybe 400 pixels, maybe. Let's see, profile. We'll see though. We'll see. What time do I normally go to sleep? 6 p.m. Cal and Jay, how are you? Welcome to the stream, Cal and Jay. Route path redirect. This is from React Router website. Route path / redirect to dashboard. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll take care of that in a second. Let's just go over here. What is it? Redirect to dashboard. I think that was for old one, right? Is that for old one? Because I know they removed the redirect. They removed redirect. Okay. So user banner will be a background image, of course. All right. So for testing, for now, what I'll do is I'll just use a random image. I am using styled components. By the way, I usually use unsplash.com. This is a really beautiful picture. Lake Tekapo in New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand's a very beautiful country. They have a lot of very beautiful sites. But I'm going to go ahead and I'll also send it to you all if you like it. You can use that as your background. I would personally use this for my background because I think it looks cool. I'm going to just download this real quick. I'll just download a medium sized for now. Just so that way I can, just to keep it lightweight for now. What is your background at the moment? I have no idea. I'll have to find a link. I'll find a link and send it to you later. All right, so I'm just gonna keep this asset inside here for now, and I'll just rename this to test PG. Okay, and so what I'll do is I'll create a style component that will represent a user banner. I probably don't even need this component, honestly. I can probably just use a style component, to be honest with you. And background. It's been a while since I've used background images. Let's see. I mean, like, can you show what you have at the moment? Oh, yeah, sure. This is my background currently. So we'll need the background image property URL. And we'll pass in the URL. Oh wait, I think I need to use a style component for this, or not style component. What am I saying? I think I need to use like props for this. Yep. Let's see. Let's go ahead and type annotate this real quick. So background URL. I think this should be good enough. And we will go ahead and see what happens. Settings profile banner. So what I'll do is I'll just literally do this. And for background URL, I think I might need to import the... Right now we're not using a CDN yet, but we will replace it with a CDN later. So I can import the assets. I think maybe I could do it like this, I think. I'm not sure, but we can try out and see what happens. Let's see what happens. So let me just move this over here. Let's open this up. Seems like that's not working. So we'll have to figure out what's going on. If you prefer to use a declarative API for navigation, V6 provides a navigate component. Yeah. I think I'll have to look at something in a second. Do I need to pass in the URL instead? Let me see. Let me just also make sure I'm doing this right. So let me comment this out. Or actually, what if I hard coded the URL? So it's the URL. So let me see. I'm inside. Where am I? So // So I go out one, I'm in styles. If I go out one, I'm in utils. If I go out one, then I'll be able to get to assets. Test banner.jpg. Yeah, I'll take a look at it in a second. Give me one sec though. Background image URL. Okay, let me actually do this. Let me actually just get the actual image itself. Why don't I try that first? Not sure if this will work, but we can try. That is weird. Okay, yeah, it's clear over here, but oddly enough, for some reason, it doesn't want to render, which is strange to me. Even with the direct URL. I mean, in the end, we will be rendering it based on the URL because we'll have all of the images fetched from the CDN anyways. So, interesting. All right, so it seems like width 100% was the problem. Let me see something real quick. Seems like it was the width that was giving us issues. Try this background. Let's do this. We have the page is set to, oh, page should be set to width of 100% though. That's weird. There we go. That's weird. Now, let me actually just make sure that this doesn't affect the other apps as well. Moldovan, how are you? Okay, cool, that doesn't get affected. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I used page actually anywhere in my components, so I think we should be fine, honestly. Oh, we only used it for login page onboarding. So let me look at login page real quick. Okay, cool. That doesn't get affected. Perfect. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. With 100. Cool. All right, let's get rid of this. So I think what I'll do is for height, we'll leave it at 400 pixels. We'll modify background size or background position to maybe center, something like that. I wonder if there's like some library component that we can use to kind of like change the position of the banner, because like there's some way that you can like crop the banner or something like that. There probably is some library that we could use. Are you doing this for work or just a personal project? Personal project. But what I was thinking is maybe you can probably get the user's position of where they are cropping it, and they can just set the position of the background dynamically. That could be a position. That could be a solution. Say the background position Y, like 30 pixels, for example, something like that. But we'll do center for now. Okay, we could also probably change the height a little bit, but I think maybe I'll do 300 pixels, honestly. Background size cover. Okay, we'll leave it. We'll fix this a little bit later. For now, we'll leave it like this. Cool. So it's getting the URL. Awesome. We'll make it so that when you hover over it, it'll actually you can actually. Give me 1 second. I need to also make sure that there's a background color over it as well. Let's see, 9.9. So let me actually do this. CSS background, image, and color. Let's do background URL. Let's see. Background URL. So we'll pass the URL as a prop later when we get the image from the CDN. And then background URL. And then maybe we could do RGBA like this. Like that. Should work. Let me see. I've done this a while ago. Let's see. You can't set background color on top of PG image, try the other way around. Yeah, it seems like that doesn't work. All right, I'll just do it this way. Let's do this. You can apply multiple backgrounds to elements. These are layered on top of one another with the first background apply on top. Only the last background can include a background color. Interesting. I guess I'll just do it this way. So let's try this. Let's do... RGBA. Okay, and then comma URL. Let's see what happens here. There we go. Though of course the rest of this should probably be set afterwards, I think. Perfect. You should make Chua Chat premium and make it so that when you have it, you can have anime profile pictures. Yeah, at some point I'll add Stripe API just for fun, so that way you guys can use Stripe API as well. I'm kind of happy now. City Skylines just got installed on my PC. Nice. Turn me up chat LLFFGG. What font are you using in VS Code? It's called Consolus. So yeah, linear gradient seems to work really well. I've done it before in the past with linear gradient, but so I guess you could just do linear gradient instead to fix that. Okay. Let's see. Where are my tabs? Let's close this out. Close this out. And there we go. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll make it hoverable. But before I do that, let me also just pass in the props. Set user profile. And so for the URL, we will just replace that with whatever the URL that they pass in. So hopefully there's no issues here. Let's see, it's gonna be fun to deal with. Let me do this. Maybe what I'll do is this. So if there is a background URL, so let me just go over here. Let me make this a partial first. And what I'll do is if there is a background URL, then we will render out background. So let's do this. So otherwise, we will get the user's saved color scheme. So whatever color they set for their background, and we'll just render out the background color instead. Not sure why it says any, because it should be string. That's kind of weird. Let's see. So we'll do this. Okay. And now to actually interpolate the background URL, I might throw in. Not sure how this will end up well for me, but let's see. That is interesting. Any reason why you're using partial instead of just making that single prop optional? Because might probably have more props later on. So that's why I made it a partial, because I'll probably add more props later on. Man, you are fired. Do you even rest? I do. This is better than watching Netflix. I'm glad that it's entertaining for some people. You should get some sleep. I think I'm okay for now. Let's see. Maybe this might work. I don't know, but that messed up a lot of our sidebar. Okay, so it renders the background color just fine. We'll probably use, so this will basically be a dynamic value that will be passed on from the, that'll be passed as prop. So what I'll do is, let me see if I can just pass in the settings profile banner. Where is it? Right over here. So background URL, so we'll just pass in whatever URL it is. Let's see. That is probably gonna break out. Okay, so there you go, that works. All right, there we go. So if we pass in a background URL, it'll render. If we don't pass in a background URL, we'll pass in, I guess, the user's color scheme or whatever background color that they set. So I'll probably end up adding another prop over here later on, probably like something like background color. So that way that'll also be optional as well. So whatever, if they have a background color, we'll render that out. If they don't, we'll just set a default one. Yo, what's going on, Siach? How are you? How do I make PWSHS7 as a default integrated terminal? Dark blue stripe theme is so good, and night. Stripe's UI is actually really beautiful. Like, it's actually really beautiful. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll make it so that when you hover over this component, it is going to, well, first let's do this cursor pointer. So when I hover over it, it should, okay, so here's what I want to do. When I hover over it, I want to make the background a lot more darker. So what I'll do is on hover, background linear gradient, and I wonder if this will, I think this might actually replace, I think I might need to just copy this whole thing again. Because if I don't include the URL, that'll probably, crap. Actually, no, I think I might need to do this. Yeah, let's do this. So if I actually do this, and if I change this to, let's say, 9 and then 9, I think that will remove the background if I hover over it. So, yep, that'll remove the background. So I'll have to also copy this last part as well. And I also need to copy all the other properties as well, which is quite annoying, but it's okay. So I probably only need this if there is a background though, so that's also fine. Yeah, let's just do that as well. And our CSS is starting to look a lot more messier, but we'll refactor it later. I could also add like a transition. I'll do that later though, or AK, I'll just do that right now. So let's see, transition, background, or let's do 500. Let's do 1 second background ease, I guess. I don't even know if you can transition backgrounds. Can you even do that? I don't think you can. Let me see. Oh, I think I might transition the gradient, I think. Let me see. How long have you been coding TypeScript? 2 years now. You know, I think opacity on the background might be a lot better, because then we can actually transition in opacity. Another thing that I want to do is when I hover over this element, I do want to also display a change background thing on like the middle. So I think we'll need JavaScript for that 100%. Let's see. I think what I'll do is, let's see. Let me do this instead. What if I did this? What if I did opacity 60%? So maybe what if I did 80% opacity, and then on hover I could just do and then I can just do a transition on. I wonder if that will decrease performance. Hopefully not. 200 milliseconds. I guess this could work. So I can probably dim the background color and maybe increase the gradient a little bit more. And I can also just change the gradient as well to a brighter color, something like that. Let's try 80, 200. Okay, well, I guess setting the gradient property will remove that opacity or remove that transition. I know you must answer this 100 times, but did you do engineering boot camps for computer science? I did not. I'm looking at Stack Overflow. Someone also uses the before attribute. Someone uses the before attribute as well. And what they do is they position the pseudo element absolute. They add the gradient, something like this. So let me show you. Something like this, but I'll bookmark this and I'll try that later because I want to move on from this. I don't want to spend too much time on this crap right now. I think maybe you have mentioned that earlier, something with positioning the absolute, I think, Michael. I think you may have mentioned that earlier. But we'll leave it like this for now because I want to move on. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Okay, so now we need to add the user profile picture. But I also do need to do one more thing whenever I hover over the banner. There's an on hover event, or let me see. I think it's on mouse, I think. On mouse enter. So whenever the on mouse enter, whenever we enter the banner, we can display like something that says change background, for example. You can add no repeat and send to the background properties. Way over here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna need to position this element absolute. So, okay, so I think inside this div is where I will contain this and this. So this will actually be in its own invisible box. So this will basically be like its own invisible box that will just shift up by 1 using absolute positioning. And we'll just have the about me over here. So I think what I'll do is this. I'll probably... I could also create one container, put this on top and position it relative here, and then I can just set top to yeah, I guess I'll do that. So let me just do this real quick. So we need the profile picture as well as the user's username. So I think in here I'll add, let me do this real quick. Let's go over to settings, index, and we'll do let's see. Thanks, Liam. I appreciate that. Keep up the good work. You have made a lot of progress. Thank you, Gravity. I appreciate that. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably take this, add this over here. Well, maybe not inside here, but inside here. And I'll create like a fake avatar for now. So I'll create like a div that'll just act like an avatar temporarily until we upload the pictures. Okay, we can then add a border as well. Something like that, yep. Cool. Of course I will change color of this to maybe a little bit darker. I'll change the height and width to 150. Maybe just a little dimmer as well. And now, so this is for the avatar. Of course, the username will need to go underneath span. So what I think what I'll do is this. Try this. Display flex. Justify content. Nope, not that. Okay. Let me change the span to font size of maybe 18 pixels, font weight of 500. Not too bad. Maybe I'll change the font size a little bit bigger, so maybe 24 pixels. Okay. Maybe do a gap between the two, 20 pixels maybe. maybe a little bit more, maybe 40 pixels. Okay, actually I'll do 30 pixels. And now we want to take this element and center this right here. So from here, I think what I want to do is, let me set the style to position relative. Okay. And now what I'll do is I'll do position absolute and top 0. Okay, so what if I think, can you do negative values, I think? So I think the height of this, I'm not really sure what the height of this is. Let's see, background color. Let me set the width to also 100% as well. Okay. So height of this is 158, which I guess is considered by this. So I think what we could do is probably top. Let me just try something real quick. Okay, so I think the height divided by 2 minus and negative up, which should do the trick. Let me add the background color again. I think what I could do is I'll do padding, top, bottom, nothing, left and right 32 pixels, and then add a box sizing, border box. Background color, not too bad. I kind of really don't like where the position of the username is, to be honest with you. I want this username to be a little bit more up top, so I could probably just do maybe like margin top negative 20 pixels. What if I did flex end? Yep, nope, that's not good. I'll just leave it for now. Cool. So now what happens if I, of course, do this? Background size will change. I'll probably have to fix that later so it doesn't change at all. If I do this, of course, we'll have to fix the scroll bar as well. For this right over here, we'll fix that in a second. But not looking too bad, not looking too bad. Obviously, this will have to be replaced with an actual profile picture. But I think we could probably work with this for now. Only thing that I want to do is probably position this a little bit more up top. Maybe what I could do is I could probably do this. I could probably make, well, I don't even know if I could even do this, because you can't have position absolute and relative at the same time. So if I did position absolute and I did top bottom 0. Yo, what's going on, Daniel? No, I don't really feel, it doesn't really feel nice having this position absolute though, if I'm being honest with you. It does look nicer, right? I think it's fine, honestly. I don't know. Oh, we'll see what happens though. I definitely like this a lot better than the other one compared to the UI. Okay, but we'll move on. So now the only problem is how do I ensure that the rest of the UI renders well? So I want to add the about me section, so, or yeah, the about me text area. So text area, that's what it looks like here. Okay, see now that's a problem. We have that over there. Let's see, it's over here. That was a problem that I knew that we would run into. Maybe I should probably use margin instead. Though I feel like if I use margin, that will ruin the. Maybe I could use padding instead. Maybe I'll try padding before using absolute position. Let me see. I could try padding. Make it 50 pixels. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work because we have Flexbox, I think. Or maybe. Let's try margin. It's be 79 pixels. Yeah, I guess that could work. I think margin could work fine, honestly. Cool. And then we could just put this right over here. Yeah, in this div, I can just add some padding, 32 pixels. Okay. And that'll be the About Me section. I could probably do also maybe 64 pixels, maybe not 64, but 36 pixels top and bottom, 32 left and right. So that way the side as well also has same padding as well. All right, see ya, Gravity, take it easy. You can do transform, translate 50%. What did I do here? Oh, that's weird. What's going on with this? Transform, translate, y, negative 50%. Okay, so that'll translate at 50% of its height, right? Okay, cool. Okay, that works. Thanks for letting me know about that. And we have, let's see, padding over here, though. Let me get rid of this top padding real quick. Okay, I think that's fine. This will break the UI pretty good. Okay. And now what I'll do is for this, I'll just basically create this section over here. So I'll create another style component, export const about a setting profile. And I think for this, I'll just set a fixed width to maybe 500 pixels. Don't really care so much about that right now. And I think I could reuse a text area element. I believe I have one that I could use. Hopefully it's reusable. Message text area. We could probably reuse this, honestly. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Oh yeah, my bad. The server is down. Yeah, it was up earlier though. Message text area. Interesting that it's not being rendered. Okay. Guess I'll just create a new one then. Okay, what is going on? Background color inherit. Okay, maybe we are. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We're inheriting the background. Yep. Let's see. So the background color, I'll make it. Let's do this. Probably make it a little bit dimmer. There we go. Margin. Let's see. I wonder what happens if I do this. Then I can remove the padding here. And I can remove set left to. Okay, I think that would be a lot better. So let me create another component. Let's do export const profile. Is service enum to avoid circular references between modules having to use for ref? The services enum is for the NestJS backend. Oh wait, I forgot. For ref was a NestJS thing as well. No, not really. The enum is just to have the actual service tokens just set in an enum. It's not really specific to solving the circular reference issue. Okay, so what I want to do is this. I want to create an profile about section, which we have that already. Okay. Inside here, I want to have the actual text inside a profile about section. So I will need to set the background color to this, and then we'll just set the color to inherit, like that. There we go. Cool. I will set the font size. Let's see. Pixels. What am I using for auth? Passport.js. About me, K. Maybe add some padding overall. Padding 32 pixels. Box sizing, border box. Border radius 8 pixels. Cool. Okay, not too bad. Inside profile description field should be somewhere over here. Right over here. Let's see. I'll probably add some margin top 10 pixels, so that way there's some spacing. No, maybe I don't know why that's not. Let's see. Oh, that's because down here I already have margin already. But I'll only do margin top because we already have padding on the bottom already. So let's do margin top 10 pixels. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 20 pixels. There we go. I should just font size a little bit to 15. Let's see what 15 looks like. It doesn't look too bad. Okay, let's see. Let me also make the max height 200. Or let me just make that max height. Let me just make that height 100 pixels. Max length will always be 200 characters no matter what. So let's just do that. Max length 200. Cool. So I think maybe a height of 80 pixels could be okay. Okay. We'll also make it so that I think what I'll do is I'll also add an icon on the right hand side, the edit icon. So let me go over here to React icons and I'll do edit. Let's look for an edit icon. Let's do AI outline edit. Seems like a pretty cool one. Or maybe FI. These are some nice ones. Which one should I use? What are you using for DB? I'm using MySQL. Anson, please make a vid for React Auth. I really need it. Thanks, man. Also keep up the great work. I'm not really sure what icon I should use. Maybe I'll use, let's see. I'll just throw this one in for now. Or actually, let me see something real quick. Let's try this one. Maybe we'll decrease the size to 28. And what I'll do is I'll put this inside a div. Okay, so what we'll do is by default, the field will be disabled. They'll click edit to enable it. We'll add that function out later, but I do want to test something out real quick. I'm going to go over here. When it is disabled, we'll change the color to maybe a dimmer color. So let's set the disabled field to true. And you can see right now it's disabled. Yeah, we'll do it like that. We'll also make it so that I'm not really a fan of the font size of it, to be honest with you. Or I think it's the font weight. Let's try font weight of 500. I think 500 is better. Hey Divi, how are you? Bro, you have been streaming for 7 hours. You're not bored of coding? Not really. It's not really coding that I should be bored of. It's the app itself that I should be concerned about being bored of. As long as I'm not bored of the app itself, then I'm not really bored of coding. I mean, coding is really not the issue. It's mostly the app itself. It's mostly the app itself. Will you make it like Revolt.js? What's Revolt.js? What is Revolt.js? Sorry, I'm just checking my phone real quick for something. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I just had to respond to something. Make it lighter. Expected date of this being finished? No idea. I code for like 3 hours. I have to stop. Really cannot focus without any cat memes. I mean, to be honest with you, like the reason why I'm actually able to focus really, well is because I'm also streaming at the same time too. So that also helps me focus as well. Normally, if I am coding without streaming, I probably will do maybe like 4 hours, take a break. Then go back to it later on. Yeah, I think this looks nice for now. And of course, Liam actually suggested something earlier where instead of showing a save button, whenever the user is editing, we can just display like a little pop-up on the bottom. I think maybe we could probably use React Toastify maybe. React Toastify. There should be a way on React Toastify where you can actually add buttons on there, I believe. There has to be a way. If there isn't, then it's fine. We'll create our own. But there should be a way where you can add buttons on there. Let me look at the docs real quick, because I know that something could happen when you click on the toast itself. But maybe we can probably add buttons on the toast. We'll see. If we can't, then we can just create our own. That's also fine as well. Let's see. I don't think there is. Let me actually look this up on Google. Let's see. You can use React. You can use any React component to do so, according to this. Seems like they removed that that anchor. Oh, it says from 2018. Maybe they may have deprecated that. Let's see. 2018. So that was 4 years ago. Let's see, render a component. When you render a component, a closed toast function is passed as props. Let's see. You can also render a component using a function. I feel like they may have removed this feature a while ago. I'm not really too sure though. I have a feeling, I mean, we'll actually, you know what, let me try that out. Maybe, I feel like they may have deprecated, but we'll have to see. Might be. Let's find out. I think they may have removed it a while ago. When did I start programming? Back in 2016. You can add custom code with React Hot Toast. There's an example on site. React Hot Toast. Let me look up React Hot Toast. I don't think I've heard of that yet. Let's see if I have seen it. Oh yeah, this was actually the other library that we were considering on using. But I don't know if I want to use two different libraries though. I mean, I don't know if it'd be a good idea to use two different toasts though. I believe that the toast library, they deprecated this feature where you can render components. I believe that's what I think. I have no idea though. Let's do success, because right now it expects a. Let me do this. React Toastify. Why not use recoil instead of Redux? Why should I use recoil? Give me one good example of why I should use recoil. I'm not against it, but I'd like to know why recoil is better. Let me get the toast function. I think you can't. Let's see. So you actually can still pass a div. Oh, okay. So it seems like you can actually still pass in a div. Interesting. So let me test this out real quick. On click. Or pass in something else. Doesn't have to be a div. Let me try this. Hello world. So if I click on that edit button. Okay, now what if I add a button? Oh, okay, I see. I wonder if there's a way to style the. I wonder if there's a way. So okay, now that I know we could do that, let me change the size of this button though. Hold on. Oh, that's interesting. Interesting. I'll definitely do this. I think maybe like if there's a way to style the toast so that way it is wider and it shows up on the bottom. I can definitely change the direction. So watch this. I can do position. Bottom center. But I want to make it a lot more wider. Let me see. Change React toast width. Yo, what's going on, Emery? How are you? Let's see. So there's a way to actually change the toast itself. Use exclamation mark theme to get the theme. Let's see. I still haven't gotten an answer from the person asking why not use recoil and why recoil is better than Redux. But I'd love to know though. What toast-like module are you using? It's called React Toastify. I could have sworn I created a button. I don't know why it's not being imported from styles button.tsx though. But I remember making a custom button. So what I would like to do is maybe move this to the right hand side. So what I could do is something like, you know, we can have two buttons. Why are you using style components of CSS modules? Me personally, I like to have my CSS file separate. I don't really think that matters because technically my CSS file is separate. It's just the only difference is that those style components are CSS in JS. And there's nothing wrong with using both style components and CSS modules. You can't really compare the two of them because style components is really more so for like if you want to create a component and also be able to pass dynamic props and also be able to just conditionally set styles. I actually personally find setting styles with style components a lot easier than CSS modules. But you know, some people just have their own preferences. Some people like using style components, some people like using CSS modules. Some people like using UI libraries. Okay, so I definitely also want to remove this loading indicator 100%, but this is going to require me to do a bunch of different changes to that, which is really annoying. Let me see. Let's see. Is your app responsive? Not yet. So I can definitely change the width of this, but the problem here is now, it's not positioned properly. Yeah, that's not good. Let me see, trying to figure out how I can override these default styles. If I can, that'd be great. So that means I don't have to actually create all this stuff from scratch. That would be amazing. Let's see. Let me see, toast, React, toastify, change width. Let's see. I think what I might need to do is I might need to change the margin left. So I think what they're saying in the docs is let's do this style. Let's do width 1000 pixels. And margin left width divided by 2, so 500 pixels, I think. Let's find out. Are you more comfortable writing backend code or frontend code? Let me think about that real quick, because I've been asked that multiple times, but I've never really thought much about it. Let me think about it real quick, because it really depends. I would say, in terms of backend, I'm really good at setting up the whole backend infrastructure using like authentication. I've used Auth0 before. I've used JWTs. I've used sessions before. I've done a lot of scaling with backend before. It just really, I would say, like, it depends on what you want me to do. Like, for example, if you wanted me to do microservices with a backend, I could do that a lot more easier than I could do it with a front end, for example. There are things called micro front ends, but I've never worked with that before. But I would say, I don't know, it really just depends on the type of thing that I'm trying to do. Oh, Umair, how are you? The thing is, though, it's so weird. I think from what I'm looking at the docs, they're taking the width divided by 2. So I don't know, 500 pixels is the width. Margin left should be negative 250 pixels. That's what they did. But that's not right. Well, it feels off. The width is 500. Oh, what is this? There's some extra stuff on the side. Interesting. I might need to... Damn. I might need to actually override some CSS, which is not... Or not the override some CSS. Like, I might need to override the default toast, which I don't want to do because I only want it for this specific... I only want it for this specific one, you know? I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. I could also just do reset changes. And let's see what it looks like here. But then again, that looks... Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll do reset and save instead. And what I'll do is flex... justify content. Flex end. That's what it looks like there. Then now that looks really ugly. I don't like that at all. Feels too weird. I could also just probably do maybe center. But then now that looks weird. Yeah, I don't know. It looks really, really weird, honestly. I've added a comment on a Figma with a link to add an example. All right, let me take a look. Let's see, what have you done? Talk pop-up? You have made change profile. You want some? Yeah, we could do some. That's what we can do 100%. The animation I think wouldn't be that hard to implement because you could just do a translate Y from bottom to top, and then translate it from top to bottom by Y. I guess we could just not use Twistify. Yeah, that's really a good idea. We could do that. And we just add an animation for later. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get into a better flow of committing changes in my process. Sometimes I feel like I wait too long or load to push changes that thing. Yeah, that happens to me a lot too, you know. That happens to me a lot, where I accidentally like write a lot of code and I just forget to commit all of those changes. Is this guy really continuous like from past ARs? Yeah, I'm a real person, Surav. This is not This is not a replay. Arif, how are you? How are you doing, Arif? Hi, Appa Kabar. I tried learning NestJS once. It didn't recover for a week. Was it that bad? Abrar, how are you, man? Nice Kibi, thank you. How long do I stream plus day job? I usually stream, let's see, right now it's 3 o'clock right now, so in about 6 hours, I will probably get off. That's 6, what am I talking about? In about like 4 hours, I'll probably get off. And I'll go work my day job for 8 hours, and then I'll go to sleep and then do it again. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just responding to a message. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's 16 hours throughout the day. I'll probably stream like on a weekday. I'll probably stream maybe like 4 hours, work 8 hours, and then the rest of the time I'll have for myself. Let's see. Okay, but yeah, for now I won't really worry about that. I mean, I think what Liam has is a pretty good proof of concept, so that's pretty cool. Thank you for that, Liam. I appreciate that. We'll change it up a little bit with the colors and stuff, and then we'll add that in later. But okay. I'll just remove all this crap right now. But that's basically the idea. And of course, we won't obviously make it so that it'll toggle whenever you click edit. What we'll do is when they edit, if there's a difference between the current content and if the content is different, then we'll just display that pop up. If they, so we'll basically conditionally render. We'll basically conditionally render it. Let's see. I think what I could do is I could probably just position the thing on the bottom, and then maybe I could, like, I don't know, set the visibility to hidden or something like that. Or maybe I could do like some like opacity, not opacity, but maybe what I could do is I could position it. I definitely want to position it outside the DOM, but I want to also translate it as well. So I'm trying to think what would be a good idea. I could definitely translate it from bottom to top. I don't know, we'll see. What do you code during the day, front and backends or both? Mostly just backend. Nice. I'm at my job now. Nice. Let's see. Okay. All right. What I'll do is this. We still need to make it so that when we hover over, we need to display the change background text in the middle, in the center. And same thing with the profile as well. We'll do that in a second. For now, I will go ahead and do this. Let's go over here. Okay. Let's see now. Yeah, I think what I'll do next is let's go into settings profile page. Let's see. Obviously, all of this data will be fetched from the API, but I really don't know why my IntelliSense is always messed up. It's so annoying, man. Let's see, use state from React. There we go. This was live 2 days ago. Do you stress about good commit messages? How do you come up with good ones? Yeah, I do stress about it sometimes. because writing a good one, sometimes it's like because like usually you should keep commit messages, like I think it was like less than 150 characters. I think. How long should commit messages be? But sometimes it's hard to just keep everything under than 50 characters, to be honest with you. But typically commits should be very, very small changes. I just have a bad habit, like when I'm working on my own side projects, like it's different at work. Like at work, I work a lot differently because there's actual rules to follow along. But when I'm working by myself, it's a lot different, you know? Excuse me. But I do stress a little bit about that sometimes. Okay, so we'll disable the form field if they are not editing. Okay. And if we are editing, then we will enable it. So what we'll do is this. So when I click on the edit button, on click, set is editing true. Well, actually, I'll just probably do true, or I'll just toggle it. So I'll toggle it. So watch this. Toggle, I can do this, toggle it back, can't edit anymore, perfect. And so what I'll do is this. I will now create a component that will be, I don't know how I'm going to render it, but I'm going to try this out right now first before I look at something else. LSP, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream. I mostly, when doing monorepo, to prefix it with API fee or front-end bug. Export const, edit changes. Let's do this. Let me try this first before I look at anything else. Background, color. So width of maybe, I don't know, 750 pixels. Display of flex. I'll definitely need justify content. Space between. Color FFF. Okay. Now. Height, maybe 100 pixels. No idea where that's being rendered. There we go. Now, no, it's going to be position absolute left 0. Yeah. Let me see. That is way too far off. There we go. Let's do maybe 80 pixels. And let me try this. So what if I were to do something like this? Transform, translate y minus 50%. Like that. Seems like that doesn't want to do what I want to do. Okay, yeah, that is not what I want to do 100%. I want to translate it, but kind of like hide it in a way. Basically, I have the positioning working, but I also want to add an animation as well. Do you write languages other than JSTS for backend? What do you think of Go? I use Spring Boot on occasion. I used to use Django, but not anymore. I think Go is a good language. What is the difference between API v1 and API v2? Well, typically what companies will do is they'll create different versions of their API, So the reason why they do that is because when they create a newer version, they want to let current customers use the old one as well as migrate to the newer one. Because if you release a product and then you just make a bunch of breaking changes, or not breaking changes, but if you release a product, right, and you immediately force the customer to switch over to the newer version, it's going to take them time to actually migrate to the newer version, which is why you shouldn't do that. Let's see. Not sure what's going on with this though. I don't know why it moves it downwards though. Is it because I have X? Let me try translate. Okay, there we go. I think I need to set translate X like that. Okay. You saw what overflow hidden? I should hide it. Or will it? Nope. That's not what I want. Let's see. CSS translate. Maybe let me do this. I think overflow hidden needs to be in here. Or does it? Yeah, no worries, Ibrahim. On the main div, profile edit action bar. Well, the main div is page. Because I have profile edit bottom action bar. How come you're not using any CSS frameworks like Tailwind or something? I don't know what. I've never used Tailwind before, so I've never put that on my consideration. But I personally like using UI libraries. I just personally prefer to do everything myself. Don't really think overflow Y hidden will make a difference. Because overflow hidden will just set it for X and Y anyways. Hi Michael, how are you? Have I heard of Zag.js? I have not. I think maybe it might be because of the Z index, maybe? I'm not really sure. Basically, I want to translate this outside of this whole page. Right now, this is the page component that wraps everything that we're in. And I basically want to have this outside of the page. I want to have it translated out. And so that way I can create like a transition that translates upwards. Can you share how you've constructed your database tables and all? I'm loving this. I currently don't have a database ERD diagram to show. The reason why is because I generated all the tables with type RM. Just to also let you know that I did not plan any of this application ahead of time. We just kind of like went straight into it. But I will create an ERD. And once I do, I will put that in the GitHub repository. I promise. Overflow hidden. Position fixed. I don't know. It's weird how this is not a... Okay, there we go. Now that works. So now what I want to do is I want to translate it upwards. And so how would I do that? That's the next problem. I think what I could do is I could probably pass in the prop. Maybe I'll do, let's see, transition. I'm going to do this for now. And what I want to do is we're going to need a keyframe. So I do have a folder for keyframes. So right now we have translate Y set to 100%, I think. Yeah. So I think what I'll do is we'll translate negative 100%, or maybe negative. We'll translate it from 100%. So export const slide action slide up keyframes from, and then we'll do transform translate Y. So the current position is 100%, or actually wait, yeah, it's 100%. We'll transform from here to transform translate Y negative 20%. We'll try negative 20%. Okay, cool. Love from Bangladesh. Ashiko, how are you, man? I used to have a lot of friends who are from Bangladesh, actually. I hope you're doing well. I use ERD editor extension VS Code. I'll take a look at that, actually. Seems like a very helpful extension. Let's see, what is this? Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I will definitely take a look at this later. Thanks for letting me know about that. Thanks for letting me know about that, Usama. I sent you a demo a while ago. Try to add me to sound soon. Yeah, don't worry about the Asana board right now. I'm going to need to figure out permissions before I can share anything. Profile edit bar. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll pass in a prop for this. So animate. And what I want to do is I only want to display this when about is not equal to the original. So we'll have the, so basically what we'll do is we'll have the default value that is fetched from the database, and we'll have the edited about. So basically we'll have to pull data from the database, and edit about will depend on the value of about, of course. And what we'll do is we'll edit, instead of editing the original value, we'll edit the new value. And what we'll do is, let's see. If edit about is not, is there like a proper equals method on strings? I guess you could just do this about, then it'll show. So, okay, so it seems like that doesn't work. Edit about is not equal to about, which should be true. Let me do this real quick. Let me go over here. Love from Paul. How are you, Limitless? How are you doing, my friend? Okay. So we'll animate. Oh, I haven't applied the animation yet. Silly me. Animation. 1 second. Slide up. Ease, I believe is how you do it. Okay, now we obviously want to make sure it stays, which is the problem. So watch this. What reverse proxies are you planning on using? I use Nginx currently. Now I only want to animate this if it's not equal. So if edit about is not equal to about, then animate it. Another problem that we had earlier with the keyframe is that it doesn't stick. So I think what I could do is I can animate it and I can just set the. Is there there has to be a way to set the translate after it has animated. I think I'm not too sure though. But let me actually fix this. So this should be negative 50%, and then negative 50% at all times. Or actually, yeah, here we go. So it should stay. Let me see. CSS handle after animation. Maintain the final state. I think what I could do is probably this. Hopefully we don't need to use only JavaScript. Let's see. Animation name, animation duration, animation fill mode, animation delay. Frame motion. Is now time to use frame motion. I mean, maybe we could use frame motion. I don't know. Maybe we could use frame motion. Which cloud provider will I use? I use DigitalOcean currently. I could also just use frame motion. I think frame motion would be a lot better. If edited about is not equal to about, okay, slides up, but then that's kind of annoying. It disappears. There has to be a way where I can set the, like, let me see. I wonder if there's a way animation callback. I'm looking at Google right now. It seems like there's should be a way where I can set the state afterwards, but I don't know if it's possible though. Yeah, I'm building it for fun, and no, I don't have any plans on making this a course. Use forwards. The animation fill mode CSS property sets how a CSS animation applies styles to target before and after. Oh, okay. So, animation fill mode forwards. Interesting. So let's see. Refresh. Cool. Thanks, David. Yeah, it seems like forward was what we needed. Okay. So what should happen is this. I only want to render that whenever we edit. Okay, so for example, right now, if I edit, but now also I want to make it so that the animation goes backwards or it goes back down. I think maybe using framer motion would probably be a lot easier, to be honest with you. I mean, what I could also do is I could also set the animation too, right? Because if this is false, right? Maybe I could use a different animation. Let me try something real quick. Let me try something. Slide up. Let's create slide down. And what we'll do is we'll just change from 100. Let me see. Negative 20% to 100%. I hope I can actually do it this way, because that'd be amazing if we could do it. So if animate CSS hopefully this works. I tried this last time a while ago and it gave me a lot of issues, so let's see what happens. So let's do this. Yeah, I think the animation going back, let me see something. Okay, I guess that could work. I think that's better. There we go. So I think this is better, actually. There we go. What do you guys think? Don't forget to share it in GitHub. Why should I share it in GitHub? Looks great, yeah. Thanks for mentioning animation fill mode. Now let me fix this up and make it so that animation is now going to animate. Just letting you know, the code is already in GitHub, by the way, but I was just curious what your reasoning was behind it. The code is already in GitHub. It's open source, so if you want to take a look at it, you can. Okay, so this does not want to work. Maybe I got to do something like there we go. Let's see if that works. And now my entire app is broken. That's what's going on. It seems like you're interpolating keyframes. Okay, yeah, it seems like we can't do it this way, unfortunately. I mean, maybe we could. Let's just do it the old way. Just this way. AI will help you if a lot of you want. You forgot about MS. What did I forget about MS? No, well, the original problem was that I'm trying to interpolate a keyframe, and it was saying that you should only use CSS for that. But yeah, even if I had MS, I would have complained about that anyways. But I guess we could do it like that. Wait, what was going on over there? Oh, I think I need animation and fill mode for both. Tailwind with framer equals God mode. Should learn Tailwind. It made my friend so much easier. LOL. Yeah, a lot of people keep telling me that. I am not opposed to it, but I don't think it'd be a good idea to add Tailwind in this project right now. With style, I mean, I don't know. Like, should I add Tailwind with style components? Someone told me that I should not. Or not someone. A lot of people told me I shouldn't. I'm not against Tailwind. I haven't had a chance to look into it yet, though. But it's something that it's definitely something on my bucket list. You know. Let's see. If they leave the page and go back, of course it should change. Yeah, this is not good. Like, you see how, like, when I refresh, it goes down? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, edited about is not equal to about. That is so annoying. Yeah, it seems like this is not going to work to our advantage. I mean, I don't know. Because when I load it, it's weird because we have transform set to 50. Edit about is not equal to edit abouts. Yeah, I don't know. Annoying. If you have a lot of component already, it's too late. Yeah, it is too late. Not the right time for Tailwind. So much code refactoring on your end. Now you get map perfect. Tailwind is fairly similar to a lot of CS and JS libraries, just precompiled, not React specific. Similar to DX. I'm sad that I'm not passing interview, but I'm kind of happy because I learned so much on that. Hey man, listen, don't worry about that. Just keep applying to jobs. Keep your head up. Let the rejection fuel you to keep applying for more. Don't worry. I'll tell you a fun story. I was applying to Stripe. I don't know if you guys know Stripe, the company that's for payment processing. I really wanted to work for Stripe, and this was during October when I was applying for jobs. And what happened was I applied and I got an interview and I got rejected in the end. And as soon as I saw the rejection email, I got really upset. And what I did was I applied to 80 more jobs on their company website. So needless to say, I spammed their entire database with my application. But you know, yeah, don't let rejection, you know, let you put you down. Just keep applying, and I promise you that you'll get something in the end. Use the exclamation mark theme command to get the theme name. Yeah, honestly, I don't really care about this animation, to be honest with you. I think, honestly, if I really need animation, I'll just use framer motion. Some people have recommended framer motion as well. I don't know, maybe, I don't know, like, maybe it might be overkill. What do you guys think? Do you guys think framer motion is overkill? I don't know, but it looks promising, though, is what I will say. Framer motion looks really nice. So I think I'll use framer motion at some point. I am back, Anson. Welcome back, Junaid. How are you? Yeah, I'm not really gonna worry about the animation for now. So I will comment this out if it will even let me. Let's see. Things sometimes I hate about this is I cannot properly comment this out because it's so annoying. But let me see. Let's do that for now. I think I'll only just add the animation for when they... So, yeah, I think I'll only just add the animation when it appears. But I won't add the animation for... I'll just do that for now. That should be fine. Okay. We'll just do that. Not too shabby. And of course I'll change this as well. Let me see. Just add body preload class and do 0s import to it. What does that do? Now the rejection gave me hype because I know that there's a long way. I'm kind of young in this program. Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as you don't take it personally, like, you'll be fine. But yeah, like, basically we'll do this. So yeah, let's do this. So I'll probably make this a little bit less darker. I have too many tabs open. Gotta close some tabs. That stops any animation, so it fires only based on the state. 0s for the 0s for the time. 0s for the time. 0s, and you said important over here. Add a class to the parent div. So you're talking about this right over here, this page, right? Is that what we're talking about? In the CSS for the parent div, add that 0 support like this. And so I can have this the way it is, I guess, before. Did I do it right? I don't think I did it right. Hey Anson, could you give me some tips to learning JavaScript? Bought some courses on Udemy, but nothing sticks. WTF is wrong with me? When it comes to tips, I would just say, like, while you're watching the tutorial, make sure you're actively like programming on the side while you're watching the tutorial, because that really goes a long way. I don't really know how you learn, and it's hard for me to tell because I don't know how you learn. But I would say maybe like one thing that I would recommend is while you're watching the tutorial, just make sure you actually are programming and not just watching. I assume that you are doing that. If that isn't sticking with you, then I think maybe you just need to practice the concepts that you're learning more frequently. So for example, if you're learning about variables, make sure you're understanding what exactly they are and try every single scenario to the point where you finally understand what exactly variables are. Even when, you know, 6 months later, if you don't study programming, you'll still know what variables are. Yeah, it's unfortunate that doesn't work. I didn't even know that was the thing, but it's fine. We'll just conditionally render. We'll just conditionally render this. I'll remove animate. Let me go over here and I'll leave this for later. I'll remove this prop as well. But I don't think there's anything wrong with you though. I just think that, you know, maybe you just have a different way of learning things. And just because you don't grasp it the first couple times doesn't mean that there isn't other alternatives for you to figure out what could work out for you. You just haven't figured it out yet, you know. If you want, I can also send you the course that I made 2 years ago, and I think it would help you out. I think it would help you out a lot. Why don't you give it a shot and join our Discord server as well? There's a link in the About section on my Twitch bio. Join the Discord server. Go there and ask questions. There's lots of people that are on the Discord server that would be more than happy to help you out. Sometimes in the beginning, you know, it's okay to ask questions. Don't be afraid, and see how that works out for you. Edit to false. Why no make animate default to false? Make that's issue using forms credit. Hey, can you please tell me how to learn Python efficiency? Python efficiency or Python efficiently? What the hell is going on now? Oh. Subscribe with pleasure. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Okay. I'm not gonna really worry so much about the animation. We can always revisit that later. Hafsa, you're doing great. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll just leave this for later. I'll dabble into it later. Right now, what I want to do is remove this height, and what I want to do is for this profile edit bottom action bar, I want to set a div span you have unsaved changes. You have made changes. You want to have unsaved changes. We'll just do a label like that. And I'll add 2 buttons on the side. So button. quick fix, import from there. That's our reusable button component. So there we go, that's what it looks like. I don't really like the border radius though, honestly. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger. That looks a lot better. And we'll obviously have a primary button as well. I don't have a primary button yet. I'll have to, let me show you. Variant. I do have outline, but I'll have to fix that for later. But I'll set this to reset for now. Okay. And now this is a display of flex. So what I'll do is I'll set align items to center. And then what I'll do is I'll set the padding left and right to maybe 0. Let's do top and bottom, 10, 24 pixels. There we go. Do you have specific plans or goals with this platform? Not really, honestly. I just am building this for fun. Use the icons command to get the icon extension. Yeah, I'm just really building this for fun, honestly. I don't really have any intention to make money or profit off of it. I just want to build it for fun and, you know, stream at the same time. I think it's a lot of fun streaming. I plan on doing more projects in the future, though, while on live stream. I've been saying that I want to build, excuse me, I need to hiccup. Sorry. I've been saying that I want to build an e-commerce platform, but there's just so much to do for this chat app, man. I'm having a lot of fun building this app. Like, I wouldn't be here streaming and building this app if I wasn't having fun. You know what I mean? So I'm actually genuinely having fun building out this app. What's going on? Maybe I need to refresh. That is weird. Oh, it's buttons. There we go. There we go. That looks a lot better. I'll probably change the variant. Honestly, I don't really like that though. Let's do maybe 24 pixels. There we go. Maybe top and bottom can use some more padding. And then we'll do a border radius of 8 pixels. Cool, not too bad. What do you guys think? E-commerce would be great in solid.js. I can definitely assure you that the next framework that I am going to be using is 100% not going to be vanilla Create React app. I will either use probably NestJS or I'll probably use Vite or Svelte. I'm definitely not going to be using Create React app though. E-commerce would be great in solid.js. Solid.js looks pretty cool. But yeah, what do you guys think? Does it look nice? What do you guys think? Yeah, Liam gave us a nice template, or not template, but like a nice inspiration right over here. Shout out to Liam again. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think? I think it looks nice. I think it looks nice. I think it looks nice. I can't complain. I can't complain. I think the variant doesn't look that bad though, honestly. Maybe I could probably change the background just a little bit. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. And then what I can do is we can also add event listeners as well. So I hit escape. This will close. I mean, I don't know how Discord does it though. Let me actually look at Discord real quick. Look at Discord. Let me see Discord real quick. If I go into my profile, if I type something, if I hit escape, nothing happens. Okay, so it shouldn't escape shouldn't do anything. Of course, I can hit reset. I feel like Discord uses framer motion. Do they? Does anyone know if Discord uses framer motion? How do you love Angular? I actually really like Angular a lot. Hi Anton, you motivated me to start doing a React course. Hey, that's good, Alice Journey. I'm glad that you're doing that. You like Angular, but you use React for this project. I mean, I used to use Angular a lot back in the day, but not anymore though. All right. So when they click save, we'll asynchronously save the data in the backend. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I think it's fine, honestly. We'll have to fix this responsiveness though at some point. For now, it gets the job done. Okay, cool. Cool. And I'm going to change this to profile edit action bar instead of calling it a bottom action bar. Okay. I didn't know you had a React course. Let me check it out, man. Yeah, I should take a look at it. How long have you been programming the system? I've been programming the system for almost, I think it's been 3 weeks. Yeah, because I started 3 weeks ago on Sunday. What time is it where you live? It is currently 4 a.m. right now. Yeah, but yeah, it's been 3 weeks so far. Let's see what's next. Let's see what's next. Probably when I hover over this. So I think what I'll do is, I think the correct event listener is on mouse enter, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Detect hover div should be on mouse enter, I believe. For JavaScript. There is a way to do it using only CSS, but I'm lazy and I want to use JavaScript for that. I mean, what I could do is I could probably just like, I could probably add like an element over this, and then when I can listen to the hover, not listen, I can use the hover selector to make it visible. I think maybe it'd be better to do it with CSS though. 4 a.m. When do I get up? I usually wake up at 2 in the morning. Anson, if I want to get a backend development job, is it sensible to prefer Node, Nest, or should I not care about the programming language? That's kind of a hard question because it really depends on where you live and the market that is available for you. For example, in some markets, Spring Boot will be more dominant compared to NestJS. Do you see yourself retiring in the future? If yes, what would you like to be doing? I don't think I'll ever retire, and what I mean by that is I don't think I'll ever retire from doing what I love to do. So maybe, for example, obviously I'll retire from corporate at some point, but in terms of actual work that I can do to benefit other people around myself and the people that I am influencing, yeah, I don't think I'll ever retire in that aspect. Anson, do you agree the first job is definitely the hardest for software devs, and do you remember how difficult it was for you? I would say that it really just depends. Some people have it. Some people can get the first job after like maybe 50 applications. Some people it takes them a lot longer. It really just depends. For me, it did take me about I would say for me it took me roughly 700 applications, and it was difficult in the beginning. Yes. All right, take it easy. Yo, what's going on, Detroit? How are you? Yo, I thought you meant that you were gonna go. Yo, it's break time for me, so I'm gonna watch your live in that time. UK. I would say UK has a lot of good opportunity. I don't know. NestJS isn't really that popular right now for companies, but it's growing though. It's really growing. I would say it's worth learning for your own sake, but Spring Boot is a really good popular framework. You should look into programming language that are indeed has interface, in my opinion. Mario, how are you? For that, you can use before out the pseudos class, and for the opacity and hover and change the transform. It would be easier with, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because what I was thinking is what I could do is, instead of using JavaScript, I really think using JavaScript would be unnecessary and it would just be overkill. What I could do is I could go into that component right over here. This user banner. Alright. And what I could do is I can just do a before. And then let me see this real quick before. I'm not really that good with this, but I am willing to try it out. Did I do it correctly? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. So basically something like this. I found it on W3. I found it a while ago on W3, so let me see if I can find it. Yeah, basically something like this. I'll probably just use this for example. Where do you work currently? I work for a secret organization that I cannot tell you guys. You have a new subscriptor. Good job. Thank you, Mario. I'm glad .NET is so common here. Yeah, .NET and Spring Boot are always going to be around for a very long time. I've been coding for a year now with React and haven't gotten a job yet. Well, just got to keep on grinding, man. We are completely shifting from Java to Golang and Node.js for our microservices. Nice. I just finished working today. Nice. Congrats, man. Must have been a long day for you. I love how you write your own CS instead of using some frameworks. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of CS frameworks. Yeah, I don't really like CSS frameworks myself. I think the best way to learn CSS and get better is to actually write your own CSS in the beginning, and then after you get used to it, then you can use a UI library or a CSS framework. Yeah, this is what I'll do. Let me see how they did that. I don't like any of these. What's this? Try yourself. Let's see, what did they do here? So they position an absolute over this. Do I really want to position absolute over this though? I mean, I guess I could, right? But like, what if I just use the before and after though? Because right, doesn't that work the same way too? Or am I using this selector wrong? I'm not really sure what I'm doing, to be honest. Because I've rarely ever used the after selector, so I'm not really sure. What UI libraries do you suggest using Chakra UI mostly? I don't really use UI libraries, so I'm not the best person to ask. But I think Chakra UI is great because I used it last time. I think Java codebase is not that maintainable like Go or Node. I actually think that the Java codebase is a lot more maintainable. The reason why is because everything is like when you use Spring Boot, everything. I mean, I'm assuming Spring Boot because that's what's widely used. Let's see, where is this? Okay, I definitely saw it added somewhere, but I don't know where it is though. Is it single or double colon? Where I live, it seems that Java and C# is in demand, but it begs question: do newbies need to concern themselves with hard language like these? No, not really. I mean, you could definitely get a job with only JavaScript, to be honest with you. Especially since JavaScript is both front and back end these days. I don't know where it is, but it's so weird. I'm not sure why that is. Interesting. Because this is the overlay right over here. I mean, I could do a position absolute, but I don't want to do that though. I really want to avoid position absolute for this situation. You are missing a semicolon after the content property. I think that was it. Yeah, there you go. Thanks for mentioning that. That's a good catch. Thank you for that. Okay, so content really should be change there. Now how do I let's see, display flex, justify content center. Okay, now this actually messes up my background, which is not what I wanted. That is not good. I mean, I guess maybe I could just do his text align center, but I want to also position it vertically, if that will even work. Annoying. Let's see what's going on here. Is there a way to set this as an actual div? I actually had that extension, but I decided to uninstall it because it was giving me a lot of formatting issues. Like whenever I would say with prettier, it would move my cursor to the middle, and I really got annoyed from that. So I actually uninstalled it. But I did like it though, but it sucks that prettier was like messing that up. Let's see. I definitely want this to be in the middle though, but can I make this like a div or something? Now, if I position absolute, that's not exactly what I want, so I don't want to do that. Though if I do display a flex, that messes up my background, and I definitely don't want that. So what should I do? Padding. I feel like the height is not. Let me see. So you cannot insert HTML for before, from what it says over here. So I think this is only used for let me see, image overlay with before. Let's see what's over here. So content, I could just do maybe change banner. Okay, so it seems, oh, okay, so it seems like I can position it as absolute, but I just needed to set top and left to 0. So I think top and I'll do 50% maybe. No, that's not good. Top 0. I really would like to set this to display a flex. But then that messes up. Now what if I did justify content now? But you see, this is actually not really in the center of this. I think maybe what I have to do is set the position for banner to relative. There we go. So that's in the center, and then align items center. And what we'll do is I will go ahead and set the font. I'll set the color to maybe a little bit dimmer. It kind of like blends in with the background. To be honest, I think putting in the... Actually, that's fine. Font size 20 pixels. Font weight bold, maybe? Nah. Change banner. And I also want to make it so that this is display of, let me see, opacity 0. And so what I'll do is when we hover over, when I hover over, and I think it's plus before opacity 1, I think. Is that right? I think that's what it was. I don't remember. Oh, I think I have to do and this. No. Let's see. Are Minecraft plugins a good start into coding? My problem is that I always undertake things and start to get impatient. I mean, anything that you seek interest in is always a good idea to get involved into with coding. Could be really anything. Like, for example, for me, I got into Discord bots first before I got into anything else. So if Minecraft plugins are what kickstarts you to actually get started with coding, then sure. In terms of patiency, that's a common problem that a lot of people have, not just you. I would say that try not to go too far ahead of yourself and just focus on one thing at a time. Hover before. There we go. And I'll just add a transition, 500 milliseconds, opacity, ease. I probably will want the transition to be same size or same duration. There you go. Maybe we'll do 300 milliseconds. I think 300 milliseconds would be better. There you go. Not too bad, not too bad. So way better than using JavaScript. So the before pseudo class allows for overlaying the content change banner. Yes, it basically allows you to insert text before the actual element itself without actually adding it to the DOM, but it appears there. You should use minus because the hover is not for opacity. You can play around filter as well, add blur color etc. Yeah, I could probably add like a blur too, maybe. How do you add a blur? Let me see, CSS blur. Let's see, filter. Is it working? I don't think so. Maybe I must have done it wrong. Oh shit. We can worry about that later. Is the keyboard breathing? Yes, it is. I get demotivated when I start coding something. Is there anything that you would like to suggest to me so that I can stay motivated and continue coding my project? Well, first off, finding a project that actually works properly. Finding a project that actually works properly. Wait, what am I saying? Finding a project that you would actually enjoy building is an important thing. So if you are trying to build something that you have no passion towards, you're not going to have fun. It's like, for example, do you really want to work, you know, the job that you're working at, or would you rather be doing something that is more fun for you, right? So The reason why you get demotivated to work on the project you're working on is because you don't like it, right? You might trick yourself into thinking that you might like it, but in reality, you probably don't really enjoy the project that you're working on. So what you should do is you should find something that you think that you're passionate for, and that can really be anything, and don't overlook these things. Like, for example, you might say, oh, I don't want to build a Discord bot because it's for losers. Well, don't think of it like that. Just think of it as if, like, if it's something that I find fun, then let me go ahead and build it out and see what it can enable me to do later on. Like, don't underlook easy tasks and don't overlook hard tasks. Because if you, well, actually, I think it's the other way around. Don't overlook easy tasks, because it's very easy to always see something as easy, but until you actually do it, it then becomes difficult. So I would say just find something that you would find that is fun. Even if it's easy, just do it, because you don't know if that will enable you to do better things. Add this banner on user opposition. Let me see. Let me try it again, because earlier I tried it. Earlier I removed position absolute. Let me see. What did you say? Flex align. Add this on banner div to not use position absolute. I think I can actually get rid of that, and I already have. Let me see. That's weird. Seems like that works now all of a sudden. Before it was giving me some issues, but now it seems like it's working. So it seems like we don't need position absolute anymore, which is good. Okay, not too bad. Now when we click on this, I just realized there's another thing that we have to do. When I click on this, I actually need to make it so that it triggers the input, the label, to actually open the file system. So I just realized we have even more work to do, because right now when the user clicks on this, we need to make it so this will basically be like a big container. Actually, you know what, now that I think about it, I could probably just do this very easily. I could probably just over here add like an invisible, we could do the same thing that we did yesterday with the invisible input field, because we added an invisible file input right over here. So I think what I could do is I could just add that file input right over here. Right, and right now, what's going on over here? Let me close this away. Let's see. This should be of display none. So type is file. So when I click on this, it'll basically toggle that file input field. So we did that. We did this yesterday actually. So what I'll do is, let me just show you this real quick. Const file input ref set file input. Wait, what am I doing? File ref. File input ref. The command is only on YouTube right now, but I'll send you the. I'll give you the link right now. By the way, am I using NeoVim? I am not using NeoVim. Oh man, thank you so much for the advice. Of course, man, of course. By the way, am I using NeoVim? Nope, I'm not using NeoVim. I will send you the keyboards right now that I use. Give me 1 second. Copy link address, send it to Twitch. Here you go. That should give you the 2 keyboards that I have. So let me go ahead and do use ref. Well, first, before I do this though, let me actually do this. Let me first just do this. Add. So let's do use ref. HTML input elements. There we go. Let's see. Oh, now the commands. Command works. Before it wasn't working, but now it does. I think I can. Oh yeah. Why don't I? You know what? Why don't I do this? I completely forgot that you can actually add Nightbot to Twitch as well. I actually forgot about that. Let me add Nightbot to Twitch as well. Let me see. Help docs. Completely forgot about that. Security applications. I think you can add it to both, right? Nightbot can be added to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I'll have to see. Yeah, I use blue switches. They're really loud and I like it like that. Okay, this should be, yes, no. Okay. Const banner ref equals use ref. Only downside is I might have to actually make this a forward ref. Or actually, no, this is not a function component, so we're fine. Okay, there we go. Saves up some work. And what we'll do is we'll add an on-click event listener. So the type over here is mouse event HTML div element. You can even just go over here and hover over it just to get the actual element. Though it's actually a generic of two. HTML div element and mouse element. So let's just do that. Mouse event, yeah. Just to be more specific. And then what we'll do is we'll do an e.default, which really doesn't, it's not really going to do anything even because we're clicking on a div. And so what we'll do is if, let's see, what I want to do if banner ref, if e.target, well, I mean, actually, if I'm clicking on the entire thing, it should really be focusing. So let me do this file input ref .current dot click. Is it focus or is it click? I think it's click, I think. If I remember, so there we go. So that'll open up my file system, and then the user can just select whatever image they want, of course. So I can just select this. And I think what we could do is we can create the, I think what we'll do is we'll also need to make it so that when they attach an image, it'll replace the current image with whatever they added. So I'll show you how that works in a second, because we were working with this yesterday. And then they'll obviously, then we'll also have to detect for background changes, and then we'll allow them to save as well. So that's going to be a work in progress. But basically, you can see right over here, we're passing the background URL. We'll replace this with whatever the URL is. So let me do this. Let's see. On change. Well, before I do that, let me just also. Well, let me be right back real quick. Hey Rakesh, how are you? What do you recommend before starting learning React? I would say definitely make sure you learn HTML, CSS, and client-side JavaScript. Hello, what's up? Hey Tyson, how are you? Bro, say my name. Alok, A-L-O-K. Hey Ahmed, how are you? What does the question mark and file input ref do? That basically makes it so that if the object is possibly undefined, it will not execute the rest of the code. Normally, if you don't do that, it could possibly throw an error. Because it will throw like an undefined error. So by using the question mark, basically it just says if this is possibly undefined, it'll just stop right over there and it won't do anything else. So that way it won't throw an error if it is undefined. Hopefully that makes sense. How long have you been coding? 6 years. But welcome everyone to the stream. Hope you all are having a good morning. It's probably morning for a lot of you. It's currently 4:30 a.m. for me right now. I know JavaScript, HTML, CSS. My question is, which things should brush up before learning React? I think you're good to go, my friend. If you already know those things already, I think you're honestly good to go. There's nothing really stopping you from learning React. I think you are good to go. Is Java easy? Depends on your definition of easy. I would say it could be really difficult for some people. But, yeah, I don't know. Depends. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Might need to lift this state up to the settings page. So where am I rendering user banner? Right over here. So might need to lift this state up. That's okay. We can definitely very easily do that. Might as well just do that now, honestly. And we'll pass in file, we'll pass the state in here. No need to use Redux for this, honestly. Although we could use Redux if we want to save the file. So that way if they click somewhere else, they can always, like, you know, make those changes later. But we won't do that for now. I think that's unnecessary. Okay, so props, fc props, file, fc. Hey, your live stream sessions are insane. You doing this full time? I wouldn't say I do this full time, but I treat it like if it's a second job, because I do have a full time job outside of this, but I just do this for fun, really. How did you learn touch typing? I never really even knew what that even meant, to be honest with you. Someone actually told me about touch typing, and I didn't even know that's what I was doing. One day I just noticed that I just always typed with 2 fingers, and it's just always been like that. I think that's just how I've always just typed since I was a kid. Syed, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, and how is your day today? Where am I from? I am from Arizona. You can add a step to the input to show the user what file extensions are supported. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Well, right now, because it shows right now all of my files, but we'll limit it to only certain files. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll lift the state up, and we also need the set file function as well. So let's do that. Set file. And this could also be undefined, so we'll just mark it like that. And then set file will be dispatch set state action file. And then we'll just import both of these from here like that. Cool. Let me also make sure I import this hook right over here. Have you watched Stranger Things? Yes, I have watched Stranger Things. The first 3 seasons I've watched. I've not seen the last season or the one that just came out, the 4th season. Do you plan to make this website responsive? Yes, I do. So what's going on over here? Oh, this should be file unfine. Okay. Yeah, I watched Stranger Things. I watched it like 3 years ago. So I watched it back in 2019. I binge watched the first 3 seasons. I finished the entire like 3 seasons in like 2 weeks, I think. I have not tried Tailwind yet, but that is on my to-do list in our next project. But I mentioned earlier that for the next project, I'm definitely not going to use Create React App. It will likely be either Vite, Astro, Remix, NestJS, or yeah, something like one of those frameworks. It won't be Create React App though, 100%. This question mark basically makes it so that if current is possibly undefined or null, right, then it won't execute the rest of the entire code and it'll just return undefined. So basically, normally in JavaScript, right, in JavaScript it will not do any null checks or undefined checks, right? TypeScript does. So this object could possibly be null. So what you can do is you can basically use the question mark operator and then call the method. So if this object is not null or not undefined, right, then it will actually call this click method. If it is, then it won't do anything. This is basically just a short way to do if file input ref dot current and then doing this. Because notice how I don't need the question mark anymore, right? TypeScript doesn't complain about that. But if I do it outside, TypeScript doesn't know if this is undefined or not. So we use the question mark operator. It's basically just a story to do that. Try Vite. It's very fast. Hot reloading works like a charm. I'll definitely try it out. You can also do question mark JS also. Yeah. No, what I meant was like it doesn't check for undefined. So you can compile code with the possibility of the variable or the object being possibly undefined. Hello from Pakistan. How are you, Osman? How are you? Okay. So what I'll do is this. I will go ahead and accept. Is there a way? Let me do this. HTML imp file. I don't think the question mark is a TypeScript feature because it's available in ES6 as well, like ES6 or greater, if I remember correctly. Let's see. So for file, I want only images. So let's try this again. So now only images will display, and you can see all the different file extensions as well. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay, and so what we'll do is we'll listen to the, let's see. You know, I honestly really should put all of these event types somewhere. Where is it? Let's see. I really should put all of these event types somewhere because it looks so bloated looking like this. Like I don't like how this looks. So let me do this event. Save up some lines. Yeah, I know. We'll have to do it on the back end. We'll have to do that on the back end. Okay. So, what I will do is this const source set source. That will be temporarily, of course. Don't worry. Source. And let's just import use state as well. Okay, so we'll create a function to handle on file change. Maybe we'll move this also over here too. So let's see, on change. The type is to react change HTML input element. Let's go over here. I should probably move these. I'll probably move all of these into a different file at some point. And so what I'll do is I will go ahead and we did this yesterday, but we'll do it again. So const files equal e dot target dot files. So we'll get the files. We'll check to see if files is defined and if files dot length. So that basically means that there is actually a file attached. And what we'll do is we'll get the file. Do I plan on making it responsive? Yes, I do. Whoops. Files item at 0. Okay. And from here, we already know that files.length is going to be obviously 1. Because if files.length was 0, then this would evaluate to false, so we wouldn't even be in this condition. So we don't have to do a null check for file. Okay. At least what I believe, yeah. I think it should be fine, but I guess it's still going to complain about that, so I guess we'll do that anyways. So file will give you not options, properties such as name, size, type, etc., etc. So I can console log file as well. And I think from here, what we want to do is we want to use the URL object to create object URL. And I think we just want to pass in the file, I think, because I think that's what we did yesterday. So I think it should be fine. So if file, then we'll do const source equals URL.create file. I think that's how we did it yesterday, I believe. Let me see. Hi Captain, how are you? Hey Tabani, how are you? Still streaming? Yeah, we're still going. You mentioned being a freelancer, bot dev. What was the coolest feature someone made? Had you make or just some popular things? Well, I've never actually. Okay, so actually, I freelance for one person, and the only reason why I only freelance for one person because I've been asked multiple times by lots of people if I would make them a bot, and I always said no because they were just extremely disrespectful with the amount that they wanted to pay me for the time that I was going to put in for a complicated bot that they wanted me to make. So the person that asked me was a year ago, and he wanted me to make him a tournament bot for his organization. And I shouldn't really say tournament bot, but it was really just a bot that allowed people to access the server. And if they paid for the pass on his website, I basically had to use the PayPal API to take care of that for him, to check to see who actually paid and who didn't. And what ended up happening was I built him the React app, which was a very easy single page app. I built him the Express API, and then I also built the Discord bot itself. That was probably the coolest thing I freelanced, but in terms of the other, I never actually really freelanced as a bot developer. It was just mostly people who wanted to pay me like $10 to build them an entire moderation bot, or not moderation, like mod mail bot from scratch. And yeah, I don't know, it's just really weird. So if there's no files, so this is false, so true or this return. I think it should be and, because at least one of these, I think it should be and, I think. Well, there's no files at length, and that means there's no files. If there's no files over here, then I think that's fine. So yeah, I think this is fine. Well, once you make it, just copy and paste in the cluster. Yeah, I mean, you could do that, but you know, I don't really feel like that's a good thing to do, like integrity-wise. I would feel bad doing that. The image will upload directly on your server. We're going to be using third-party DigitalOcean Spaces. If they're paying low, just fork a red bot or something like this. This bot is for Discord. How do you negotiate the price of the app in freelance? I mean, I just tell them my hourly rate, and if I'm willing to, I'll discount it for them. But if they don't, then you know it is what it is. Like I don't think people should lower their standards for someone else just because they are not willing to pay the person the amount that they asked for. So that's on them if they cannot afford it. It's not really your problem to lower your price for someone else because they cannot afford your services, because your time is always valuable and you don't want people wasting your time, because in the end, like, you know, these people don't give a shit about you. The moment that you stop working for them, they're going to find someone else to do the job for them, right? It's basically like, you know, like just don't lower your rate, you know, if they try to negotiate. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't need to, you know, I'm not saying that you don't have to like lower your price. If you want to because you need the client, then you should, right? But if you have lots of clients, if you know your worth, if you know that you could do better things with your time instead of lowering your price by half and doing the work for someone when you can get paid full price, right? Then, you know, don't bother with that. But of course, if you need the clients, then that's a different story. Well, if you want integrity, you can explain to it's too low price. I'll just sample your bot, not crave. If you want a custom, you have to pay more. Yeah, but the price will keep spiraling downhill out of control. I mean, building something for a company has a value more than for one person. All right, let's see. Let me try this out. But yo, what's going on, Littlesphere? How are you? We're just working on updating the banner right now. So if I click on this, if I select this, and then let me open up in the console and show you guys what happens. You can see that I have this file that is attached, right? And you can also see that right now over here I have the source. So let me also log the source as well. Excuse me. Let's see. What's going on over here? If file source equals create years. Let's see. Upload source. Let's console log this and see what's going on. Interesting how that is not logging it at all. Maybe I may have done it wrong. There we go. There's the blob. There is the link. So now what I can do is I can just update set source to upload source and watch what happens. So watch this. Should change it with the new profile background. You see, there we go. So now for some reason now it changes it. So watch this. Change banner. So now it changes it. Maybe it took some time. Changes to this one, change it to this one, change it to this one, I can change it to this one. Now the question, how do we know if the file has been changed? That is a good question that I do not know the answer to. Because on Discord, let me see how Discord does it. Let's see, Discord. If I were to, how would Discord know if I upload the same banner? How would Discord know? That's what I'm curious about. How would they know? How would they know? I don't think they would know. I don't think they would know, right? Because you can always upload the same banner, and you can always just crop it out the way that you want. So I don't think Discord would ever really know, to be honest with you. So I think, honestly, we don't really have to worry about that. Yeah, but they should have the cache, lol. Oh, I gotta put on a sweater. It's really cold. So on line 25... it will only create the const source if file exists. Let me open up my editor again real quick because I can't see it right now. Let me see. Yeah, on line 25, we declare a variable conditionally. So if file exists, then we'll declare the variable upload source, though we don't have to necessarily do that. Let's see. So what I could do is I could also do something like this, set source. Let's see. I could just do set source. So if file, we can do url.create object URL file, or we'll just do the original source. So basically, when we actually get the URL from the backend, this will basically be a URL from the CDN itself. So we'll need a copy of the source as well, so we can always revert to changes. So we'll likely have something like source and copy of the source. So we can, for example, const copy source or source copy, set source copy. Okay. Use state, and this will depend on source. So we won't modify source, we'll actually modify source copy. And so we'll basically pass in source copy instead. And so instead of updating source, we'll do set source copy. And so what we'll do is if file exists, we'll create the URL, create object URL, or we'll just go ahead and revert to the old source like that. So I don't even need to do it like this. We can just save some lines of code like this, right? Right. And now if I go over here, watch this. Same behavior should happen. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. See how that works? Cool. I'm trying to think if there's any other way that I could probably also. Let's see. Well, files list should always be interesting. I could also simplify all this into like this. I could also just do something like files item 0. Okay. Like that. Whoops. Let's see. Nope, that's not going to work. I think this could work. So file equals. Actually, no, let me even simplify this even more. See that target files. Okay. Cool. So what if I were to do this? What if I were to do this? E.target file. Even go one step ahead. Yeah, no. I find it weird though that it can't let me. It won't let me pass this in here because when it evaluates, we already know that this is going to be defined already. So I don't know why it won't let me do this over here, which is really strange if you ask me. Because I know that this will be defined. Okay, there we go. So we could probably do something like this. Okay, for some reason now it's complaining about that. But you could always use the TypeScript assertion operator because you know that if it gets to this point, you know that this is going to be defined. Right? So I don't know why it would complain about that though. But that's the way they can simplify it. But I don't really like this because it looks really ugly. So I'll just change it back to this. Make it look a little bit more cleaner. Cool. So yeah, I don't think we'll ever really need a set source function, to be honest with you, because we're never really going to modify the original source. This is just a way to actually revert to the old settings. Okay. Cool. Change banner. And now how would you know if they upload the same profile? Well, you won't really know. But of course, all we'll need to do is just check to see if source copy is equal to source. And if they're not the same, then all we'll do is just, we'll also display that save change settings. So that's why I had to lift the state up. I also probably should lift up source as well. So maybe what I'll do is this. Let's see. I also realized that I never set the file. I don't think we even need, to be honest with you, I don't really even think we even need the file reference, to be honest with you. I think source is probably more important than the file. But here's what I'll do. I'll lift the state up again. And I'll move it into here. Items 0 could return something else on the second run. That's why it is showing you on the error. Interesting. That's weird though, because shouldn't it be the same item if it is... It should be the same item though. I don't know. It should be the same item. Source, so let's just pass on source. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever really need file or set file, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever really need these properties, to be honest with you. So I can just remove them. I don't think I'll ever really need them. At least for now, I don't need them. Because all I need is just source, and that's really it. Anonymous cheerer, thank you for the 1 bit. I really appreciate that. Did you use Emoji Mart? I was trying to use that for the last time we were working with emojis, but I haven't looked at it since then. The default banner photo will be hard-coded correct for now. Yes, exactly. It's hard-coded for now, but once we actually get the get everything working with the profile picture, it will not be hard-coded. All right, so what I'll do is we'll pass in the source here, and we have a source copy. Okay, let me also move this up here as well. Let's see what else. I think this is fine. And so what I'll do is whenever the source changes, right, we'll also display this little unsaved changes box over here. So what I'll do, and this is the reason why I lifted up the state. But I think maybe we might need to move to Redux at some point if our state becomes more complicated. For now, I think we should be fine doing everything in the component layer. So const is edited. I'll do maybe is. So I'll create a computed a function that relies on computed properties. So what we'll do is. If edit about is not equal to about, or source is, let's see, I think maybe I'll also need the copy of the source as well. So I think we'll need this source copy. Yeah, so we'll need source copy. Okay, so cool. And so what I'll do now is I'll pass in source copy. Source copy. And this is what I mean by prop drilling can be really annoying sometimes. So what I'll do is if edit about is not equal to about, or source is not equal to set to source copy, then that means it has been changed, and we'll use that to render the action bar. So let me refresh. So now if I change the banner right now, you'll see that it'll say you have unsaved changes. And of course, if I click reset, it should just revert back to the old changes right over here. So now obviously if I were to upload the old profile, the old banner, it will not know. So you just have to click reset. And of course, if I click save, it'll save as well. Okay, so that's pretty much the idea behind it. Cool. Don't think I'll ever modify about though, so we can always just, actually I think we will need to, do we? No, I don't think so. Cool. Okay. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Let's see. All right, so now I think we'll create two functions, one to handle edit, or one to handle reset, and one to handle resetting, and one to handle saving. So const Resetting is pretty simple. All we got to do is literally just do set about to the original value, set edit about, and then set source copy to the original source. That's really all we need to do. So when I click the reset button, watch this. So I'll upload an image and also change this. If I click reset, no, wait, let me do that again. So notice how when I change the values, it goes back to the old. It goes back to the old values. Okay, cool. Now let me also fix up this button real quick. Let me do. Are you tired? Not really. I mean, I tend to yawn a lot, but not really. Does TypeScript have package encapsulation like Java? It was introduced in Java 9. I'm not really sure what that is. Myth Hacker, how are you, man? This is really cool, mate. Thank you, Hakage. I appreciate that. You're streaming for 9 hours. Has it been 9 hours? Oh, damn, we're almost at 10 already. Damn. It doesn't really feel like that, though. Sometimes it doesn't really feel like that, you know? I remember earlier we were streaming and I was like, holy shit, it's already been 7 hours already. Damn. Time flies, you know, when you're having a lot of fun. Okay. Let's see. What else do I want to do? Oh, yeah, I wanted to go and modify the button a little bit. Because I didn't really have any... what's it called? Styles for this. So I wanted to add that real quick. And what I'll do is I'll add a background color for this. Change the secondary. I'll catch up with you later, Anson, and thanks, bro, for your content school. Thank you. I appreciate it, JJ Sandate. And I hope you have a good one, man. Take it easy. JavaScript has modules with ES6, so not quite the same as Java packages, but very similar. I read the benefits of modules packages. I see some benefit, but I have so much more to do, though. Oh, okay, I know what you mean now. Sorry, I was a little bit confused earlier. Oh, you mean packages as in like the package keyword in Java, right? Yeah, I don't think TypeScript has that specifically. Kasi QQ, how are you? Yeah, we're using WebSockets. Hey, Declan, how are you? Bro, why are you ignoring my chats? You didn't say anything for the past couple of minutes. When you use create object URL, you should use revoke object URL to inform the browser that the file reference is no longer needed. Thanks for letting me know about that. I did not know that. Well, let me go over, let's see. So I think that would just really be source copy, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we're never modifying source. We're only ever modifying source copy, so we just pass in source copy. In TS or doing it in a different language. Yeah, we're using TypeScript with React and TypeScript in the backend for NestJS. Nest. Oh, you know what it is, Alok? Your messages are getting filtered because you're asking me to I don't know why your messages are getting filtered. But yeah, I didn't see your messages because I'm reading my Streamlabs chat and Streamlabs does not show filter messages. But hey man, why is it live 144p for me? It's likely your internet. You can, but or it's it's likely your internet, or you could just set it to 1080p. Okay, so let's see. Cool. And I'll also disable the field as well when we reset it. So disabled is based on, right now it's currently based on is editing. So I'll just do set is editing to false. Okay. Cool. Let me also add a cursor to the edit button. So let's do cursor pointer. What libraries am I using for styling? I am using style components. So does adjusting the visibility of modules worth it? Welcome back, Lassie. How are you? I'm not really sure, Jonathan. Maybe someone else here might know the answer to your question. I'm also going to fix the padding here, or the margin. Don't really like the padding from the top. So maybe what I'll do is maybe top and bottom we'll do 10 pixels maybe. No, that's the wrong one. It's supposed to be profile about section. Do I have a margin? That's weird. Huh. Settings, profile details. Let's see. Profile section. That's weird. What is this spacing over here? It's really weird. What is that spacing? I guess that's just how it is. Oh, why would you leave like that? If you show your face, I'll super chat. I'm good. Damn, you're so streaming. You're on fire. Thank you, Official Jose. Oh, so everything is handmade. Yep, everything is handmade. Okay, so if you click reset, it'll disable the field, reset all the fields. Cool. The same thing will happen with profile picture too. So later on, we'll do this. The same thing we'll do with profile picture too, that we're doing with change banner. So yeah, and I think we'll make it so. Well, I don't think we'll ever make it so that you can change username. I don't think I really want to do that. That'll make things a lot more complicated, I believe. Maybe not. Who knows? Or maybe we could add that as a feature. I'm not sure. All right, so I think we have reset already done. So that's good. So let's do this. Update button. Before I commit this change, let me also make sure that, yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so now the only thing that we'll need to do is handle whenever we're saving. So that will require us to call the API, so const save. And all we'll literally do is just take the copy and, yeah, we'll just take the copy and then we'll just send all the data to the backend. So that will require us to send the binary data to the backend. Though we need to make sure we also know which fields are being edited, because we don't want to we definitely don't want to send data that is not being updated. And the request will need to be a put request, because we're only updating a partial entity. I think, wait, is it right? Put is, let me check, put versus patch. I always forget. Put should be for modifying the entire resource. Yeah, so it should be patch really. So patch is going to be so, because like the user could obviously change either the banner, the profile picture, about me. Those are the three things that we currently have so far. So we need to make sure we check to see which one it is that they're changing, because we don't want to send unnecessary fields in the payload there if they're not being modified. With Emoji Mart, you can use custom emojis by providing an array of categories in their emojis. The custom emojis have multiple skin tone support and can be GIF, PNG, SVG. I can send you the code in DMs. Yeah, sure, but we'll probably work on that later though, because I have a branch that has emojis right now, but we weren't able to get too far with that last time. But yeah, sure, you can definitely send it my way. Put is more for upstart, I think. So we'll definitely need to know which field has been changed. Let's see. Let me see. I don't really want to do it this way, but it feels kind of bootlegged, but it's fine. Because the request, the thing is, the other difficult thing here is that the request body could always be, let me do this. Let's do this. Export type, update, profile params is equal to a partial. And we'll do banner. This is a file. About string profile avatar file. Okay. Let's see. So what I'll do is params dots. Let me see. If source is not equal to source copy, params dots. Let's see. Source is, well, source. I should really call this banner source, honestly. How was the storm? Are you talking about the one here in Arizona? It was really short. I woke up in your sister ring. Good morning, JD. How are you? Priya Deep Love, how are you? I really wish it rained more in Arizona, to be honest. Be a lot more fun. Okay, so if banner source is not equal to banner source copy and params.banner is equal to, let's see. Oh wait, I do need the file actually. I forgot completely. I do need the file. Const banner file, zip banner file. Yeah, there we go. Yep, I knew I needed it at some point. There we go. Banner equals banner file. I guess I can't do this, so let's see. Wrap assign in parentheses. Where? Thanks for that. I think for this, I probably will never need to pass in the banner file. So remove that from the props. Don't think I'll ever need it in this file though. Okay, cool. So params.banner is it going to be equal to a banner file? Okay. So I think that'll also simplify some stuff too, because we are updating set banner file, so we can use this to determine if the user has actually updated the file or not. So also if we reset, we should also set file to, set banner file to undefined. There we go. So if banner source is not equal to banner source copy, we'll do that. If about is not equal to about copy, I should really call this about copy instead. So they're not equal, then we want the copy. And I think the other thing was, I think it's just those two. Profile picture, we don't have that yet, but for now we'll just have it for these two. So let's see, console log params. So let's call save when we click on save. Save, and let's see what happens. So this should probably just give us, well, the only way we could ever click the save button is if something is changed. So if I click save, we'll only see about world. If I click on the banner, I can see the file and hello world. If I do that, if I click save, I can see banner perfect. What are you doing, line 39? DBO Clicks, welcome from Twitch. How are you, DBO Clicks? Sorry, I just saw your message. Hopefully you're doing well. Line 39 on this file. Basically what I'm doing is if banner source is not equal to the copy, so if they're different, which basically means that the user has uploaded a new file for the banner, we're going to go ahead and assign params.banner equals banner file. Because we only want to make sure that we have properties in the payload that we're sending to the API that actually exist. So that way we're not updating, that way we're not sending just like everything to the backend. We're only sending things that are updated. Just in the DM. Okay, I'll take a look at it later. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Though there has to be a better way that we could take care of this. There has to be a better way that we could probably handle this, because obviously if you have like a bunch of different fields, you're not going to do this all the time. Sorry, I was asking about line 38, but now I get it's TSX. What, this? If you're talking about this right over here, this is not specific to TSX. I just want to make sure though we're on the same page. This specifically is a type annotation that's specific to TypeScript. Can't we test it soon? Let me think real quick. What else is there to be done? Maybe, let's see. Hold on, let me check my phone real quick. Let me check my phone real quick. I'll probably get off in maybe like 2 hours, I think, or 2 to 3 hours. Let's see what time is right now. Yeah, we still got a lot of time, so I think all I gotta do now is just make it so that the backend can actually receive the profile pictures, and we should be fine. So when we click save, we'll send the entire payload to the backend. Yeah, we're really close to getting this to actually work. But then we also have to make sure we migrate the avatars, but that shouldn't be hard though. So yeah, let me see if I can get this stuff done, and then I can let you guys test it out. But yeah, let's see. So it's users, so users controller. So as I said earlier, for the backend, we're gonna have a one-to-one relationship between a user and a profile. And the profiles obviously could be undefined. The profile will not be undefined when they have uploaded a banner or when they've uploaded a actually, you know, I think profile really should be defined at all times, but the fields inside profile could always be undefined. And we can also remove this username field because we no longer need it. The only thing that will be undefined is possibly about or avatar. So I think this is fine actually. So what we'll do is let's see. When the user signs up, they can create a user account. They don't need a profile yet. So when we create the profile, we'll need to actually, when we update the user's values, we'll need to check to see if the profile exists or not. If it doesn't exist, we'll create one for them. If it does exist, we'll just update the current one. Doing well. How are you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Yeah, and welcome to the stream, man. We're happy to have you here. What is this architecture called that you're using in this application? What do you mean by architecture? Well, what do you mean by that? Urza Skill, welcome to the stream. How are you? Do you sometimes do a review of other people's code here? Personally, for me, I don't really review other people's code because I don't really think I'm that good, to be honest with you. But I mean, there are some times where if it's like, you know, painfully obvious, I will point it out. But I don't know. I feel like I personally wouldn't review people's code. Let me see. These controllers. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll probably create another controller inside users. So let me do this. Controllers. We'll create one for profile. User profile. Controller.ts. How many members has the Discord grown to? Right now our Discord is at 1,024 members. So our Discord has actually grown a lot. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys join the Discord server. The link is in the description. I will send you all the link right now. If you're on Twitch, the link is in my bio. So make sure you join the Discord server. It's a great way to get help and ask for questions. And you can also use it to, you know, get feedback for your code as well. So make sure you guys join that Discord server. I just sent the link in the chat. And we're more than happy to have you here. Does it have an invite to join the group using the link? Are you talking about the Discord or are you talking about the application that I'm making? He means pattern using MVVMC. I think it's just a regular MVC. It's ugly, but you can do this. Save const params banner file. That's a good idea, Dr. Freshest. Are you creating unit tests for that project or not? We do have some unit tests, but we have not written too many unit tests yet. We do have some though. Is it allowed to stream the same content on YouTube and Twitch and YouTube simultaneously? It's not allowed, but I personally don't really care. Which language is this? I can't get it. It's TypeScript. Do you save the images as a blob in the DB? No, we're using DigitalOcean Spaces. So it's really similar to Amazon Web Services, the S3 bucket. So if you're familiar with that, DigitalOcean Spaces is very similar to S3 bucket. Invites join the group in the app you are now developing. Oh, we don't have a group for right now. I am back from the quiz. Nice. How was it? Can you teach me Java file handling, bro? That's a pity though. They may be changed the terms and conditions. The thing is with Twitch is that they recently updated their conditions. You can before you were not allowed to stream on Twitch and YouTube after within a 24-hour period. So for example, if you streamed on Twitch, you had to wait 24 hours later in order to stream on any other platform, and you also cannot stream the same content. They recently changed it, like I think about 4 months ago. So now they made it so that you can stream on both platforms, not at the same time, but you don't have to wait 24 hours anymore. I think that's what they changed. Is it cheaper? But I mean, honestly though, like I know Twitch is strict with that because obviously Twitch is a dedicated platform. But I mean, you know, if they ban me, they ban me. It's whatever to me. Obviously, I would not like them to ban me, but if they do, then you know that would be very unfortunate. But YouTube is our main home, and YouTube will always be our main home. Woozy, how are you? Is it cheaper than the S3? It's $5 a month. I don't know how much S3 costs, but Spaces for DigitalOcean are $5 a month. Do you have any endpoint on a Nest right now receiving files? If so, can you show the code? I did have one, but I removed it because but I can show you how we can build it out though. That's what I'm doing right now. Let's see, users, main, where is my constants? There we go. So routes, so let's do users profiles, /profiles, there we go. Services, users profiles. Okay. So we have our routes defined. So let's just go over here, controller, routes, export class, user profiles, controller. Okay. We'll also create the services as well. You're doing profiles now? Yes. I have notes on it, Java file handling, but I'm not sure if I can post here. Post on the Discord. Post on the Discord. Why not then updating everything in the profile page? Hi bro, could later add logging with Google and Facebook. Why are there so many red squiggly lines? Something to do with my end of line issue. Do you plan to use load balance for this project? I probably will. I think load balancing will be fun. I'm planning on using everything. We're gonna use Cloudflare. We're gonna use Captcha. We're gonna use CSRF tokens. We're gonna use SendGrid, Twilio, Stripe. We're gonna use every single API that has ever existed in this planet. By the way, Kai Norling, I have a video on my channel that shows you how to use OAuth 2 with NestJS. If that's what you're looking for, because I know you've been asking this for the past couple of hours. So I do have a video on my channel that teaches you Google OAuth 2 with NestJS. If you want, I can send it to you. So that way you don't have to wait for me to do it in this project, because I don't think we'll do it in this project yet. Not at least anytime soon. But I can send you the video if you'd like. I'll just send it to you regardless. For anyone else that needs it as well. Here you go. What database are you using? Yeah, MySQL, yep. Yo, Aaron, thank you so much for joining as a developer, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Make sure you're in the Discord server as well, if you aren't already. And make sure when you join the Discord server, make sure you also have your YouTube account connected to your Discord, so that way you get access to the role. But yeah, thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Hi, should I learn Java before learning JavaScript? You don't really need to learn either one to learn one or the other, if that makes sense. You can learn either one at different times. But I don't know what your background is, though. But if you already coded before, you could just probably learn JavaScript first. But they're two different languages. Two different things. I'm planning to start a series of posts of NestJS on my Instagram page. Can I share here the page here? Jimmy, what's going on, man? How are you? How's it going, Jimmy? Welcome back to the stream. First ever membership. I really love your content. Just found out your Spigot and Discord bot using JS. Gonna grind that soon. Much love for you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, man. I have a new JavaScript video that I'm working on probably this week. I'm actually gonna be gone for, let's see. So I'll be able to stream this whole week. And then next week I'll be able to stream every single day until Thursday. And then Thursday I'll be gone from Thursday the 22nd. So I'll be gone from Thursday the 22nd of September, and I'll be back October 3rd. So I won't be able to stream for probably a week and a half, which is very unfortunate. Hopefully you guys won't miss me too much. But yeah, I'll be away. I'll be away from home for that period. So, but during that week though, I'll likely have like some videos that are scheduled, so that way you guys can you know, watch those videos. All right, let's see. I think maybe for a profile, I'll need maybe a bi-directional relationship between both. Let me look that up real quick. Type RM121. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll do a join table on both the profile as well as the user. So right now on our user, we have the profile, but we might need it on profile as well. So kind of like a bi-directional relationship. Though I think we might not be able to do that though. We should be able to. It says, oh, okay, so we can do bi-directional on both, but only the owning side needs the join column. So we can do profile one-to-one user. Perfect. So that will help out a lot. So let's go over to here, entities, profile, one-to-one, user. I have experience in Express, but I am not similar with NestJS. Is it difficult switching from Express to Nest? I would say just try it out and see if you like it, because I don't want to say like it's difficult, because I could say it's difficult and maybe that would scare you. I don't want to scare you. So I would just say just try it out and see if it works out well for you. If it does, and that's great, then you know that next time when you try to learn something new, you won't need to be afraid. But if it doesn't work out, then that's also fine as well. You can always take a step back and figure out what you're missing in context, and you can always work on that and go back to it later. Are you using MongoDB? No, we're using MySQL. He's not a kid. You can scare him. He can take it. Oh, are you guys friends IRL? Consider it's like Spring, then yes, it's difficult. I mean, the thing with Nest, okay, here's the thing. Spring is annoying to deal with because the documentation for Spring is absolutely garbage. And I can speak from that from experience because I've actually used Spring before, and the docs are just so weird, you know? The thing with NestJS is that the documentation is actually really straightforward. Like, if you want to learn about anything on NestJS, the documentation is very straightforward, right? Controller, what is a controller? Controllers are responsible for handling incoming requests and returning response to the client. What does that mean? Well, handling incoming requests. So you send a request from the client to the API. The controller handles that request and then returns a response. So if you're familiar with web services before, then this should make sense to you. It's just a different name that you're using, because in Express you don't really know what a controller is because it's unopinionated and they don't really introduce that concept to you. But if you read the documentation, if you follow along, I think you'll be okay. Cool to see your views go up from the lives. Yo, what's going on, Jamal? How are you? Do you pen test your own project like XSS, SQL inject, etc.? I personally don't, but I had a few people who volunteered to do it, so I just let them. Yeah, I don't know why Spring Docs include outdated code. I mean, Spring Docs are just absolutely like another thing. Just the question: will you be continuing using MySQL in the app skills? I don't know, maybe. the problem isn't really here's the thing, like it doesn't really matter whether you use MySQL, Postgres, MongoDB. It's really a matter of how you structure your data and how you query it, because you can use the most optimized database out there and also make non-performing queries that could slow down your application by a ton. So it doesn't really matter what database you use. It doesn't matter what backend framework you use. It doesn't matter if you're using even C or assembly to write your API, right? If you write it in a way that is going to be non-performant, then it's going to have the same performance as a backend framework that is relatively slow in general compared to the other ones. Currently, I'm watching your TypeScript full course. That's good. I'm glad that you are watching it. Where are you hosting this application? I'm hosting it on DigitalOcean, but it's currently down right now. Hello, Anson Tea Time. What kind of tea are you drinking? Black tea? I'm a fan of black and green tea. Those are my two favorites. Alright, so I think what I'll do is I'll get in order to update this, we'll need the profile repository. So we'll inject profile repository like that. Like that. Okay. And then what we'll do is, let's see what's going on over here. Find profile, okay. So we'll need find profile and update profile. We'll go inside user modules. It's going to throw an error right now in the backend. Right over here. Or actually it should, but it's not doing it yet. I think it's because we have not added the profile controller just yet. Let's do that. Use the exclamation mark keyboards command to get my to get the two keyboards that I have. OMG, you still coding respect. What's going on, Kiro? How are you? Is it worth caching if you're building a messaging app where it updates by the second? It seems like you will put away too much work up front to get caching word. Is it worth caching? I honestly don't really know the answer to that question because I don't know yet. Okay, I don't know yet. Maybe it might be. I'll have to think a little bit about that before I can answer it. Keyboards with an S. Keyboards with an S. What kind of extensions are you using right now? I'm not really using anything different than what I was using yesterday. I don't really install new extensions every single day. But I'm using the same exact ones that I used yesterday. Anson, what is React Query? React Query is a library that allows you to take care of fetching data. It also takes care of managing that data itself based on keys, and you can actually use that to manage your state. You can also use a React Query to do pagination as well as refetching data if it's stale. So for example, if the application data or if the application state goes stale, which basically means that it is not up to date, you can use React Query to refetch it again. It's a very powerful library actually. Where did you learn to code and what time is it in Arizona? I learned to code when I went to college. I have an FAQ, by the way. I have a new FAQ command, which is still work in progress, but I do have a lot of good questions there that are frequently asked. So if you guys are interested, you guys can go ahead and take a look at the FAQ in the Google Doc. But I learned to code when I went to college, and you can also see all the list of classes that I took when I was in college as well, if you guys are interested, of course. But yeah. Which extensions do I recommend? I don't really know how to answer that question because I don't really use extensions myself. The only extension that I really care about is Prettier, which is a good formatter in my opinion. I really like it a lot. ESLint might also be worth installing as well if you really if you want to give that a try. But yeah, the FAQ that I'm working on, it's still in progress right now, but you guys can use that as a basis to get to know a little bit more about myself. But I plan on adding more questions to that though, so don't worry. If there's something on there that I have not added yet, I'll probably add that later. Quite good coding too. How are you? What are you currently working on, Kirill? Let's see. How long am I streaming for? 10 hours. Okay. Let's see. So let's just finish this up as quick as possible, and then we can move on. Is it good than Redux? You can definitely try to use it as an alternative. I personally have never done that before, so I can't really answer that part. Where did I deploy DigitalOcean? Can you show us what the app looks like even though you aren't done? Sure, I can show it to you right now. So the past couple hours we've been working on this feature. We were working on the settings page where you have the sidebar. You can click through different ones right now. We were working on this profile settings page, so the user can click on change banner, and they can select select whatever image that they want in their file system. So I select this image, it'll basically show that, and then it'll show the save, reset. I can also edit the about me as well. Obviously, all this data right now is just mock data on the UI. We're going to need to obviously reflect it in the UI after we get the API set up. When will the website be up? I'll probably turn it up in about maybe an hour or two once we get this stuff done and you guys can test it out. Hey, when upon closing this project, it throws an error cannot get. I'm not too sure about that. Try posting your error in the Discord server and someone could definitely help you out. What is a project I should deploy to code and learn? Deploy really any project, really. You can really deploy anything you want that you feel proud to show off. Any more Spigot coding videos planned? At the moment, I would love to make more Spigot videos. I'm not really too sure what I should make though. So if you have a suggestion, that'd be more. I'm all ears. Are you using a CDN to save all images? We will be using a CDN, yes. I'm using DigitalOcean Spaces, which allows you to enable a CDN. Right over here. So you can see right over here, I have these images saved right now. We can enable the CDN if we want to, but that's for later on though. That's for later on, my friend. Developing backend for graphical data visualization. Oh, wow, nice. Can I use React Query with Next? I think you can. 420 likes. Damn, we're 80 likes away from 500, guys. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys like this live stream. We're going to go for 500 likes within the next hour and a half. That is when I'm going to get off. So let's try to hit 500 likes before we end this live stream. What database do I use? MySQL. How do you make your React designs? Well, how do I make UI designs in general? I just use Figma. Right over here, this is the Figma UI. I'll also share it with you guys as well if you guys want. Share, copy link. Also, make sure you guys join the Discord server as well. Best way to connect with each other is join the Discord server. And also make sure if you are in the Discord server, make sure you also go over to, make sure if you haven't already, make sure you go over to, where is it? Go over to reaction rules and make sure you react to this emoji so that way you'll know when I go live. So make sure you react to it if you have not already. What is the difference between MySQL versus MySQLite? Well, I mean, MySQL actually runs in an actual server itself. SQLite is just basically saving everything in a file. Hey, I'm back. Not sure if you answered my question or not, but what is a project I should code in order to learn? I mean, you can really learn with any project, really. There's not a single project that you'll build that you won't ever learn anything. Like, for example, like a lot of the projects that I've made in the past were nothing representable. Like, I cannot present those to people, right? But it did help me learn something, though. And when I learned from those projects, it allowed me to build even better projects. And when I learned from those projects, it allowed me to build other better projects. So even right now, with this project right now, right? I am learning a lot with this chat application. A lot of stuff that I've never learned about before. From not just myself, but from everyone in general, right? And so next time I build a project, I'll be able to take those concepts that I learned from this project and apply it to the new project. And that's how you get better as a developer. Alright, let's see. Okay, so let's do this. I might also make user, let me do this. I might also make this cascade, I think. If it will even let me. Hopefully that doesn't throw an error. Perfect. Okay. So we'll define an endpoint for getting the profile, though we probably won't do that because we'll just get everything. This is where we might run into instances where we might use GraphQL. What day is this? This is probably, I think, day number 20, I think. Do you have like a list of projects that you want to build or that you did build to learn more stuff? I mean, you know, I can show you guys some of the projects that I built. Well, I can't really show you the live demo right now because they're down right now. But on my GitHub, I have a lot of repositories of projects that I've worked on before. So let me see if I can show you guys that real quick. Like, for example, a lot of the projects on my GitHub that are private, I have this one project. So actually, this was a project that I worked on last year. All right, take it easy, Aaron. So this was a project that I worked on last year. This was an image upload React project. I built this last year, live streamed it as well. If you guys want to watch the live stream, it's actually on my channel from literally last year around September. I built this image upload service that I did for fun using DigitalOcean Spaces. So I'll send that over here for you guys if you guys are interested. So this is basically like an Ember clone, basically. And there's, I think the last thing that we did was we added protected images, and we also used DigitalOcean Spaces as well. So I built one of this last year. Another project that I worked on was, let's see. Let me find one. I don't really have like a list of things that I want to do, but usually what I do is if I just want to build something, I'll just like wake up and just build it. I won't think about it. Like, for example, this chat application, I literally just got out of bed and I was like, you know, I'm going to record a video on how to make a chat app so I can upload my channel. But I was like, you know, why don't I just actually just live stream this? And I didn't think much about it, like, you know, so whenever you want to build a project, just don't think too much about it. Don't think about the tech stack. Don't think about the language that you want to use. Just build it, you know, and see how far you can go. Ping, how are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. How's the chat app going? It's going pretty well. I was attending at a web design class back in 2000s. I missed the simple times back then. All had to do was OS, learn HTML, SQL, PHP, JS. Yeah, nowadays there's like so many different frameworks to learn. And it's hard to keep up of what you should be learning and what you shouldn't be learning. I also hate anything Java related. That's understandable. Sometimes I can understand why some people hate Java. When you look at the differences between printing in Java and printing in Python, it's just a significant difference. Do you have one coding language that's like your most comfortable coding language? Java and TypeScript. I'm doing good. How much progress have you done? What are we working right now? So right now we're working on this profile feature. So we have it so far that we have the design working. We just need to make the API work. So that's what we're doing right now. I'm doing good. How much progress have you done? Oh, I think I answered already. Hey, Triboy, how are you? Oh, wow, you finished lessons last time I checked on you. Yeah, we got a lot done. Yo, the profile looks sick. We have badges. Okay, just for you guys, I'll give you guys special badges. I don't know what to call it, but like I'll give you guys beta tester badges as well as early access. Just for you guys, special one-time thing. I'll give every single one of you special badges. I'll even get someone to design beautiful SVGs, custom ones from scratch, just for you guys. I know someone that can do a good job with that. Sarver tab with SwiftKey makes typing two languages. You're good. Hey there, when do you think you'll finish this project? We're technically never going to be done because there's always going to be stuff to do. So, in terms of like what is currently done, well, we have the basics of the chat app working right now, so people can chat messages. Right now, I'm just working on other features such as settings and stuff. Let's see. So, I'll need to define an endpoint. So I think this will be probably, if I remember, it's supposed to be patch because we're updating a partial entity. So patch. profiles. I think it'll just be patch. Excuse me. We'll need the auth user, I think, so we know who the user is. We'll need the DTO, so let's go over here. What is it? User profile DTO. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete this. Well, I won't delete it, but I'll leave it there for now. Update user profile.dto.ts, export class, update user profile DTO. But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you all are having a good day so far. We got a lot of new people here. 87 people watching right now, or 82 now. But I hope you all are having a good day. Right now I'm just working on the update profile feature. So that way banners and profile pictures will be supported. And this will actually do us a good job, because then what we could do is we can work on this profile card that we designed about a week ago later. So that'll basically kill two birds with one stone, which is pretty good. Unless you like birds. Is Redux Toolkit a good choice to use Redux? Oh yeah, it is a good choice. Is NestJS really hard to learn? No, I don't think so. I had a good time to learn it. I've got a friend of mine into your channel and he's loving it. That's good, man. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so we'll need so on the front end, it's going to send. Why do I have 27 changes? Holy crap. That's a lot of changes. So the front end is going to need to change or send the following. Let's go over here. So all of these will be optional, but we do need to also make sure we add validation. So is string. Max characters is, I think max length was 200, I believe. Yeah, I think it's 200, I believe. Yeah, 200. Avatar is going to be optional, but the type of this will be, well, actually, when it comes to files, we will not receive that through the DTO. We'll actually parse that manually through the controller layer. So only the about is what will be passed in as a will be gotten over here. So now I shall pull out my NestJS docs. Why do I need two keyboards? So I can type a lot more faster. Can you explain a user management system with an example? That's kind of vague because there's different types of user management systems. There's CRMs. What is that program you use to make images of your UI? It's called Figma. Hey, what's going on, Mark? How are you? So I think we already have Molt already. Let me just double check. Package.json. Molter. Yep, we do. Cool. So now we'll just go ahead and just call, well, not call, but we'll use this use interceptors decorator, and then we'll basically just get file interceptor. So what I'll do is this. So we'll go over here, use interceptors, and we'll basically intercept the file. Let's see. And so the name of this is supposed to be the name of the file that you pass into the form data. So in our case, it'll be banner. And we also will, I think we'll also have another one, I think. I wonder if you can actually use this twice. I don't know if you can use this twice, though. Let me see. For multiple files, there we go. File field, there we go, perfect. So I can do file fields interceptor right over here. So file use interceptors, file fields interceptor. And then we'll do name. So name will be banner, max count 1. And then name avatar, max count 1 as well. So that'll take care of intercepting the files and then giving it to us. So now uploaded files, we have you this files property. And this is what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people wonder if NestJS is you know, if it's easy to learn, if it's difficult. The documentation is so good that I can literally just look at it and know what I need to do. So that, like, literally, I'm just looking at the docs right now, and I'm just literally reading what it's doing, and I'm just doing exactly what they're telling you to do. That's why I say NestJS is a really good framework, and I promise you, give it like maybe 1 or 2 more years, you're gonna see it everywhere. You're going to see it everywhere. CRM is a customer relational manager. So basically, whenever you have any application that deals with customers, that's basically what a CRM is. Have you made any game? I have not made a game. But yeah, I think NestJS is really easy to learn. Well, actually, no, I don't want to say that. I would say NestJS is a good framework to learn. They have amazing documentation, and the only way that you'll know if it is easy or hard is if you try it out. So I would definitely recommend you check it out. Like, check out the documentation. Like I said, I also do have videos on my channel that teaches NestJS, shameless plug. But you know, if the docs don't work out for you, the channel is also there to provide you with all the videos there. But yeah, you know, whatever works best for you. Let me see. So now I can just literally just take this and get all the files that I need. Literally, so nice. Like, NestJS is so beautiful. Like, it is the best framework that I've ever used in my entire life. So we have uploaded files, and then we'll do banner and avatar. So I'll do banner and avatar. And yes, these could be optional, so we will do optional. Now I'm confused why they type annotate this as an array. I guess it does come as an array. Max count, min count. I guess there's no min. Okay, that's fine. So watch this. We are going to need to call the API. Okay. And like I said, remember banner and avatar. Oh, what's going on over here? Oh, I see. Let me type annotate this actually. So another thing, one thing that people ask me is, how do you know when you've gotten better at TypeScript? I would say one thing that you can tell if you've gotten better at TypeScript is when you know how to properly type annotate certain things. Because I would say one of the hardest things about TypeScript is really just being able to type annotate properly. What do I think about Python? I think Python is a good language that is good for AI, data science, anything that has to do with intense math. I think Python is good for that. Let's see. So I'll show you right now what I mean by properly type annotating. So you see how over here, this right over here, right? We have files, and the type is this banner avatar combo, this key value pair over here. So what I can do is I can create a custom type that represents this type over here to represent the files that are being parsed by the interceptor. So what I can do is I can do banner avatar, and we're inside a partial, which means that all of these are optional. And so now what I'll do is I'll do user profile files. So I'll type annotate like this. Import that, and there we go. So now I can reference literally files, and I can reference the same exact property, and it looks a lot more cleaner. I don't know if I could probably simplify this though. I think this has to be, I could probably just take this and put this in the constant. So let me do this. Let's do this. Let me see. So the type of this is upload field's molter field. So I'm going to type annotate this as molter field. So that way we get the IntelliSense. So when I do name banner max count 1, same thing with avatar. So whatever I'm taking here, I'm just pasting in here. And now what I can do is I can just pass in user profile file fields like that, and our code just looks a lot more cleaner now. So that's what we can do. So being able to do stuff like this is a good sign that you're on the right track with TypeScript. Alright, so what I'll do now is I'll send a patch request to this endpoint. Let's just make sure that there's no errors in our NestJS app. Good. So we'll send a patch to this endpoint. So we'll do that from the front end to the back end. I'm not really sure what this changes though. Oh yeah, it changed a lot because we moved some files around. Literally, Jace, how are you, man? Welcome back from school. How has your day been? So I think the route is users profiles, I believe. Yep, patch, perfect. So we'll just need to send the data and config. So for data, this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'll explain to you how we're going to do this. Config is going to be a little bit different because we need to set the custom headers, but we'll do this. So before we call this, we need to make sure that on the front end, so let's go over to our components, our settings, user banner, maybe not user banner, but where is this? Where is this? Where is this? Pages. Settings, there we go. Is it keycron KB? No, it's. I'll send you the keyboards right now. Just use the exclamation mark keyboards command. It was nice, awesome. Happy to see your stream. Thank you, man. I'm happy to have you here. What are you working on right now? Right now, we're working on the uploading images feature right now. So what we were working on earlier was we made it so that you can hover over the change banner and you can click on it and you can select any image that you want from your file system. And you can see that when you change something, this thing will pop up from the bottom and you can reset it and it'll revert back to the old source. So that's what we're working on right now. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to make a post request to that user's profiles API that we just created, and that should take care of uploading the files. Okay, so here's a thing with params though that I just realized. We actually cannot do it like this. We actually have to use form data because we're sending images. So const form data equals new form data, like that. And we have to call append. So form data.append. And so here's what we'll do is this. So basically we'll just take this logic and let me do this instead. So instead of params, we'll do this. So if banner source is not equal to banner source copy, we'll do form data.append and we'll do banner and we'll just pass in the banner file like that. Okay, that's what we'll do instead. Banner file, what's going on over here? What is banner file? Oh wait, I think I should probably do this. Yeah, I think I should do that, and let me actually also fix this as well. I think what should happen is, I think what I'll do is, instead of checking if source is different, I think what I should probably do is check to see if the file is actually defined or not. Because we always know that, like when the state is clean, banner file will always be undefined. This is really just to see if the user is uploading a new banner file, really. Are you gonna make like bots or mobile apps too? I think honestly, let me actually see what I have on my Asana board right now. I think after we implement profiles, user attachments on the chat, I think maybe afterwards I'll probably start working on the mobile app because there's a lot of stuff that we have not done yet. So I think maybe after we add those few features, we'll probably work on mobile. But I do want to give the emojis another try before I give up on that though. But 100% though, I do want to do a mobile version of this. 100% with React Native. Raji, how are you? Welcome to the stream, Raji. Gonna make my first API wrapper XD. Yeah, you can make an API wrapper for this API. Okay, so originally what I was doing was this. Let me see something. I should really be checking banner file. somewhere instead of banner source. I think what I did was, let's see, where am I referencing banner source? Okay, we set banner file over here, good. Now where am I referencing it over here now? Is changed. I could probably just remove this. I mean, I could also do this as well. Or if file is truthy, right? Or banner file. Because if banner file has a value, right, that means that the user has uploaded a file. Okay, so I can actually just remove probably this part over here and just make it only banner file. So if I do this, and if you see how now it appears over here? And if I call reset, banner file is now null. I think we'll do that instead. So we'll do banner file and form data. We don't have avatar yet. We'll do that later. But now what I'll do is about is not equal to about copy and form data dot append about copy. There we go. So that will be form data, and then we can just basically pass this in. So data of this type form data like this. And we'll just pass in data. And we also do need to modify the headers. So what I'll do is I'll do config. So that'll ensure that I have the with credentials. So I don't have to manually set that. Okay. So that will give us with credentials. And we'll do headers. Content type is supposed to be multi-form. If I remember correctly, let me see. Content type. Have I decided on a name? Not really. Right now, the name that we have right now is just a joke. Multi-part form data. I think that's what we did yesterday. Multi-part form data. How do you have this little click when your cursor moves? Yeah, just go into the VS Code settings and search for caret cursor. So the content type we need to set to multi-part form data. Okay. So now we should be able to call this API now. So what I'll do is I'll do await, and then we'll pass in form data like this. Let's make this async. Let's try this as a try catch. See what's going on here. Is there a library that we can do for cropping? Because I would love to do cropping, but is there like a library that we could use for that? I'm not really too sure what I would use for that though. If you can recommend me one, I definitely add that into to-do. If this app happens to get most popular and used a lot, will you add more developers to the team? If it gets really big, like really big to the point where we can solve world hunger, I absolutely will add more developers to the team. Hi Momo, how are you? Do you have to work today? I do have to work. I'm actually gonna get off in about an hour or so. Right now it's like 6:03. So I'll probably get off in an hour because YouTube is going to cut me off anyways, because what happens is when you stream more than 12 hours, they cut off everything after 11 hours and 55 minutes. So it doesn't really matter anyways. So I'll probably get off in about an hour, and then we'll stream again tomorrow. Wow, you are just going for it. Oh, my great project. Last time I was here, you were just starting out. Hey, Markman, how are you, man? Welcome back. World hunger. So I guess the answer is no LMAO. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, yeah, you know, like if this gets really big, you know, obviously I'll consider adding more developers because obviously I'm only one person. I can't do everything myself. You know, can I contact you personally? Depends on what for. But if it's for business inquiries, you can probably contact me on Discord. That'd be the best way. My Discord name is well, my Discord name is actually. You can just look for me on Discord, right over here. That's me right over here. Just go to my Discord and then search for my name up top, and then you should be able to just send me a message. My DMs are open right now. I love your dedication. You are a hard worker. I'm trying my best. I am great. Thank you for asking. What about you? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm not doing bad at all. Also, I'm in your Discord, and I sent my wrapper in the Project Showcase channel, so you can check it out. Sure, I'll take a look at it soon. All right, so let's try and call this API. So let's send this file over here, and what I'll do. Oh, what's going on over here? Let's see. Change banner. I wonder if I can add an icon. I think it'd be cool if I can add like an icon in. Is that even possible? Like add like an icon next to here, like an SVG, probably, but like I don't even know. I'll worry about that later though. Okay, let's click save. Cool. Is anything happening? Okay, so it's calling the API. That's good. Now watch this. If I look in the logs on the back end, you can see that the binary data is in the backend. You can see that this buffer is literally there. And so yesterday, if you were watching the stream yesterday, or the day before yesterday, we were able to take this buffer and send it to the DigitalOcean Spaces API. So what we need to do now is we just basically need to generate a UUID for the banner. And from there, we can just basically save that as a reference so we know which key to actually reference for the user. So I'll explain a little bit more about that when we get to that. So right now the API is working. We're able to send the form data. You can see right now the banner is there. Let me also just make sure that the about is there as well. So let me go back to, let's see, here we go over here. Oh yeah, we also need the DTO as well. So let's go over here, body, user profile, update user, update. I'll just call it update profile DTO. I'll just call it, yeah, I'll just screw it. Do that. Let's console on this. Hi, Damanpreet Singh, how are you, man? Yo, by the way, my friend that I told you about had a problem with NestJS and he contacted. Did you see his message? I have not yet. I have not yet checked my messages yet. Can you make the complete video that how we can learn all of those things step by step, please? Maybe. I definitely won't say no because maybe in the future I'll probably make a video like this. Who knows? Who knows? You never know. That's why I never say no to anything because never know what you could. You never know what you will do in the future, you know. So let's go ahead and do this. Save. So in the back end, I should be able to get the DTO values. There we go. So you can see that now I have the DTO. So I have about and I have the files. So that's good. So what I can do is I can literally just combine these two together. So I can do const params equals, let's see, dot 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 files, dot 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 update. There we go. Okay. Params dot banner is an array. Let me actually fix this real quick. Let's do this update profile DTO banner. Whatever is a way I can set a dynamic property. I guess I could do the same thing with what I was doing on the front end to create a custom type with all partials. Export type update user profile params. Bro, you streaming 11 hours now? We'll be 12 hours soon. Let's see. So we'll do const params, type annotate this. Okay, so we'll do params. So we'll actually params dot about is equal to so here's what I'll do. If update user profile dot about and then we'll do params dot about. Do that. If files dot avatar at subscript 0, so we always know that this will be a max of 1. So if this is truthy, right? Because right now, if I were to console log files.avatar, it'll be undefined or it'll be an array that's empty, right? Yeah, well, it's undefined actually. But if I do files.banner, it should be defined. Yep, perfect. So we'll do the same thing. So if files.banner and params.banner equals files.banner at subscript 0. Files.banners, that means that the user upload banner, and we'll get it at subscript 0. Perfect. Yeah, because if there's no banner sent, then this will be undefined, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, we'll do the same thing with avatar and params.avatar equal files.avatar at subscript 0. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll pass these params into the service. So we'll do await this dot user profile service dot update profile, pass some params like that. Make this an async function as well. Random question again. How many languages do I speak? I speak English, I speak Mandarin Chinese, and I'm currently learning Russian and French at the moment. Just came back from a 36-hour hackathon last night, so I feel you. 12 hours is a long time. It is, it is. Are you committing those changes before ending the live? Yes. Update profile. So we'll take these params, update user profile params. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and, well, there's a couple things that we'll need to do, of course. We'll need to make sure that we actually upload the what's it called? The images to the DigitalOcean store. So let me do this real quick. Let me first commit all this, because we did have a lot of changes with the user. So we'll do create user profile controller and service. There we go. So that's for the NestJS. Okay, and so what I'll do is I'll need to create another image storage module. So let me do this. Let me go over here. Let's see. So I was working on this yesterday, so I'll just probably recopy this code because I already have all this already. So might as well just do that instead of just reinventing the wheel, so we can just speed things up a little bit faster. Bro, why are you skipping my comments? I don't even see what you're even saying in the chat. And last time I checked, let me see. Love from India. How's it going, Sai? I'm not really that good with French though. Like I only know some basics. Like I can speak like very, very basic stuff with French. I'm not that good though. For example, I can say Je suis d'Américain. Not that good. Je m'appelle Anson. Not really that good. It's been a while since I've actually practiced French, but I did take it again in college though, at a beginner level. Hey Anson, I woke up and found you coding, went to school and now I'm back and you're still coding. Good job, bro. Hey Random Stuff, how are you, man? I'm watching for the keyboard sounds. You're very talented, but I love your content. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hello Anson, how are you? Hey Divi, I'm doing good. How about you? Nearly 500 likes. Good. Yeah, we're getting close to 500, guys. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button already. I'm scrolling up. I don't see your messages, Jerry. And if I don't see your messages, it doesn't mean I'm ignoring you. It just means that I just missed it. But I don't see your messages, though. I'm scrolling up and I don't see your messages. And keep in mind that I also have to look at both Twitch and YouTube chat at the same time. So if I miss a message, don't take that to offense. I can only do so many things at once. Backflip, how are you, man? How's it going, my friend? How you doing? Why are you skipping my question, bro? What is your question? Hey, Anson, it's better to put the endpoint of an env file. What do you mean by that? YouTube blocked them. I think my local police detect the website you use to store images as a scam. What do you mean by images? Are you talking about like this right over here? Like this? Are you talking about this? This over here? Is that what you're referring to? That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. let's see. The endpoints of the DigitalOcean. Yeah, you could put that in the env file. I only put this inside the module file because I was just lazy yesterday and I was just really just trying to brute force an implementation. But usually you would put this inside the .env file. You could if you want to, and that's probably what I'll do in a second. It's hard doing streaming and answering questions at the same time. Yeah, you know, it's a little bit hard, but you know, I don't really mind, honestly. What the hell's going on here? Export interface. Oh yeah, so let's do this. Let's do. Can I do a stash and then apply this? If I switch branches, it'll complain. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll do create. Let's do this. Delete banner. Oh wait, this isn't supposed to be an wait, yeah, this is a service, yeah. So what am I doing? I'm meant to do that inside this file. Excuse me. Why are you ignoring me? I thought we were friends. Just miss. Oh yeah, I know. Okay, so here is where we will inject our S3 client. So basically, right over here, I need to go into, oh yeah, first let me just make sure I have AWS client installed. So package, do I have that? I don't think I have that. Yeah, it's in the other branch, so I'll just install it right now. Let's go over here. I guess the images stored on the website but don't work for me. I'll have to take a look at that later. Hey Timothy, how are you? I had a good night's sleep and you're still alive. What a good afternoon. Well, I hope you had a. Oh, I'm glad that you had a good night's sleep, and we're happy to have you here again. Stream is actually growing. Yeah, it is indeed. Can't complain, honestly. Let's see. So now we have this import. So go over here. I will go ahead and add the S3. Do I really want to call it S3 client? Bucket service. I don't know. I'll just call it S3 for now. S3 client. Actually, no. I'll call it Spaces client. That'll be a lot better. I don't really like using numbers in my variable names. Honestly, it feels really unorthodox. Okay, so yeah, what I'll do is I'll place this URL inside the env file. So I don't know. I think I might have some issues with that though. It might not load async. I think it will actually. I think it will. We'll have to see. If it doesn't, then we'll know the answer. And just letting you know, this prefix over here is Amsterdam. The server is located in Amsterdam, Netherlands. Amsterdam, Netherlands. Are you going to build Discord in one day? Well, not one day. It's been 3 weeks so far. WTF, are you still streaming? No, I'm actually Anton's twin brother. Do you have like to work or things to do? LML, I wish I had discipline. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna get off in about like 30 minutes and then, or not 30 minutes, like 40 minutes, and I'll get ready for work. In the meantime, I'm just gonna finish what I need to do, and then we'll continue tomorrow. The dedication. I mean, yeah, we don't give up, man. We don't give up. Dude's still streaming. Avram, how are you? Puni, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Roses. Dude, it's been 11 hours, lol. What are you working on right now? Right now, I'm just making so that the user can actually upload images, because right now, we have this UI, but we cannot upload images yet, so that's what I'm working on right now. So I just have to set up the API to actually take care of that. So that's what we're working on right now. So let me just do this. DigitalOcean Spaces URL. I'll just make DigitalOcean's 1 for now. Actually, now I'll just call it Spaces. Like, who gives a shit, honestly? We'll just do Spaces URL. And so process. Hopefully this loads asynchronously though. If it doesn't, then I will be very sad. Because then we'll have to I think it should though. I think it should. Wait, what? When do you sleep? I usually sleep around like 6 p.m. What company are you working in? What language are you working with? I work for a secret organization that I cannot tell you guys. What can you say to beginners who try to get into web development? I would say just learn React, learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React first. Get comfortable with that, and once you do that, just have fun. Really, learning is also always about having fun too. So as long as you're having fun and you're happy, then that's all that really matters. I would just say just learn it, man. Like, don't listen to anyone else. Just learn what you want to learn, and you know. Look at yourself 1 year from now, and then look at the progress that you've made, and then you'll be very happy that you never gave up and never dwelled on that thought from the very beginning. So that's what I would tell. That's what I would tell you guys for this. Secret, Anson ID, Anson, you get a college degree for this? Anson, did you get a college degree for this? I mean, I did go to college and did a CS degree. I'll say that. Let me see. Constant image upload service. Close this out. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll inject the image upload service into user profile service. So inject services image upload service. So private read only image upload service. Image storage. Why did I call it image storage? Let me call this image upload service. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, I messed up. Wait. Image storage service is what it's supposed to be called. Whoops. Yeah, that's the right name. That is the right name, yep. Yeah, I graduated with a bachelor's of science with computer science. If you want to learn more, I do have a FAQ command. Just do a exclamation mark FAQ, and it'll send you a Google Doc to some frequently asked questions. But TLDR, I basically went to college for 3 years. Well, 4 years total. I went to two different colleges. I transferred to a different one after the first year when I went to a local community college, and I transferred to a different one. Spent 3 years there, graduated, did a computer science degree, and I got a job afterwards. Exclamation mark FAQ, exclamation mark FAQ. Okay, so for now, I think, so let me see, for update profile, well, this will be a little bit tricky because the user will need to, well, actually, let me see something. Can a user on Discord, and I know I keep referencing Discord a lot, but I'm using it as like, because Discord, you can't deny the fact that Discord does have a good UX and UI. So I'm trying to see like if I can save a banner as well as a profile picture at the same time. Let me see. So I could save at the same, now I could save them at the same time, and I can also reset them as well. In which company do I work at? I work for a secret company. And so I have a question. I've sent you a Discord and DM. Sure, I'll take a look at it soon. I'll take a look at it soon. I'll get off stream maybe in like an hour. So once I get off, I will respond to my DMs. Okay, so how do I want to do this? When they click save, it will save the profile picture as well as the actual banner. So we need to take care of uploading the banner as well as the profile. I think what I'll do is this. We have two different functions. So what I'll do is this. If params dot banner, we will call this. If params dot avatar, we'll call this. And and if params.about, we will update the about me. So we'll have to do one by one check. Bay, love you too. Let me see something real quick. All right, let me see. So this service will inject the S3 client. So we'll do, well, I should call it Spaces client. Spaces client. Private read-only Spaces client. And the type annotation will just be S3. So we'll work with upload banner first because that's the feature that we have so far. So this.spaces client dot put I think it was put object was the function that I need to use. There's a lot of different functions that you can use, but you can also do a lot of stuff such as create bucket, delete bucket. You can get the bucket location. You can list objects. You can do a bunch of other stuff. Let me see. Let's see. Put object, so we'll need the key. Hey Anson, thanks for the doc. I just dropped my classes to self-teach this semester. Just kind of inspired me, bro. Will you have an open mic Q&A anytime soon? Well, that's very brave of you to drop all of your classes, but I'm sure like you will do really well with self-teaching. Open mic Q&A? Maybe towards the end. Hey Modern HD, how are you? Take a rest, man. You seem tired. Yeah, I'm gonna get off in about an hour. Are you using AWS for hosting? No, I'm using DigitalOcean, but I'm using the AWS API to upload images to the actual DigitalOcean Spaces. Tired, I just come up from work. Nice. What time is it for you over there? Why do you have 2 keyboards? LOL. I actually have 5 keyboards, but I only have these two for... I only have these two. Let me see. Let me plug in this keyboard again. There we go. I think my USB cable must have broke or something. I don't know. But I actually have like 5 keyboards. I only have 2 plugged in right now. 3:30 p.m. Oh, okay, so it's already afternoon already. Anson, do you need to know a specific language for a company? Some companies have their own requirements, so it really just depends. Like some companies will require you to use TypeScript, some will require Java, some will require Elixir. Really depends. How do you host the application with DigitalOcean? Like what program, if you get what I mean? Well, I mean, the DigitalOcean server is an Ubuntu server. I SSH into the server, and I just basically run the code on there. It's really just, you can think of it like an Ubuntu operating system machine that I can use it to you know, run applications. Cool colors. Yeah, I like it. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, exactly. You need at least 3 keyboards for programming, bro. You need at least 3. If you don't have 3, you're doing it wrong. If you don't have 3, you're doing it wrong. All right, so we'll go ahead and do put object. So bucket is going to be the space's name. So let's just try chat. I'll put this in an environment variable later. We're going to need a key. So this will be a generated UUID. So let me actually install NestJS. So I think I'll install UUID right now, so I can generate that unique key. So let's do yarn add UUID. Someone recommended Snowflake. For now, I'll just use UUID, but later on we'll use Snowflake. Don't worry. Well, at least we'll try to implement Snowflake for now, so don't worry about that. Let's see. Funny question. Have you seen junior dev lost in the sauce in their first program job? Oh, you're asking me, have I seen junior developers lost in the sauce in their first program job, or how did you feel when you first got hired? When I first got hired, there was definitely a lot more to learn, of course. I would say that I wasn't really nervous, but I was just always like, you know, making sure that I was doing what I had to do. So it really didn't really feel much, because, like, to be honest with you, a lot of stuff that I was doing before I got hired as a developer was really the same thing. Like, for example, before I got hired for my first job, I was already building applications with Express front to back. And so when I actually implemented the 2 tickets that they gave to me for the Express API, it really wasn't that difficult. The only difficult part was writing the test cases, because I never really knew how to write test cases before. But that was something that I just learned on the fly when I was working. So it took me probably maybe 4 to 5 months to get used to everything, but it wasn't that bad though, you know. When are you gonna start the e-commerce project? I don't know, honestly. Right now I want to get a lot of the stuff done for this chat app before we continue. But yeah, I want to get done with most of these things first before we start a new project. I don't want to abandon this project 100%. Like, I definitely don't want to abandon this project. Like, that's the last thing that I want to do, is abandon it, you know. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, you know, if I ever quote unquote abandon this project, maybe I won't abandon it, but maybe I'll just, like, you know, make it completely open source. So if people want to, you know, contribute and make pull requests, I can always just manage the project, of course. I don't know, we'll see what happens though. I don't, you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Okay. So I'll just create a generator to generate a key. And basically what we'll need to do is we'll need to save that key as you can treat it like a hash that the user will have that will represent their profile banner. So what I'll do is I'll do this export function. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at the UUID docs right now. They call it UID. UID. How do you guys pronounce UID? Is it UUID or UID? I've always just said UUID. But that's just me though. UUID. Yeah, I've heard some people say UID before, but I've just always said UUID. Let's see. Okay. UUID, cute fingers, thank you. Same here. I would pronounce it UID, 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 UID. Let's see, V4 as... What's the difference between V4 and V5? Let me Google that real quick. You're gonna use UID for any primary key? No, it's only just for generating the key for the user's profile picture and banner. Bro can't even spell pronounce. If you need a unique ID, you want a version 1 or version 4. This generates a unique ID based on a network card, MAC address, and current time. If any of these things is sensitive in any way, you don't use this. The advantage of this version is that while looking at the list of UUIDs generated by machines you trust, you can easily know whether UUID is generated by a machine. I think I'll just use version 5, I guess. But I don't know why the docs recommend version 4. They don't mention anything about version 5 though. Do you think V4 or V5 is better? It should be pronounced as UUID. V4 is commonly used. Import V4 as UUID. 2 agents in the battle: Anson versus William Lin. Now I would lose against William Lin. That guy's just on a whole different planet. I'll just use V4. Do a poll. Alright, I'll do a poll. Good idea. I'll probably just use V4 though. What are some options I can pass in though? What would be some options that one would pass in? I guess we'll just leave it like this for now. Let me see. So bucket. So let me see. Whoops. Bucket is key is going to be generate. Actually, no, what I'll do is I'll generate the key and then pass it in. So we'll generate the key from here. So const key equals, and then we'll pass it in. So we'll need to define parameters for this function. So export type upload image params. So we'll need key string. We'll also need the file as well. So the file will be a buffer type. So give me one sec. Storing all the images in S3 bucket, or DigitalOcean Spaces, which is very equivalent to S3 bucket. I think the only parameters I'll need is probably just the key and the file. So I'll just leave it like this for now. So wait, whoops, it should be express.multer.file. Okay, and we'll return. So we'll need to save this key into the database, but we'll do that later. Okay, so we'll await this call, and I think that should be fine, honestly. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Yeah, if I could get most of this done within the next, let's see, hour, yeah, I'll let you guys test it out. 1 second though. I should be very close to be finished. The last thing that we'll need to do is just save the ID to the database and associate with the user, and I think that's all we really need to do. So let me go ahead and do this. Let's just check for errors. So there's not instance of type. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Okay, so we have that. Services Spaces client. Image upload service is a provider. Is it part of the current user's module? So I think inside users module we are using the image storage module. So let's do image storage module. Okay, duplicate entry users IDX. Not sure what this is though. I think it might be complaining about user profiles, I think. Hopefully not. Let's see. It's really annoying sometimes. It doesn't even tell you what the issue is. Duplicate entry key for users. Has to likely be. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Has to be this user. Probably going to throw an error soon. Right, let me see this. You had 6, 7, 5, 7, 4, 7, 4 reviews. Really? That's crazy. Bro's back on the grind. Let's go. Yo, what's going on, AJ? How are you? Welcome. How's it going, AJ? Welcome back to the stream. Back in the days where you used to program with PHP, jQuery, so it was much more frustrating. Yeah, I can imagine. All right, let's move this over here. Let's move this over here. Let's close this. Let's close this crap out. Let's move this over here. Okay, so let's create a brand new account. Okay. How many days to go, brother? I have no idea. I have no idea, but we're almost there. Change banner. So if I send this, so now what should happen is when we click save, right? So right now we're not even saving the profile to the database yet, but if I click save, it gives us a 400. Let's see what's going on. Why did it give us a 400? That's weird. Throw an error. It's not logging anything. Interesting. Not sure why it's not logging anything too. Let's go to users. Profile controller. Okay, so calling update profile. Okay, so let's do this inside update profile. Console log params. So I think it's erroring out over here in upload banner, but it doesn't want to say why though. So Or wait, what's going on over here? Is the API not working? Okay, interesting. Patch user profiles. We have patch update user profile. Okay. It was working a second ago. That's kind of weird. Not sure what's going on. Users profiles. Users profiles. Why would it send back a 400? It's also not logging what I am expecting it to log. Might be a reference issue. I'm a web developer, newbie. I want to learn the same. Where to start? Any recommendations? What exactly do you want to learn? Do you want to learn front end or back end? Start with that. Okay, why is this being weird? Are you gonna publish the chat app? Why? What is going on with this? It's not even logging what I am sending to here. There's no way I have the wrong URL, right? Users profile controller. There's no error happening over here. So it could be the problem. Users profiles. It's a patch request. Patch request. Let's see what's going on over here. Patch. Okay. Let me comment all of this out and see what's going on. Still sending you 400. Interesting. Inside throttler behind proxy card. I don't think this is being throttled by the proxy, so I don't know what's going on with that. That is very weird that this endpoint is not working. What if I remove interceptors? I remove that. Okay, that's very strange. Can we get someone's timeline on Twitter from Twitter API? Yes, you should be able to. What's going on with this? That's so weird. Profiles about must be shorter than or equal to 200 characters. Okay, that's really dumb. Why would it complain about that? Max length is 200 is string. Okay, but it's not required though, so why would it complain about that? About must be shorter than or equal to 200 characters. Okay, well, we're not even sending anything, so why is not required?